broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this Tampa City Council budget meeting. At this time, I'd like to do a roll call.
Carlson. Hurtak. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Sierra. Here. Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a fiscal quorum.
All right. At this time, I'm going to entertain a motion with the roll call vote to open the second public hearing for consideration of the FY 2024 millage rate and operating and capital improvement budget for the City of Tampa per Florida Statute Section 200.065. The FY 2024 final millage rate needs to be adopted by a separate vote prior to adopting the operating and capital improvement budget. We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, and we have a second from Councilwoman Henderson. Roll call to open the public hearing.
Sierra. Yes. Miranda. Yes. Carlson. Hurtak. Yes. Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right. We are printing copies of the slide, the PowerPoint that's going to be shown in a few minutes, so the public will have copies. My aide is working on that, so when she comes in, we'll be able to give copies to the public, and you'll also see it on the TV screen. So. All right, it's going to be shown on the screen too, so. All right, at this point, Mr. Sure.
Just for the members of the public, first I want to thank the administration for taking this back over the last week and going through it. I know they spent a lot of hours on it. And I think each of us has had an update from staff and probably the mayor. I had a call with the mayor today also. But the slide presentation you're seeing, which is the details of it, we just received a few minutes ago, and that's why it's not on SIRE. And we've asked that staff make copies of it for everybody in the audience. Everybody on TV will see it in a minute, and you'll see it. But we've asked for copies to be made. Unfortunately, the two printers are broken in the back, and so we're trying to get the copies of it for you, but we apologize for not getting it to you in advance.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. O'Hara? Yes, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dennis Rogero, Chief Financial Officer. Will the Finance Chair please read the second public hearing statement? You need a copy?
Yeah, item number 3.
But I don't know where it went, so they brought me one to read. Second reading, second public hearing statement. This is the second public hearing of the City of Tampa fiscal year 2024 budget. The proposed millage rate is 6.2076 mils, which is 6.95% more than the rollback millage rate of 5.8041 mils. Property tax funds are used to support the general fund operating budget and the Community Redevelopment Agency Fund for the city. The general fund includes such departments as fire, rescue, and police, human resources, parks, and recreation.
All right. Mr. O'Hara, please proceed with the City of Tampa presentation of the FY 2024 millage rate and operating and capital improvement budget as modified per City Council's approval of a tentative millage rate of 6.2076 mils at the first public hearing on September 5th, which is less than the initial millage rate proposed by the mayor. Go ahead, sir. You have a presentation. If we could bring it up.
I have it ready for Elmo. If they've got it in the back, that's even better. They don't have it?
They don't? Okay, so
All right.
If we can use the overhead then.
Okay, yeah, overhead is fine. There you are. Thank you, council, and again, good evening. You see, can everybody see that all right? Well, you got the, I can move it. I'm sorry? Oh, the closed captioning, there we go.
No, zoom out a little bit.
Thank you. You want to go the other way?
And just move it down. there it is. Yeah, that's as far back as it'll,
How's that? Does that work for you?
pull it down, pull it down.
Pull it.
And see it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, move it up a little for the closed captioning. I think that's what he was trying to do. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, there you go.
All right, and again, thank you. I'll lead off by saying, well, I just said thank you, but I'll thank you all again. Again, as we let off August 3rd, this is quite a burden and a privilege for both the mayor, staff, and city council to work through a nearly $2 billion budget. This was as soon as we could get it to you, so again, I apologize to members of the public who haven't seen this. In a nutshell, I'm going to start with, at a very broad level and get down into further detail, as you've seen, if you've had a chance to look through my presentation. I appreciate all the discussion, all the collaboration, cooperation. The upshot is we think we've arrived at, in the absence of the millage increase, we think we've arrived at a very significant source of funding for our highest priorities, as we've discussed over these past weeks and months. And without further ado, in order to level set, we removed the additional millage, the revenue associated with the millage increase, both from the general fund and from the CRA. And then we removed the associated expenses that we had planned in our proposed budget for that $54 million. Again, it was $54 million, 8-ish to the CRA, with 45 remaining for the general fund. And we went and removed it dollar for dollar so we could start from a level playing field, if you will, and again, address those priorities that we've discussed over this time. You see bullet number 2, realignment of the fiscal year 24 continuing services and broad removal of the enhanced services. What broad removal of the enhanced services means, we went back and reduced many of those budget increase items that we had shared with City Council prior. That was the sheet with the individual departments and what they were asking for in fiscal year 24. Increases they were asking for to continue their current level of service, and increases they were asking for to expand their level of service. A good example is we had a number of technology and innovations increases, much of it associated with simple cost increases associated with technology contracts, but some of it associated with the services that they would like to expand. We reduced the social action and arts funding, primarily, you see there, new requests, and a decrease of some recurring funding, and we can get into that level of detail if you'd like also. As we discussed, as council discussed at the last meeting, we reduced the non-union pay increases from 4.5% to 3% across the board. And again, I'll have detailed numbers and more information for each of these items. We have a few options. Council already discussed one, taking approximately $7 million from the parking program and redirecting that to paving. It's an allowable use. It's a mobility-related use, so that is an option council has, and we've included that in the slides to come. Another option council discussed was to use a percentage of the general fund balance specifically for housing, and we'll get into a little more detail there. I'll say it now, but I'll get into, again, a bit more detail. I'll remind council of the risks associated with reducing our fund balance from a credit and market perspective. And here we go. And once we went through the sources, we addressed the uses. You see here, we've included a public safety impact fee study, or funding for a public safety impact fee study. We do not think at this time, although we're not exactly sure, we don't think we're going to be successful in getting that SAFER grant for 30 firefighter paramedic positions. So we have replaced the funding associated, again, it was non-matched for 3 years, so I shouldn't say we replaced. Well, I guess we did. We replaced the grant funding we're not going to get, but only to the extent of 18 firefighter paramedics, not the full 30 complement. We have CIP-based funding for station remodel or build as debt service. Now what that means is we have a little under $700,000, as you'll see, to enter into some sort of long-term debt for either reconstruction or rebuilding select fire stations, and we can talk more about that. And as we talked a little bit about last time, we have the community investment tax for added vehicle replacement in both the fire and police. You'll see the last bullet in each of those categories. And we await word of the Cops Ahead 30 positions associated with that grant and the sustainment funding. The POW positions and continuing service costs, we have retained those. They are still in what we're calling the revised proposed budget. And again, as I said, the community investment tax for vehicles. As I referenced earlier, under the sources, redirecting $7 million for parking, and here's where we would redirect it to paving and defer that parking guidance system until fiscal year '25. Housing, we would continue, or we would recommend continuing the current $5.5 million from the general fund and increasing that by $5 million. And again, here's where we come back to that potential general fund balance option. And we continue with the $1.7 million financing for housing creation and preservation. There'd be a financing component that we bring to council to maximize or leverage that $1.7 million. In the Parks and Recreation, of course, we've talked about ADA accessibility funding. Those are included within the current capital, or within the proposed, capital improvement program. And as we look out to future capital improvement program projects in Parks and Recreation, probably the largest example, or the most apparent example, is the K-Bar Ranch Park. We can look at spacing and planning that out over the next 5-year time increment. That is the broad view. If y'all are good, I'll jump into the detailed view.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And there's a bit going on here, but it is what I alluded to earlier. This is the level set. We took out for the general fund, we took out the $45.5 million for the general fund associated with the millage increase. And you can see dollar for dollar, we removed that from the expenses. I'll move that up a little bit right there. You will recall we had a little over $9.5 million going to public safety, a little under $18 million going to transportation, a little over $9 million for housing, et cetera, et cetera. And we cleared that out from the proposed budget so we could level set and start from a status quo budget, if you will. Getting into even more detail. Let me know if that's big enough, or if you need me to do the wheel. Because I don't mind moving it up and down. All right, again, the first option, or the option we've talked about, is reducing the general fund balance 1%, a little less than we anticipated. Turns out to be about $5 million. That'll bring us from 23% to 22%. There's the parking contribution approval and redirection that we talked about earlier. In the good news departments, again, we presented the budget nearly a month and a half ago. Since then, we have gotten more revenue data, and the data is positive. And we've upped our projections $2 million in total, about $1 million for the state shared revenue, and about $1 million for some other odds and end revenue. So that's $2 million of new money compared to the proposed budget, as opposed to redirecting the $7 million and pulling from fund balance. Again, as time goes on, we get more data, and our projections theoretically become more and more accurate. For a total on the right there, you see a $14 million in additional sources. And what did we use that funding for? You see in public safety, and again, I've got more detail coming as I break this down, nearly $5 million to public safety. There's the $7 million for mobility, transportation associated with the parking revenue. Housing of just over $6.8 million. That's the general fund increase, and also a component for financing. Parks and Recreation saw no change from these actions. It is as it was in the proposed budget, with one exception that I'll point out later. And we had $160,000, if I'm not mistaken. That was the city council budget analysis. Decreases. Parks, very, very slight decrease of $125,000. I've got detail on that. We reduced in other areas of public safety over $1.2 million. I've got detail on that. We have some other reductions I'll get into of $1.5 million. I've got more detail. And then various other department reductions. So you see on the right there, a little over $5.7 million of redirecting funding that was initially in the proposed budget. So all told, between the additional revenue and the reductions in other areas, we've got nearly $19 million for those 5 Ps, or 4 Ps, 5 Ps, depending on how you count it. And you see we have a little bit left over, a balance of a little over $800,000 that can fall to fund balance, or that council can discuss about redirecting, well, this very evening. Nothing new here. This is the sources again. We got into detail. Here's the same detail again. We recognize some additional revenue based on our projections. Again, I'll remind City Council, well, City Council of course knows it, but I will remind the viewing public, a budget is simply a plan. It is going to change, so all of our revenue and expense projections are simply plans at this time. In reality, we're adopting a spending plan for next year without even being out of the current year and knowing how this year ends. It will take us through November to close the books on the current year. So it's the best educated guess of any number of great minds, and these great minds are willing to recognize an additional $2 million in revenue. And here are the uses, you see, in detail that we discussed earlier, and I'll break them down for you. There's the fire positions, an estimate, of $1.8 million. Those are the 18 positions, approximately $100,000 each. That is instead of, again, the 30 positions associated with the SAFER grant. The verdict is not finally in, but we don't think we're going to get that. Debt service on the right, a little over $660,000 that we can bond out for a total of about $20 million. And you see on the left there, fire stations 6, 9, 10. Those are fire stations that council has talked about. Fire station 24 is also a fire station that council has talked about. And this puts $20 million into the universe to consider for those fire stations. The Cops Ahead grant match and the additional funding requirement that we've talked about. We remain confident we're going to get those 30 positions, but the verdict isn't in yet. The Public Safety Master Plan, or the Public Safety Master Plan, funding for that of $50,000. Public Safety Impact Fee Study of $80,000. The Police Athletic League positions that we discussed in the past are in there for a little under $580,000. And as I referenced earlier, and as we've discussed, police vehicles are in the Community Investment Tax Program. And that should say police and fire, so that's our error. We have $16 million for police and fire vehicles. That's public safety. Moving on to transportation. Transportation is pretty simple. Redirecting, again, that $7 million from the parking to exclusively, at this time in the revised proposed budget, paving. Continuing with the details associated with the increases in use. There is the housing funding that we discussed for housing creation and preservation. Financing, 1.6, not quite $1.7 million for that. Again, we'll leverage that with a debt issuance, which of course we'll bring to council. And then the increase in the general fund for housing assistance, $5.2 million. The ADA accessibility, again, is included within each Parks and Recreation capital improvement project. There is the $160,000 of council budget analysis that we discussed previously. We have this as a placeholder because council surfaced allocation of the $8 million in the community redevelopment agencies. Again, they're getting an additional $8 million associated with the taxable value increase. We have it as a placeholder because our presumption is City Council, as the CRA board, will discuss how to allocate or confirm how they're allocating that funding. And again, there's the almost $19 million of uses that we have found additional sources for and redirected other funding for. And continuing with the uses, but this time how we decreased funding in some areas. You see Parks and Recreation. My understanding is there are very few pickleball courts remaining to be completed, but that was a request of council to eliminate those, and that's $125,000. As we'd also discussed last meeting, removing the smartphones for TPD and having, I should say, cutting in half the overhire funding for Tampa Police Department. We cut that by 50%, recognizing just under $1 million of savings. In the various department category, these are those budget increases I was referencing earlier. A little over $1.5 million of reductions associated with that very long list we gave to council for each department and what they were requesting in fiscal year '24. And then you see the almost $1.3 million worth of savings associated with bringing the non-union employees down from a 4.5% pay increase to a 3% pay increase across the board. And one of these days we'll come up with a better description than other, I promise you. But here are some other reductions. Again, the communications coordinator position in contract administration was discussed, and that has been eliminated. And that was part of the budget increased new positions in the previous page. The mayor's advisor position has been discussed. That's been eliminated. And you see in the Social Action and Arts Fund, we eliminated, or reduced, $354,000 from existing contributions. We eliminated all new contributions for $775,000. We left the agreements alone, again, because we have bona fide agreements with those particular nonprofits that are in force right now. And then for our city assets, whether it's the Tampa Museum, the Aquarium, the Zoo, et cetera, we reduced 10% across the board for each of those entities for a little over $216,000 in savings. And you see the subtotal there, and again on the lower right, the total decrease of nearly $5.8 million. When taken together, after leveling the millage increase revenue, these increases in sources and increases and decreases in uses rebalances the fiscal year '24 proposed budget. And that is the extent of my presentation. I can take questions.
Thank you very much. Before I start with Councilmember Moran and go down the line, thank you to you, your team, your staff, everybody that took part in reworking this budget in a very, very short period of time.
Thank you.
What I see here is that you took the feedback from last Wednesday when we had our workshop, and in my opinion, a lot of questions were answered, a lot of feedback was included. I think, in what I see regarding general fund, which means the reserves, correct?
Yes, sir.
So there's that $5 million there, and that is an option. but in my opinion, since it would go to increase the housing budget and it would go to housing, I think it's very important that we, and I understand the pros and cons of dipping into our reserves. However, over the last several years, and I've known you since I started, you've been very good, you've been a very good steward, and the city has, in putting money in the reserves. And as I said in the last meeting, you know, it's the rainy day fund in many ways. Even though we're required to keep it at 20%, we're overfunded. Doesn't mean that we can take it down to 20%, but that it would be prudent. However, there's money available that we can take now that we can put towards housing. I think that's our most pressing item here in this community. So and I'm not speaking for my colleagues, but we'll hear from everybody, but we need to go into the general fund and put that towards housing, in addition to what is already budgeted. In regards to the $7 million deferring the parking guidance system, I know that was brought up in in the workshop. I know our roads are in terrible, terrible condition, and this would be $7 million on top of the $4.4 million that's budgeted, so it would increase that paving budget. And then with public safety, we would be able to preserve, should we get the police grant, and you said we're hopeful, but we're able to preserve those positions. And in regards to fire, you had mentioned that we may not, or we may receive that grant. It's up in the air, but you've allocated funding for 18 positions, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then my last comment / question would be regarding, I wrote it here, how we can take $663,000 and bond that to allow for $20 million worth of funding, and that would that be able to go to Station 24?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it would go to 6, 9, and 10 would be renovations or tear down and rebuild, or what do you plan there? What do you foresee there?
I don't know that I'll defer to the Contract Administration Department or the Fire Chief. I don't know that the decision has been made yet.
Okay.
Again, in our attempt to get a product to council and the public, we wanted to at least identify a pool of funding for any number of particular options.
Okay, and I'll close with this. Again, we're going to have to dip into the reserves. You've been a very good steward. We've been very good at saving. But with the housing situation, I think we should take that money and add it additionally to what we're talking about with housing to make the biggest investment that we can beyond CRA, beyond, you know, that's a different budget. But again, just thank you very much. You heard what I said, and I see it here. I see a lot of it implemented here. So again, thank you for all your work. Councilman Miranda.
I think, Chairman, you spoke of most items that most of us are thinking about. The only thing I'm bringing out is that when you go and look at your bonding rating and you understand that every time you do something, there's someone's up there that does a rating, Finch or others that do that, they look at it very carefully. And if you're going to go into your reserves, and at the same time you're going to start bonding something you may not have done in the past, they're going to look at that also. And I'm not saying that's a possibility. It's a happening that could happen. Whether they look at it or not, I have nothing to do with that. But once you start this slide, let's make sure that we understand that certainly we've got to help housing. But I can also say that reserves and bonds are something that don't mix too well when you put them in the washer machine to wash out, because they're looking at you real, real tight. And your interest rate will go up. And then when that happens, you won't have something to do for anything else that you think you could part with. But that's all I'm saying. It's just a warning of my own thought of mine that it is in general, it's just like operating your own checkbook. If you bounce a check, one time to let it go by. Not that we're bouncing checks, don't get me wrong. But if you do that constantly, you better find another bank, because they're not going to have you for a client too long. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if I may add to that. Again, you know, it's my job and my responsibility as your chief financial officer to make sure you're going into any decision with your eyes wide open. And as Councilman Miranda said, I'm not trying to dissuade you, but there is, as we've said in the past, a risk associated with lowering your fund balance. In discussions with our financial advisors, for instance, the rating agencies, for instance, will look at, and one of their definition is a material decrease in fund balance. Of course, they don't tell you what material is. So whether that's 1%, 2%, 0.5%, I don't know. Again, we're very, very strong financially, and we're very fortunate, as you said, and I credit this administration, this council with continuing that conservative financial management philosophy. So we've got a very, very good foundation to work from, but again, it is my job to let you know there is some risk associated with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I know that you're careful, and I appreciate that, and but I'm if there needs to be a motion made after discussion, to allocate that $5 million to put towards housing, it's a necessity. If the banks ask, and if they may or may not ask, why did you do this? We have a housing situation. We have a housing crisis. So, Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. And as always, Mr. O'Hara, thank you for your presentation. And like the chairman wisely said, thank you to all of our city staff and everyone working hard with everybody on this. Everybody's work is appreciated and whatnot. And one of the things I will also urge caution on is that here, we're looking at paying for priorities by doing things like looking at the reserves. We're doing more than looking at reserves. We're going to go into the reserves, quote unquote, trimming the fat, scaling back spending priorities that we're going to have a second look at, et cetera. That appears to be a one-time thing. That is, we can't come back next year and do the same thing. Right? What I think is perplexing of all this is that we had the administration offer a tax increase that was going to pay for $48 million, $45 million of new spending. Right? Council rejected that. I rejected that, by the way. So I'm not casting blame on anybody. I opposed the full millage or anything near it. But then the flip side to that is that without the revenue, there are spending priorities that the revenue was going to fund. And now our challenge is looking at other sources, spending cuts, pushing off other spending plans, the reserve, et cetera, to pay for some of those spending priorities. We have to be very careful in doing that balance, that we don't take advantage of something this year that we may need next year or the year thereafter. We have to be good fiscal stewards in that regard. We're looking at a lower reserve, we're looking at pushing off projects, et cetera. We just have to be mindful of what we're doing and whatnot here, and I think apply that level of scrutiny. We also have to be mindful of, as I say, the things that we don't always get calls on because constituents assume that their city government is taking care of things like that. Things like that when you call 911 or you call a police officer, they're going to be here. Things like if you're out in south of Gandy or K-Bar Ranch or North Tampa, wherever it may be, and you call for a fire truck, that they're going to be here within a specific amount of time. Things like that your street's going to be repaved or potholes, et cetera. We've got to make sure that those core critical services in the city of Tampa continue to be well funded. And that's certainly something that's important. I talk a lot about public safety because I think that's issue number one for the city of Tampa and for any local government, right? I think that's something that's very, very important. I've talked about for years, and I'm glad to see it funded for $50,000 for the public safety master plan here in the city of Tampa. The idea that we should look at public safety for police and fire through a proactive approach that looks long-term as opposed to reactive approach. Right? And that's certainly something that we need. And I think when we look at this budget and the way that we've gone at it last minute on some of these public safety priorities, it kind of gives credence to the idea that we need a public safety master plan for that kind of funding. I talked about a revenue source that would be dedicated to the best that we can dedicate it to public safety. I do believe that long-term we need to look at a real solid funding source for public safety and for our long-term needs, whatever it may be. Impact fees are great. Councilman Miranda brought that up. Councilwoman Hurtak's done a great job of pushing that before, et cetera. I think that's wonderful, but that's a small part of the puzzle, in my opinion, in terms of responding to the needs of public safety. We've had discussions on how to fund our fire stations. I've been working on both Fire Station 24 and then Fire Station 25 that helped out the Sulphur Springs and North Tampa area for about 2.5 years, right? I have a motion that's going to come before us in December. I'm actually going to motion for it to be sped up and get it to us in October or so, given this budget discussion, to talk about government bonds to pay for our fire station needs. I was of the strongest opinion that this budget should have addressed fire stations here in the city of Tampa. Like I said, the Hillsborough County Public Safety Master Plan found a need for 28 fire stations in Hillsborough County, and I thought that we should make some progress in that regard. I'm very glad to see that this budget funds designed for Station 24 that's had some changes. And again, not to reiterate the history of 24, but we started off with 24 in New Tampa, then chose to focus on 25 to help out 13 in North Tampa, then went back to 24 being on Fowler as opposed to New Tampa. So a lot of different changes there, and I'm very happy in that regard. I think that we have to talk about revenue sources, but be careful where we get those from. For the record, I strongly oppose moving funds from Tampa Police Department to Tampa Fire Rescue or from Tampa Police Department to anywhere. I strongly oppose that. When I say that I support our first responders, I mean all of our first responders. Just like we shouldn't take money out of the Navy to help fund the Air Force, so too we shouldn't do that, and I would think that our first responders support that idea. We can look at government bonds, we can look at different ideas towards that in that regard. And I wanted to, if I may, Mr. Chairman, may I have 30 seconds?
Yes, sir, 30
extra?
more seconds.
Thank you very much. That in speaking with the administration, we have $1.5 million here in the City of Tampa budget for the station, 24 for design. This process is going to take about 9 to 12 months. You know, with this, we're doing everything that we can here in this year's budget for Fire Station 24, and then the bonds, which will come back to us in December. I'm going to motion to speed that up to come back to us in October with a budget thereafter 3 months, with a plan thereafter, plan of action thereafter 3 months later for Fire Station 24. That takes care of everything that we can at this point for 24. Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
very much. Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Well, first of all, I would like to say, Mr. Herrero and the team, the staff members who worked on this, you know, before you came with a 5-year sustainable plan and, you know, that looked at closing the gap for all of our deferred maintenance and the exponential growth that we were having in our city down to a 1-year plan. That's exactly, you know, what this is, with hopes of some new and reoccurring revenue for the future. But regardless, it is apparent that you've worked together to make the best of it with staff, and you did listen to us. And I do appreciate a focus on our employees. As I said last week, you know, the 997 non-union employees, you definitely kept them in mind, and I appreciated that. It looks to me as though everyone is taking a hit, so that, you know, no one would go unscathed or left out. So I have a couple of questions to take up, you know, my 5 minutes with you. First of all, in terms of our fund balance and bond ratings, do they typically interview for bond ratings to ask for justifications?
Absolutely.
If your balances are decreased? Do you have any history of that happening anywhere where it's reduced a little bit, but yet it stays at the 20% or above, and they lose a bond rating or credit rating score?
To my knowledge, we have not had that happen. If I don't know if the budget officer recalls. In the 15 years I've been here, we have accessed fund balance for whatever reason, and to my knowledge, I don't believe we've had a ratings downgrade associated with that. But they do the surveillance, they do the due diligence, and they interview us extensively prior to issuing.
Okay, good to know that. Taking a look at, did you consider increasing fees that had nothing to do with Parks and Rec, but any of our other fees? Have you considered that and included them in this revenue? I didn't see that initially. Which one, if so, what was it?
We have not. Now, what we've got on our list, you know, with council's concurrence, is to address that issue during fiscal year 24 for inclusion in fiscal year 25. There are, you know, and forgive me if I've already said this before, but we have some revenues, especially in the general fund, that are not automatically indexed to an increase, whether it's, you know, inflation, et cetera, et cetera. We'd like to take a look at those in fiscal year 24, as I said, for use in fiscal year 25, because it's a little premature right now to project just what we'd bring in fiscal year 24.
Because of projections, okay.
If we, and I don't want to take up your time, ma'am, but if we find that we can make speedy enough progress in fiscal year '24, and the timetable is such that we can implement those increases, should council approve, sooner rather than later, then perhaps we could come to council with an amendment during fiscal year '25. But right now, I mean fiscal year '24, but right now, our sights are on fiscal year '25.
Okay, the shared revenue, the
Yes,
$2
ma'am.
million that you were so happy to find.
Yes.
I thought that that was interesting. You said that the budget is balanced by November. So there's a possibility that we could have some funds left over from this fiscal year?
There is. We close the books, literally as soon as the fiscal year ends, but
Right.
we're a big organization, and it takes a great deal of, well, what I consider a great deal of time. So in November, we'll know exactly what happened in this year, and we have had,
2%.
we have had opportunities in previous years where there is more funding than we anticipated,
Right.
and we bring that to city council.
Okay, because you did say that in a previous budget presentation, that we spend about 98% of our budget. So that 2%
Yes.
could go toward housing possibly. Even the $828,000 that you have here left over that's not earmarked for anything could either go toward housing or go back into our savings fund. That's the,
Now,
okay.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but
Yes.
again, just to clarify, we do make projections, of
Yes.
course, as to what state we'll end at this fiscal year. But of course, it's, all I can guarantee you is that it will be wrong. A success for us is that we're just a little bit wrong. So,
Okay, all right, so and I'll close it with this in terms of, because I actually am the one that, will take ownership of looking at all things, trying to save our employees and their salaries, about social action funding. So you decided as a group, organization, staff, when you all went to the table, you decided to, reduce some existing funding, and
Yes, ma'am.
anything that was new that was asked for, you just took it off the table altogether.
Yes, ma'am.
So why can't it be the opposite in terms of that? The existing funds are just reduced by $300,000, but they've been getting money for years.
they have.
Years, and not considering the new funds that were requested. Maybe that's something that you should look at in terms of looking at that in a different way.
Understood, thank you.
And the agreements, the interesting part is that, remember, last week when you presented, it was down to about, it used to be $6 million, it's down to $4.8 million, but, so the agreements, are those contractual agreements for these people that you say we have agreements with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, even though it's considered charity,
Yes,
you contractually go into, go ahead.
Yes, because it's not just what I would say straight up charity. It is, we are giving you this funding, and you have a certain number of services and metrics to meet for us to continue giving this funding, and those services or metrics are spelled out in the agreement.
Thank you for saying that, yes. So do we have organizations that don't meet those metrics?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can circle back to you.
Okay. Okay, so those are some things, I'll make some notes to circle back and ask you for those in the future. So we should continue to look for every
Yes, ma'am.
dollar. I think we made a motion for you to come back every month anyway to talk about money.
Yes.
So, I would say great job. I really appreciate you answering my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
And, I refer to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much, Councilmember Clendenin.
Good evening, sir.
Hello, sir.
I won't reiterate what everybody else has said about the work that was involved in creating these documents and looking for a balanced budget for fiscal year '24, but thank you. A couple of things. Reserves. Why does a city have reserves? I know, I think I know what, but I want you to say it for other
No,
people
yeah,
here.
no, I'm happy to. We have reserves for any number of reasons. The worst-case scenario, of course, is, a Category 5 hurricane hits the city of Tampa. And I'll give you an example. We have $11 million inbound from FEMA for Hurricane Ian. We don't have that yet, okay? And I'm not throwing stones at the federal government. The reimbursement process takes a long time. We have to have money, if for no other reason than to float the necessary expenses in the event of a disaster. And reimbursement very rarely is 100% anyway, so we need a component. We need a fund balance, a strong fund balance to show the market, to show investors, pardon me, as we enter into debt, really to show any audience that is looking at financial metrics that we are a very stable, and that's how I would describe us, a very stable locality from a financial perspective. Not only are we able to meet our bills, but we have that strong fund balance you know, what's that they say in emergency management? Things that have never happened before happen all the time. And those are the things that we need to be prepared for.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And I think an assortment of other reasons as well. When it comes to reserves, I believe you showed us a slide last week. We're not even close to like historic percentage levels of where we've been in the past as far as reserves. We've been much
Correct.
higher in the past
Yes, sir.
than we are today. So it's not like we have a lot more money than we've ever had. So I just want to make, because you know, what I think it's kind of like being a kid in college and you see you've got, you get a bunch of money in your account one day and you go out and spend it all in one day. You know, we have to be very judicious of how we see this. This isn't a private kitty for us to be dipping into in any one fiscal year. And I believe Councilman, was it Vera? Somebody over that end of the dais said, you know, this is a one-time thing.
Right.
You know, if this money, so this is my fear in some of these things that are still in this budget. This is fiscal year 24. We're going to be right back here in the same place and possibly in a worst case scenario 12 months from now. Because especially with these one-time things, that this doesn't solve, this isn't a long-term solution. This is a Band-Aid, in some ways, a tourniquet on a bleeding artery for some of these programs, and it doesn't provide real long-term solutions, as Councilwoman Henderson said, as far as short-term versus long-term plans. A couple of concerns that I have, and you know, I don't know what the will of this council will be, but I've got to state it for the record. Debt services.
Mm-hmm.
I fully support debt services for infrastructure that has, for generational financing, as we've talked in the past. If you're going to build a new fire station, the folks that live in the city over the period of time that fire station is used should pay their fair share. So you shouldn't burden the existing citizens knowing that a bunch of people are coming to the city over the next X number of years, and those new residents can come in and help pay for that. So I think it's a really good way of financing and spreading the cost of that services across new residents and different generations. I have a difficult time with debt services for one-time grab and goes, like the remodel. I think that should be as a pay-as-you-go. If we're going to remodel, that should be pay-as-you-go. That should be paid for out of every fiscal year's budget. Any of these topics, if it's a one-time hit that we're going to burden future generations for a one-time hit for this year in fiscal year 24, why should people that live here 10 years from now pay for something for this one fiscal year? It shouldn't be amortized over the cost of multiple years. If we can afford it, we should pay for it out of this budget. If we can't afford it, then we can't afford it. It's like calling your credit card company and asking them to up your credit card rate or your available balance so that you can spend more this year. I see that is, in a lot of this discussion, that's what it looks to me. That's what people are asking to do. Let's up the credit card balance and let's spend a lot more this year in fiscal year 24 that we couldn't otherwise be able to afford, and just push this can down the street for other people to pay for it. I'm glad you actually specified that the $7 million for transportation was specifically for roads, because I think that would have asked for a council stipulation on that. I want to be clear that that should be just going in for repaving our roads, so thank you for that. I have a question about the 10% reduction for city-owned assets.
Yes.
For people that don't know, you know, the city owns the aquarium, the city owns a lot of these facilities. There are buildings we have to maintain. Is that 10% cut from fiscal year 23 money? So they're getting
24, sir.
So,
It's prospective.
okay, very good. So it wasn't an actual reduction. It was just a cut and increase.
Yeah, reduction to the proposed budget.
Okay,
yes,
very
not
good.
the
I
current.
wanted to make sure that they weren't getting cut, because I know we also, that's infrastructure we have to maintain. And you know, I'm all about maintaining our stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. I'm going to echo everyone's thanks. You all did a
Thank you.
phenomenal job in a very short amount of time.
Great team
really
effort.
took
Thank you.
all of our thoughts together. The one thing that's still a big question mark for me, and I think other people have touched on it today, is bonding. And we have asked for the capacity of bonding.
Yes.
And I think that is a big question mark that makes it really hard for me to approve this budget without knowing how much we really can bond and where we would be. A budget is really just a snapshot in time. It would be great to be able to budget forward, but we just don't know what our revenue is going to be every year. I want to thank Councilmember Maniscalco for his push to use the general fund balance for housing. 1%. I have a quick question about the cost of those 30 fighter paramedic positions. What is the cost for 1 year of 30 paramedic firefighters?
It's just about $3 million.
That's what I
It comes
thought.
down to about 100,000 per
Okay,
FTE.
that's
yes.
kind of what I thought. And so I have a quick question. I don't know if if Mr. Stocco is here. Quick question for you. I asked Mr. Stocco, and he is the president of the fire union, when I heard that we weren't getting those officer or the firefighter paramedics, that we possibly might not get the grant. And by the way, we have not heard yet. We don't have anything in writing. But I asked you to ask around to see why, or actually you did it on your own. We were talking about it, and you called me back and said, yeah, these are some of the things that people have said. The thing that surprised me the most is that you said when you talked to some people in the national office, one of the reasons that we may not have been the recipients of the grant is because we have too much in reserves.
Nick Stocco, President, Tampa Firefighters Local 754. It was one of the concerns from our international associate leaders that by way of grants, they would prioritize which employers or jurisdictions would receive funding, and that the city of Tampa could potentially not be at the top of the list because of our reserve balance. And that was just what was explained to me by the international.
Mm-hmm. I just thought that was interesting, and again, not coming from you personally, but just something you heard. And I thought that the public deserved to hear that too. So I think this might help balance out in the future, because that's $9 million over 3 years, and we're looking at taking simply $5 million out for 1 year. And I don't like the balance of that. Now, whether or not, again, I don't want to say that that's 100% of a reason, but that makes a lot of sense. There are a lot of other communities that don't have the reserves we do, and therefore could be put higher. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. As far as debt service for Station 24, I had a question. I'm glad you said the difference between, with public safety, you mentioned police vehicles and budget for CIT, and you actually meant police and fire.
Yes, I apologize for that.
What are the allocations for both police and fire? Are they each getting $8 million?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so then I have a question for Chief Tripp. Is she?
Chief Tripp, if you want to come up. She's in the back, yeah.
Thank you so much. If you have this $8 million for this CIT money, would you rather spend it on new vehicles or on Station 24?
Barbara Tripp, Fire Chief for Tampa Fire Rescue. So when you say $8 million, you mean the CIT money?
Yes, the CIT money. Simply the CIT money.
And this is for 1 year?
1 year.
Oh, I built a station.
Build a station, okay. So this is what I'm interested in, and again, I know people have asked to not say specifics, but from my understanding, we have land, we have a survey of that land, and we have an old fire station's design that we're going to reuse. So it just needs some tweaks to fit in the current site. Am I on the correct path of what the goal is for Station 24?
Yes, ma'am.
So I do not believe that it would take a full year to modify that. I think it's more realistic of a 6-month time frame, and then to take that $8 million from the CIT and start digging. We may not be able to fund the whole thing this year, but I don't see a reason that we can't put a shovel in the ground in fiscal year 24 with these monies that we can allocate. I see Ms. Duncan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know about the building part.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure Mobility. Our contract administration department is a support team to any construction that our other departments such as fire or police would do. I don't have the particulars on this particular site. I can tell you that we can't just tweak an existing design. I can just give you a educated estimate that we would need at least a year for the design. We've got to procure a consultant, which takes about 6 months. We've got to do a refresh the site analysis, do the design, which requires public engagement. And then there's permitting coordination as well, SwiftMud and other agencies. So I just want to give you some realism regarding the assumptions about when the ground could be broken for Station 24. We can map out a more specific schedule once we know exactly the funding opportunities, but generally speaking, that would be a time frame that we'd be looking at least a year for the design to be completed.
And I greatly appreciate that, but the East Tampa Rec complex was a priority of council to be rushed through and a priority of the administration's, and we were able to get that done for a much larger site with much more, many more different things. I believe that I believe this council has said that Station 24 is a priority, and I would say that anything we can do to get a shovel in the ground before the end of FY24 is something that has to happen.
We can commit to making it a priority, but there's just certain timeframes that we can only shrink so much.
Okay.
So I just want to be forthcoming and honest at this point in time and not mislead anyone.
No, I
But we would certainly
appreciate
make
that.
it a priority and put any kind of rush on it that we possibly could.
I appreciate that because I do believe that we've heard from council and from the union and from the chief that this is the priority for this year. And I had one more question about the PAL positions. And I think it's actually for Mr. O'Hara, really, because my understanding is that some of that's moving from Parks and Rec, but not all of it. And if you could explain to us, I know that when Chief Burkaw came up, he talked about allowing the citizen or allowing the employees who want to go to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
So
you.
she can finish her question.
I just want to finish this question. That they're allowed to be moving over. So how much of that money because this says continuing service cost and PAL positions retained. Is that moving from Parks and Rec like we think it is?
That particular component is not, that's additional funding.
Okay, but are we still moving things from
Now
Parks
that I
and
would have
Rec?
to defer to the
Oh,
chief.
okay,
I'm sorry.
okay.
Yeah.
Can you clarify the question again?
When you came and explained that the police department wanted to take over PAL, you said that the people who are working in PAL under Parks and Rec were going to be able to move over, and the money that was being used for those services, for the programming, was also going to be moving over.
I'm not sure I'm quite following you, but there are new positions, and those in the current positions with Parks and Rec at PAL now could choose to apply for those positions if they're in good standing, as opposed to being reallocated somewhere else in Parks and Rec, if that's where you're going with that.
Yes, I'm just trying to figure out, because it says that there's about $500,000 more for Police Athletic League new positions, and I don't know, I'm trying to figure out if we're replacing the Parks and Rec money, or is this in addition to Parks and Rec money?
It's new positions added, so those Parks and Recs employees will be reallocated somewhere else, or if they choose, they can apply for that position and stay there.
That's not, yeah, what about their salaries? So maybe Ms. Nguyen can answer that question?
Yes, Council. Sia Nguyen, Administrator of Neighborhood and Community Affairs. So the current Parks and Recreation employees who are at PAL, those employees were taken from other areas within Parks and we were setting.
Yes.
So those employees will go back to those areas.
Okay.
What Chief Burkaw is mentioning is that once these positions are solidified, if they want to apply for the new positions to stay within PAL, they have that opportunity to do that. But those employees will go back to where they came from.
And if they decide to go to PAL, then a position would open?
A position will open.
In Parks and Rec?
Within Parks and
Okay,
Recreation.
so basically, you got some more people because of this PAL movement.
We got more people, but understand this, the people that we're repurposing, we're we're not doing as much within those parks and recreation because there were those bodies that were taken from other areas that we're now moving back.
Okay, but that answers my question. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate all of your help.
Yes, I want to, first of all, thank staff again and the mayor for going through this process and looking at it.
Thank you.
It's been a difficult process, and I think we're better off for the community in having done all of this. Remember 2 weeks ago, the administration talked about, or even beyond that, they talked about 4 things, or I call them 5 things: police, fire, affordable housing, parks, and roads. And the way I described it is that if you put a bucket of water in a lake and you pull out a bucket, it's not the same bucket. And so I think the direction we gave last week was we don't want to touch those 5 things. I understand from a messaging point of view or political point of view how it's handy to be able to focus on those 5 things, but none of us wants to cut them. And those are, by looking at the budget, obviously those were not the things that were funded by the increase. The increase was funding salaries. And then there were other expenditures that have come through. So it's just that we need to have more discussions on this. When I met with the mayor last week, I asked that city council be more involved in the process going forward. And maybe we start right away next week or whenever we're done with this to start on the next budget process. Somebody compared to the county, and I talked to a couple of county commissioners, and their administrator, Bonnie Wise, sits down and meets with each of the county commissioners, and they build the budget together. We only found out about a month ago what the proposal was. So it would help if we had a collaborative process going forward. I think there's a philosophical difference of saving versus spending. I pointed out many things that I thought shouldn't have been spent on. We focus on things that are nice to have or legacy issues rather than saving. And Hannah Avenue is the biggest one, but there are a lot of other things that too much money has been spent. And so I think going forward, I don't think we have a budget problem at all. If we have a budget problem going forward, and if it's caused by the salaries, that means that somebody should have briefed us a year ago that those salary increases were going to cause us to need more revenue, because we wouldn't have made the decision then. We made it based on the trust or faith in staff that we had the revenues to cover it. So if we don't, we need to have another discussion about that. But we need to tighten our belt, because that's what our citizens are doing right now. Anybody below 200,000 feels like, or a lot of people below 200,000 feel like we're in a recession, and we may be in a recession. So we need to start spending wisely, just like our taxpayers do. Some folks talked about bonding and debt. I'm against any more debt until we get, maybe at all, but until we get full transparency on all of it. And we need an ordinance that requires staff to come before us and tell us what the bond capacity is. And then we need to work interactively with the mayor to figure out how that money should be spent. No, we should not at the last minute start bonding anything. What we're doing is putting burden on folks in the future. Also, I've been a major advocate for including the reserve, or increasing the reserves. Last administration was incredibly reckless fiscally in spending too much of the reserves down that Pam O'Rourke had saved, and we need to protect them. And that is a segue into the first page here where it says general fund balance for housing. That's another one of those political things about, just like the 5, the claim that the new taxes were paying for the 5 things when they weren't. If you pour a bucket of water in a lake and you pull it out, it's not the same thing. Connecting the general fund balance with housing is a political ploy. It's not accurate. So we need to separate those. It's not accurate at all. This is not a choice between housing, which is essential, and whether we tap into the general fund balance. I've been the primary advocate for putting money in the general fund balance. I've talked to people who are bond experts. I think taking out 1% is going to have 0 impact on our bond capacity. We need 20% because we need to keep the AAA bond rating. And if we only have 2 or 3% above that, that's our rainy day fund. And we absolutely need that, because we had a crisis a couple years ago with COVID. We have no idea what's coming up, and we need to protect that fund balance. But taking out $5 million is not going to hurt us. But it's not going to be for housing. It's going to go into the pot. We need to separate that. If anybody says general fund balance versus housing, I'm going to vote against it, because I object to the political ploy of connecting those two together. I think it's dishonest for the public. Let me ask you a question on the parking revenues. We had, paving. There were 4.1 million 4.1 million was in the budget, and now we're adding in 7 from the parking app. Does that mean we have 11, or we just have 7?
No, 11. This is, now, that's a good question for clarification. All of the numbers we're talking about tonight, again, just to clarify, are increases, sir.
Okay, so we have 11, it's 4.1, yeah. I mean, the concern is that the reason why the roads are not repaired is because the last 2 administrations counted on all for transportation coming through, so they left the road repair budget at 4.1, even though the overall budget more than doubled. We should have increased it over years, and we shouldn't tie it just to gas tax. We need to use other funding sources for it. It's not acceptable the way our roads are. We're losing, a lot of the people that moved here during COVID are leaving because they don't like the status of these things, and it's not because we reduced the millage increases, because money was spent on other things like Hannah Avenue that should have been spent on roads. We talked about the fund for 18 firefighters, so that's about 1.8 million.
Yes,
If
sir.
the grant does come through, because it hasn't been officially rejected yet, if the grant does not come through, can we go ahead and allocate the 1.8 million as a backup? I would like to document that tonight. If the grant comes through, we're going to decide tonight what the 1.8 goes for with Chief Tripp and Mr. Stocco. Am I correct in saying we can reallocate that?
You can. What I would recommend, just to ensure council's flexibility, of course, it's up to council, is that if we do get the grant, we would bring that funding back to council to appropriate as you see fit. If you want to make the commitment now, it simply reduces your flexibility. in the future.
There's some language in the ordinance that we need to adapt to. I don't want to take a lot more time. You mentioned CIT several times. Was CIT not anticipated in the original budget?
It was.
It was.
Yes.
And so are these increases in CRT, or are you just moving CIT money around?
The community investment tax has remained static through this process.
Okay.
We were going to augment the vehicle replacement with general fund. Now it's just going to be solely community investment tax.
I just want to say, many people gave us input from the community, but on the $7 million for the parking app, that idea was a combination of at least 2 people, Michael Bishop and Stephanie Pointer. And I just want to thank them for their hard work in looking through all that. There were a lot of great ideas from the community, and that was one of the biggest that we found, and maybe other people found it as well.
30 more seconds, sir.
The pickleball, I highly recommend we take the pickleball out. I'm happy to take whatever heat from pickleball people. The two biggest baseball.
It's him. He's
the-
a pickleball killer.
The 2 biggest, please send me emails, I would love it. The 2 biggest baseball fields in South Tampa are completely falling apart. They're dangerous for kids. I would rather reallocate that money. It's a shame that kids have to go in if existing facilities are falling apart, we can't do it. Also, I think we need to continue to relook at the lobbyists. We need to look at the staff that are not helping city council. We need to look at the River Green, the EDC, and then eventually we'll talk about the CRA.
Thank you very
EDC,
much.
one last thing is, I would like to change the title of the EDC, if we're gonna leave the money in, to economic development, because their contract is still coming up, and it's political suicide for us to leave that money in the EDC. We will end up with the same terrible economic numbers if we continue to outsource that.
Thank you very much. Before we go to public comment, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I could clarify and answer a few
Yes.
questions that were asked. Thank you. Again, and perhaps this is clear, but I just wanted to make it so, we talked about Fire Station 24. That $20 million in potential debt funding is separate and apart from the $1.5 million that's already in there for design for Fire Station 24, just so everybody's clear on that. I appreciate the sensitivity to the fund balance and its use for a one-time expense. And again, if that $5 million was obligated for a recurring expense, that's even more of a risk in the eyes of the market and the credit rating agencies. Councilman Carlson and I think a few other council members also had asked about our debt capacity. I have that. For the general government fund, it's approximately $1.3 billion. That is how much that's not how much we have issued in debt service, but that's how much we can issue in debt service. Right now, in general government, we've issued about $550 million. So our legal capacity is $1.3 billion, and we worked with our financial advisors to arrive at that figure.
Thank you
so
very
that was
much.
an IOU from that I owed you.
Thank you very much for getting that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Mr. O'Hare, before I go to public comment, it was mentioned about the 1.8 million for the firefighters to get those 18 positions.
Yes, sir.
But if we do get the grant, then it would come back to us to have that 1.8 million to be reallocated. For example, if we want to put that towards Station 24 and utilize that, it would be council's
sir.
decision to do that?
Yes, we bring it back to council.
Okay, we have one registered public comment speaker, Michael Randolph. Is Michael Randolph on? Mr. Randolph, you're here to speak about the budget. Go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Thank you so much. My name is Michael Randolph, and I'm with the West Tampa Community Development Corporation. The one thing we do know from the night is that unless we look at different streams of income to come in to supplement what's going on, we're in real trouble. Tonight I want to talk about suggested approaches to increasing revenues to deal with the critical issue, starting with the CRA, community benefit, and their partnerships with CDCs. The title of this is Reduce Gentrification by Design and Intention, starting with the banks. There was a study done by the Hillsborough County Commission. They found that in West Tampa and East Tampa, these communities were subjected to redlining since 1936. That means that prior to 1936, there was a thriving Black African American community. We believe that in order to fix this, banks need to increase funding to both communities in East Tampa and West Tampa. That doesn't mean like they did in East Tampa, and East Tampa is doing a lot of things, give them $5 million. We're talking about giving them at least $50 million to start to have a conversation. They also can increase what's known as program-related investment loans. These loans are anywhere from zero to very low interest. They can be provided to CDCs to help in terms of wealth building that leads to resident-owned businesses and affordable housing. These is a lot of dollars that can come to this type of funding. And then finally, what we call peer-to-peer lending. East Tampa was famous for this. There was people that had poor credit or no credit, but had a bank idea, had access to capital. One bank that showed what could be done was in Boston. What they did was to provide, loans to minority businesses and specifically design growth tools. That include trust to strategic advisors, operational support, growth capital, and get this, extending access to suppliers and corporate procurement opportunities. This changes the whole narrative. And areas that are CER areas that developers are in, that should be a test to decide whether or not in West and East Tampa, a test whether or not they're reducing gentrification. This can be done anywhere from unemployment centers in the community, resident-owned businesses, down payment assistance, workforce development, etc. Related to community benefit agreement.
Thank you very much,
CDC is in a
sir.
better position.
All right, we'll go to
Well, that leaves me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Randolph. Yes, sir.
Mentez not. When I say huru, huru means freedom in Swahili. Mentez not means anything's possible. And we as African people should always be thinking about our freedom. Always. 623 years we've been away, separated from our freedom. Told my son pick a pizza for the family. When he came back around the corner, I said, how you know we're gonna like that one? He said, oh, Baba, because of the price. Yeah. My son have that kind of sense. A preteen have that kind of sense. And this budget makes no sense. This city council and this mayor is like professional wrestling. It's all staged. 3-4 weeks ago, y'all was so hot, y'all was so this, y'all was so disgusting, we ain't gonna do this, we ain't gonna do that. And they made some adjustments. Now everybody peaceful and docile, and they happy they do this, and they're gonna do something at Jackson House, and they over on 34th Street, they showing the new fire training station. Put the brakes on the budget. Don't talk about fiscal responsibility and homelessness and all this other garbage y'all be talking about. But the main thing y'all want to do, you can tell there's no black leadership in this city. We're 26% of this population. We want 26% of this budget. Yeah. You see us all in here tonight. We want 26% of this budget. And we don't want to be begging for it. And we talk about fiscal responsibility. The police don't need nothing. The fire department don't need nothing. Jackson House don't need nothing. 34th Street Park don't need nothing. $60 million for park and recreation for some elderly black women, while all the elderly black men are sitting at McDonald's, hanging out because we have no place to go. Even when we're in private property, they run us from around there. Take the $60 million and put it in some housing, some real housing for real people. Take all this fluff y'all talking about for the police department. They need this, they need 30 more officers. The firefighters need 30 more officers. Most of them MFs sitting around doing nothing. Absolutely, positively nothing. Most of the times harassing African people. Doing absolutely, positively nothing. What we need is, we need 26% of this budget. We need reparations. There's no way Cori Bush is all the way in Washington, D.C. talking about reparations, and we're right here in Tampa, and we can't talk about reparations. We need it. We don't want it, we need it. It's ours. It's rightfully deserving to our people and what we have experienced for 623 years and 400 and some years on this soil right here.
Thank you
Put
very
the
much,
brakes
sir.
on the budget.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. This is probably the first time I've done this, so I'm going to try to keep it brief and make it more about the story because everything has a human cost. I've lived in Tampa since 2015. I'm a single mother of 3. I came here to be a first responder. So I'm going to leave some nuggets for you to think about. I'm not saying to go in one direction or the other, but there's a lot of things that happen. I live in income-restricted housing because as a fire medic, we don't make the money you think we make. That's number one. You can't raise a family of 3 because housing is hard here. But the other reason that I stay in Tampa is because since 2019, my children have been in the Police Athletic League. It's kept them off the streets in the evening. Right now, they're still boxing. They're gonna be boxing until 7 o'clock tonight. They've been doing this consistently since 2019. We need more of that. They started bringing their friends and taking their friends from school off the streets to go to the boxing gym. We need more officers that become people so that these kids are now interested in being positive change. That's part of being proactive. My oldest last year made the decision to go into the cadet program that the Tampa Police Explorers offer. This is all because of the interactions and the relationships that were built by the PAL officers. This matters. So even though it's difficult to live here, I wish I was able to work in this county, and I'm gonna touch on fire because I see a lot of my brothers and some former instructors here. I went to a county nearby, they received a SAFER grant. It pays what I need to get paid in order to continue to afford to live in this city. But I love this city, and I want you all to focus on doing everything possible so that our firefighters can get the grants they need to continue to serve and take care of you, and so that the community can grow from the inside and from our children, which are the most important, so they can all be motivated to bring their friends, become involved with the police officers, see them as people, and be proactive. This is what matters. My daughter's going into her 2nd year at the Explorers. She just made honor guard. And just this week, as a junior in high school, she told me, Mom, I'm not gonna go to college, but guess what? I'm going to police academy because that's what I wanna do. And I want that to be a dream for everybody because we're all people. I don't care what color you all, we all bleed red. And my job is to fix that, and I want to be present in my community to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Right. Please, no clapping. Thank you. Ma'am, what was your name? If you could come back up, your name?
Esther Vasquez.
Esther Vasquez. We just need it for the record. Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, next speaker. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Kara Roberson. Just like Miss Esther here, my daughter is also a member of Tampa Powell Boxing. I'm here as a resident of the city, and also as an advocate for Tampa Powell. And, you know, it's come to our attention that their budget was cut, the $2 million that they asked for. And it was really troublesome because they really want to extend this program, just like Miss Esther said, for other kids, hundreds of other kids who need this program, who are, you know, maybe in a bad situation, who needs to have some type of after-school environment, have a positive person, such as the police officers who are part of this, to mentor them. Not only does it keep them safe and off the street, it keeps them out of trouble, it keeps them out of harm's way, and it provides a future for them. It provides a future because these are positive people in their life doing things for them. So not only am I an active parent with PAL, I'm a single mom too, so I get the housing issue here. I totally get that this is going to also impact my mortgage payment because my taxes are going to go up. But I am here to beg you guys to my taxes are going to go up, so my escrow account would.
No, we rejected the millage increase. It's going to stay the same as last year.
Oh, okay, never mind. So anyways, but I'm here to advocate for PAL to get that $2 million budget. And it's just really, really important. It provides, like I said, the structure, the guidance, the discipline, and it sets these kids up for success in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Birdsong. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Angela Birdsong, your newly elected president of Democratic Black Caucus for Hillsborough County. And I'm here to represent the heart and the soul of the Democratic Party, which is our black voters, which is over 100,000 in Hillsborough County. And it is still the most consistent voting bloc when it comes to the Democratic Party. And one thing we know our voters really care about is housing. They want safe, they want affordable, they want consistent housing. We know even if you put $100 million towards housing right now, it'd probably be a drop in the bucket. But if you could at least show the voters that you are trying and you're going to squeeze every drop, every dollar that you can towards housing, I think they're going to remember you on our next election day.
And today's National Voter Registration Day, right?
It is Voter Registration Day. That is correct. And let us not forget that all of our vote-by-mail ballots have been canceled. Please let all your friends and relatives know that their vote by mail will not be coming. So we just want you to know that our voters, their number one issue is housing. Anything you can do for affordable housing in the city of Tampa would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. All right. Yes, sir.
All righty. How y'all doing? My name is Luis Salazar. I am the president of the Hillsborough County LGBTQ Democratic Caucus. I'm coming to you today as a marginalized community and also as a minority, asking you to please fund the $7 million for the housing. You came to us during election cycle and you said there is a housing crisis. You all admitted it. So please do something about it. I know this might be something like a wish list for someone or some people, but it's not a wish list to us. We're the ones with no homes, and we're the ones that are getting kicked out when we get evicted. There is a program already in place that is helping people. You know, it has its flaws probably, but it can be worked on. And it can't be worked on if there's no money there to fund it, to make it work. So please, I ask you to fund this 100%, the $7 million. Thank you.
It's going to be actually $10 million, a little over $10
million of work, whatever it takes.
Thank you very much.
Give me, I'll take 10.
It's more than that.
There are people, you know, this is real. This is something that's been on people's wish list for a very long time. We keep getting told that something's going to be done about housing, and here we are again with the same questions, with the same battle. Please do something about it. We've been told that someone's going to do something about it, and nothing's been done.
Thank you very much.
This is an administration issue, not a city council issue. The administration is the one cutting it.
All right, Mr. Ransom, please state your name.
My name is James Ransom, and I'm here representing the Tampa Organization of Black Affairs. You know, we've been just sort of monitoring things in the background. I chair the Economic Development Committee for TOBA, And the people have spoken about what the people want. And clearly, as you represent what the people want, you're trying to find a way to do that and marry what the mayor's trying to get done as well. At the end of the day, you're going to make a decision about these things. Housing is clearly at one of the top things on the list, so we hope that you will recognize those things like housing that are very important to the public, to our community. And what I wanted to just leave you with, though, is that whatever decision you make, we've asked the mayor for many years not to send anything to council that doesn't already have goals in whatever contracts come, whatever deals come to city council for approval for funding, that it incorporates in there a commitment for diversity and equity and how money is being spent by race and gender. And that commitment should come with a plan to reach the goal. We're going to ask city council to not approve anything that's sent by the administration that doesn't have that in there. So that way, it goes back to the mayor's office to have them to make sure that's being done. We have to say on times we've had issues to address with the mayor about how money was being spent on, for example, Hannah Avenue. However we got there, that was fixed appropriately. So for all parties involved, that was done appropriately. Any money being spent has to contemplate the population demographics. The Hispanic and Black community represent roughly 49% of the population. You have to think about that. Have us in mind all the time with every decision you make, and not exclude anyone else by race and gender either. It's a very good community. We have a lot of diversity here, but your decisions are for all of the citizens, and you have to make decisions for all of the citizens. So with that, I say best wishes to you, but we're looking at each one of you making decisions for the people who have come before you to speak about what the people want. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, Mr. Gray.
Good evening. My name is Stanley Gray, and I'm representing both the household located at 3020 West Harborview Avenue, as well as the Urban League of Hillsborough County. I've got a couple of questions that I'd like to be answered at a later time. One is when you all gave the cost for additional public safety, I'm assuming that that sum included the income and the benefits. However, based upon my past experience in negotiating labor contracts, I'm not comfortable that included the cost for retirement. So I would like for you all later on to share that actuarial cost, for retirement. The second thing is, I think this is more my Urban League hat. One of our goals is to provide housing for senior citizens on fixed income. Very important, and the reason why is the largest homeless population in this city comes from people 62 years old and above. In the last month, my utility bill tripled. In the last 3 years, in the last 5 years, my insurance has tripled. Again, the mission of the Urban League is to try to provide housing for senior citizens on fixed income. I'm asking you all to look at providers of this other than the large developers. The larger developments have more extreme costs than an organization such as the Urban League. I would ask that you seriously consider houses and property that you have for either grant them to organizations such as the Urban League of Hillsborough County, or lease them with a purchase option. It does a couple things. It decreases your budget for maintenance, and it also increases your budget because you will have something coming in on a regular basis. The last thing I would ask you to do is not to consider giving the non-union employees a 2 or 3% increase straight across the board. I would ask that you adopt a control point merit process. I've been familiar with this in corporate America for years, and I'm telling you, if you change that 3% straight across the board to a 3% merit yield, if you tell the truth, you will never spend the 3%, and you will reward the individuals that are being more productive to the organizations and the citizens of this city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, we need it quiet in the audience. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Chairman and council members. My name is Laura Cantwell, and I'm here representing AARP Florida. On behalf of the nearly 3 million AARP members in Florida, over 90,000 members in Hillsborough County, and approximately 30,000 in Tampa, I urge you to prioritize affordable housing funding in your budget. We hear over and over that our members and older Floridians want to remain in their homes and in their communities as they age. But people of all ages, including older adults, need more affordable housing options. A short supply of affordable housing may leave residents with fewer housing options in Tampa. ARP's most recent National Home and Community Preference Study found that 60% of adults indicated that they would consider living in an accessory dwelling unit, and 62% would consider building one on their property to provide a place for a loved one needing care, or a family member or a friend who needs a home. This is just one example.
Please
of the
silence
need
your cell phones.
for more housing options that would allow older adults to remain in their communities. And according to the ARP statistic analysis of data by the United States Census Bureau, more than 1,853 older adults, 55 plus, are expected to be evicted in 2023 in Hillsborough County. And more than 1,200 older adults, 55 plus, are expected to be homeless in Hillsborough County. Many older residents across Florida are struggling with homelessness for the first time in their lives. Tampa has the opportunity to change course and prioritize funding to ensure there are housing options for all income levels. Providing another choice for the housing market is a win-win for Tampa and allows those who have chosen this city as their home to age in place and stay connected to their friends, family, and community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nathan Hagan, a volunteer leader with EMB Tampa, which stands for Yes in My Backyard. Councilman Vieira said something that I love hearing from you all, which is that people expect City Council, they expect the city to be run well. I'm going to say that hopefully if I have time twice in this public comment, but I'll start off on a positive note and say I think you all did a really phenomenal job looking at the budget and being critical of it. We've gotten that money back. I think it's, whatever it is for housing that was promised, we're kind of close to that. I don't think we should be happy though, because in my opinion, you all cut our housing budget by $45 million. I want that $45 million back. I don't know where we're going to get it from, because you all said we don't have a revenue problem, even though you voted for AFT. 50% of people in Tampa are housing burdened. That means they spend more than what the Federal Department of Housing thinks is appropriate for somebody who can afford their home. I said 2 weeks ago, it's an $8 billion problem. I'm glad we fixed the budget. We needed to do that. We can't go back and fix this, but we should have said, well, I want to keep the $1 million, but I'm not going to vote for it if we don't fix the budget first. And here we are today. I think it sounds like we have generally gotten much closer to fixing the budget, and we should be talking about where do we put that extra $45 million. It should have been into housing. The county is about to lose $10 million to HOPE and affordable housing. That's a shortfall that the city is the only place that has the leadership to actually make up for that, and you all proved that you didn't. There's an RFP out for the code reform work, which I'm going to call it code reform. I don't know if staff wants to call it that, but I think that's the mission, and I really hope that people in the city council think of it that way, because we've got a 30-year backlog of change that needs to happen. I don't know how you call that. If you don't call it reform, you have to call it a revolution. There needs to be significant change there. I'm very concerned that because of the signaling that's come from here, staff or whoever is responsible is going to look at you all and say they don't want to fund anything. We're going to go on a shoestring budget and underfund this investment in how we run our city. And in general, that approach of we are going to nickel and dime ourselves out of providing proper services, like for example, making sure that we're able to build housing in an efficient, time and money efficient manner. We need to be able to invest a lot of money into that. We need to be able to invest a lot of money into buying housing and providing housing for people. I was interested about the $1.5 billion bonds. I'm interested to know what is the max that we can do on housing. Is that where we get our $45 million back this year? And then on my personal issues, I'll say $7 million for paving. I don't really get that. We have other transportation objectives. And then on a personal note, there's nowhere to play soccer in downtown Tampa. That's not going to be fixed in this budget, but I would love for that to come up again sometime. And I'll tell you, the people I play soccer with in the mornings don't come here, and neither do cyclists. And people expect the city to run well, and those are the people who don't show up here. So when the city's running well, you don't hear about it. You should consider that when you say no to money that we need, and the people are asking for more stuff.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tatiana Morales. I'm one of the co-chapter leads of EMB Tampa, and I wanted to start once again by mentioning I was in Councilman Vieira's district. My rent over the last 4 years went up over 80%, and it caused me to be priced out of a district that I loved, that I lived for 10 years in and wanted to build my future in. I constantly look back and think about the memories that I had in that place, and that's gone for me now. And that's something that in action from a council, looking at the future where 150 people come to Tampa every single day. They move here for opportunity. They move here for the sunshine. They move here for the culture. But that culture dies when people don't live in the community they want to, when they don't there. Think about Mr. Clendenin. One of your campaign managers left the state because he can't afford to live here anymore and he couldn't find any opportunities.
We ask that you address council as an entire body. Thank you.
So I also wanted to pull up something about over 50 years ago, there was a study called A Study on Negro Life in Tampa. This study was to look at the statistical data about the Black community in Tampa and the changes that occurred through urban renewal, interstate highways construction, and the end of Jim Crow. The report concluded with the key conclusion that Tampa's privileged citizens have a responsibility to pursue corrective actions for Tampa's less privileged groups. One of the things mentioned was that everyone under $200,000 lives in a recession. It feels like it's a recession. I've never made more than $50,000 in the city of Tampa, and I know most of your aides haven't. I know most of the people in this room haven't. So when we think of the recession, we think who's suffering and who's dying in our streets, it's from people, and it's not exactly all of you. All of you haven't been in your seats forever, but it is your responsibility in your seats right now. When you saw that little child here earlier that will not be able to afford a place in this city because we do not invest enough in housing, and we need to prioritize housing. We also need to prioritize the community land trust, because one of the problems that you all know about buying housing is land is really expensive, and we only have money to fund inside the CRAs. And a community land trust in places like East Tampa and Ybor that have been raised by the highway deserve that money and deserve that recognition. A report from 50 years ago said that the privileged citizens deserved and need to do better for everyone else in the city of Tampa. And if we do not make those meaningful investments in Tampa and in housing, none of us are going to vote for you. We're not going to come back. We remember you going through our community saying, there's a housing crisis, I'm going to fix it, I'm going to look at zoning, I'm going to look at everything. Well, the comprehensive plan comes up next week. The land development code is important, and I'll be meeting with one of you tomorrow to talk about that. So when we look at the future of Tampa and we look at housing, we need to make big changes, because the map that our city was built in was built to be racist, and it was built to exclude people, and we need to change that. Thank you, council, and I hope you do the right thing for Tampa.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Michelle Williams, and I represent people who look like me tonight. It's been a long time since I've stood before this diocese, before each of you. And I remember a lot of you coming through the neighborhoods. I remember a lot of you coming and sitting with me on my radio programs. And I remember a lot of you just having coffee with me on a personal note. And before I walked in this building this evening, I asked God to go ahead of me. The reason why I asked God to go ahead of me, because in the book of Matthew, Jesus spoke about two types of trees. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. Every tree that bringeth not forth good fruit is thrown and cut down and cast into the fire. What type of tree are you going to be tonight? What type of tree are you going to represent for your constituents who voted for you? What type of tree are we going to bear for this mother who came forth where she's having a problem? Because right now we all need to be on a rent too damn high campaign. The rent is too high. You have landlords, because of this orchestrated body from the governor of the state of Florida, who has taken the cap off, who has told landlords that they can be biased up to whom they can rent to now. It makes it very, very difficult for my 29-year-old son, who's married to his 25-year-old wife with their 4 children, to go and to be able to afford to live in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home comfortably. But we cannot see this. You know why we can't see this, councilman and councilwoman? You know why we can't see this? Because the fruit that's rolling down at the bottom of the tree is running away from the tree. We don't have any trees that's planted in the root of God anymore. You taking him out of everything. You taking God out of everything. And you expect God to bless this budget and these cuts. I feel sorry for you at some points during these meetings, My heart grieves for you sometimes doing these, because I know sometimes the decisions can be tough. But you have to remember the same promises that you made to us going in, we're going to see you going out. I promise you on that one.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Clay.
Thank you, Councilman. My name is Karen Clay, and close to 12% of the population of Hillsborough County identifies as having a disability.
We can't hear you, ma'am, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Do we start over? Yes. Okay. My name is Karen Clay, and close to 12% of the population of Hillsborough County identifies as having a disability. I'm here today representing the Democratic Disability Caucus of Hillsborough County because we support not only affordable housing, but we also support accessible housing. This is for the disability community and also for seniors to be able to age in place, as we heard a little earlier. Accessibility should not be an afterthought, but it should be a requirement for all new affordable housing construction. And I'm also hoping that accessible play equipment won't be impacted negatively by this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker. Please state your name.
Hello, Council. My name is Nadia Mosley. I'm a member of an organization called Florida Rising. My purpose of speaking to you all, I am a recipient of public housing. I'm on a program called the Axe Heart Program. Axe has helped me tremendously in that they provided me with more than just housing. They have counseling. I have mental health issues, which they help people who are what they call chronically homeless as a result of mental health and/or drug abuse issues. I'm coming to you all today as the people. You guys say we the people. Down the street from City Council, I watch people sleep in the concrete. I was there. I watch people beg for simple things like food and water. And I just think that appropriate and affordable housing would help these people to better themselves. A lot of people, that's all they need. And I'm a firm believer in compassion and understanding goes a long way. I know you guys have so much to do in a day's time. But if you guys just take the time out to listen to the people, we need you more than anything, ever. And I'm just pleading to you all to please find every penny that you can to put into housing, because these people, they don't have a voice. And I hope to be the voice for those that can't speak. So please, you guys, find everything you can for housing. That's all I can do is ask.
Thank you very much.
That's right. Florida Rising.
Great job.
All right, yes, sir. Next speaker.
That was emotional. My name is David Sinclair. I'm with LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, and the President of Council 7259. Those of us who are here with a heavy heart. I'm a senior, I'm on Social Security. Those of us who are here, you can see our faces. While I may be lily white, my brothers and sisters here, we have the same burden. Housing, affordable housing is an issue that has brought us here together. The young lady who spoke before spoke about we the people. We need that $10 million fund to put the city on the map. You are our voice. We are your heart. We are your veins. A rental assistance program will speak to our needs. Those who have come and spoken here are speaking from their heart. Listen to us because we are part of you. As a member of LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, we speak to you. Here we are together. Support the housing fund because it needs to be a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. And please state your name.
Good evening. I'd have to say, I got here late, but this is definitely church, an amen moment. It's like, let the church say amen to everything that's being said. My name is Alice Moore, and I'm a senior, which means that I'm on a fixed income. I live in an apartment by choice, and unfortunately, the times are different. Everything is not affordable. I need you to fully fund those housings because, fully fund the housing for rent. It's constantly going up, and I do not want to be in the situation that I have to ask for rent or try to get. You know, your friends are your friends as long as you don't ask them for anything. And even if you're homeless, it doesn't matter. I love you before, and that's it. And I would not to be in that situation, which I was at one point. Everything is not affordable. Gas used to be $15 for half a tank, now it's $25. I would like for you, please consider, you have a lot of people, as they have said before, on the streets, homeless, and senior, it's really something for them on a fixed income. It's really hard to make it, especially when rent continues to go up. And we can't plan, we don't know, our checks are all gonna be the same. And if you have, the landlords have the free reign to do it, you're gonna have a lot of seniors on the street not being able to afford anything, not to mention the regular people, as the young lady spoke herself. It is really something. I've lived here all of my life, and this is really the first time I've seen all of this happen. Please consider us the $7 million. Please put it in the budget so we can help housing and use some of the buildings that's standing. It would be great to have some people in to be able to stay. Remodel them. We remodel them for restaurants, all the old buildings. We can certainly do this for some of the people, for people that live. We say we care, as the lady said, everybody's in our churches, everybody come in our neighborhood, but nobody thinks of us. We only think of the business people. Ybor City has been remodeled, part of West Tampa using the old buildings. A lot of the buildings, you can make space for them. Nobody should be sleeping on the street by the cemetery and all downtown. And they are not in your neighborhood. And you find a lot of people sleeping in cars, and possibly, it might be me having a hard time to do it. As I say, your friends are not your friends until when you ask for money or trying to get help. But please fund, please think about funding the $7 million in your budget. 10 million. 10 million in your budget, I'm sorry, 10 million in your budget. It really would help a lot of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Hi, I'm Vanessa McCleary, and I am here on behalf of the Worth Initiative, also the CDC of Tampa, and the citizens of Tampa. Affordable housing is truly a crisis, and there has been a storm that hit Tampa, and its name is inflation. We've been hit with higher gas prices, taxes, insurance, everything coming at the exact same time. So when we look at whether you should take money out of the reserve, I do think that housing is a critical need, just like any other storm that comes through, and you need to tap into it. We not only need that $10 million, and you're correct, it wouldn't be a one-time thing, but it does need to be a one-time thing. It needs to be this year, and then I implore everyone to find a way to make sure that it is in the budget every year for 10 million, because at 5 million, you're helping about 3,000 people, but there are 40,000 people that are struggling to pay. When we at the CDC are helping families to get jobs and careers at $20 an hour, but $20 an hour is not enough to live in Tampa, it's a problem. We have an amazing city. I love Tampa. I love how it's growing. But at the same time that it's growing, it's also dying. The restaurants that I like can't have employees because the employees can't afford to live here. The schools can't keep teachers because they can't afford to live here. The hospitals are having trouble with nurses and employees because they can't afford to live here. If the citizens of Tampa can't afford to live here and everybody is being replaced, and I'm one of those that moved here, it's not going to be the same.
So it is important that we address the housing issue, that we make sure that it's affordable, not only by providing assistance, but changing policies that make it something that is sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Keela McCaskill. You know, I said I'm going to keep repeating this. Forbes recently announced that we're one of the greatest cities to live in. And I'm going to keep saying that until we perform, until we act like we know that. But I guarantee you they didn't know we had a 26,000 plus population that needs housing. So I'm asking, you know, tonight we get to do something about it today in this budget. The administration said that housing, they understood that housing is an emergency. I know I've come here and I compared it to a hurricane, but the administration said they knew that it was an emergency. But seeing this, that the housing doesn't have a reoccurring fund, or at least for the 4 years that you all get to be here, it says to me that it's not. Because if it were important, it would have that $10 million reoccurring for the next 4 years. I believe that's with the maximum you can extend that type of a fund, but it would reoccur for 4 years. All of you ran a campaign on housing and affordability, all of you. And tonight, what we're asking for is a commitment. Right now, housing is on a girlfriend status. We want a commitment. We want you to put a ring on it. Tonight, you get to put a ring on $10 million for the next 4 years. We want you to make it plain, make it simple so the community can understand and everybody knows from year after year, we're asking you for $10 million plus for 4 years, at least if that's the maximum that you can extend it. If you could do more, do more. But tonight, that's what kind of commitment we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name's Matt Wilson. I wasn't going to come here. I'm going to have to do this clumsily, I think. One of the secrets of life isn't just what, it's how. It's not what you do, it's how you do it, and that's the pass or fail of most things. Lots of people had good ideas and they failed because they didn't think about exactly how. The details matter a lot. Okay, the homeless issue I'm going to talk about, but it's all the housing issue, and this isn't going to stop. Everything, the immigrants, all of these problems are going to just keep multiplying. It's like one wave after another after another. But what I want to say, I'm going to cut to the chase. The solution to this problem is not the solution they've been using. It's communal living. Spending $2,000 a month plus a check, plus this, plus that to get every homeless person off the street is what cities have been doing for 20 or 30 years now. And it's ridiculous. $60,000 to $100,000 a year to get a homeless person off the streets is unsustainable. And the key to the future is taking old buildings, empty grocery stores, schools, and turning them into large communal living places where you can put lots, when you put 300 people in at a time. It's the only way, it's going to happen, but I think you're going to wait too long to do it, and I don't even want to say what I think. And then we're going to end up with concentration camps. But in the 30s, in the Depression, we had an intelligent president who saw these things and knew how to move the government and move things. And they started an organization called the WPA to put people to work. They built camps outside in the woods, out in lands, out on government lands. And they put up thousands of people and they put them to work. If we don't start getting to that very quickly, this everybody mine, me, mine, more isn't sustainable.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Linda Wiggins Chavis, and I am from Faith in Florida. This year, there were 3 laws that were implemented on housing, all of them harmful. SB 102, although the Live Local Act had some good parts to it, it had a harmful preemption piece that took all authority from you all and from county officials so that we could not get a state of emergency declared in order to get rent stabilization. HB 1417 is another harmful preemption bill that puts the landlord-tenant relationships under the control of the state. HB 133 gives landlords the right to charge fees in lieu of security deposits and these fees are non-refundable. We keep coming up here saying the same things over and over, asking for the same things over and over. I heard the gentleman say, I think he's your CFO, if I'm correct. This budget is a proposal and can and probably will, he didn't say probably will, I'm saying probably will, change. Simply because there's $10 million in the budget does not mean $10 million will be spent on housing. We need it to be spent on housing. I'm tired of coming here. I'm tired of getting calls. Love her, but when Robin calls me, I know what I'm coming for. And I'm tired of it. This is not even my job anymore, but I'm here because I care. My position has changed. But I'm going to keep coming here to talk about housing until we see a significant difference. We have more and more homeless people because, excuse me, I don't like that term. We have more and more people who are unhoused because the housing crisis is not being addressed in the proper manner. So we're going to build affordable housing and we'll give rental assistance, but what about the people that are unhoused? What do they get? Do you even know where they are? I really and truly hope that something is done, that enough is done. Because if not, I will keep coming and I will keep coming, and I am becoming angrier and angrier with what is going on in this city council, with what is going on in the entire state of Florida.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, council. Mike Billick, Secretary, Tampa Firefighters Local 754. There's been a lot of passionate speakers up here today in regards to housing. I want to make something very clear. We're not here competing with them. Housing is a need. Public safety is a need. The more housing we have, the more demand we have for public safety. We are one and the same. The real reason why we might not get the grant, it was touched on, it's not for sure yet. It's because we have too big of a savings account. If I come to you and ask you to loan me some money, or hey, I need 10 grand to do this, but I have $100,000 in my savings account, you're not going to give me the money. So why would the federal government give us the money? 18 firefighters / paramedics were presented in Mr. Rajero's presentation. He averaged at $100,000 per employee, and I know that he's talking about total compensation, but let's be clear, we typically hire firefighter EMTs, and they go to paramedic school within the first 3 years. That firefighter EMT, when they get on the job, they make $55,000 base pay. I find it hard to believe that there's $45,000 of a $55,000 salary in additional cost to this city. The fire chief has an objective to get a rescue car or an ambulance in every station in this city. Okay, currently there's 5 fire stations that do not have a rescue car or a transport vehicle. So, if you put 2 people on each unit, which is typically how they're staffed, there's 3 shifts, so that's 6. 5 stations, 6 times 5, 30. Sounds like the grant that we were trying to get. Those vehicles are already purchased. They were purchased a couple of years ago. And as the fire chief stated to you, there are supply chain issues on why these vehicles aren't here today. They are coming. So it's important that we get this grant so that we can put rescue cars at every fire station. That's years and years ago that should have been done. In regards to Fire Station 24, we've already had $12 million promised to us in a budget that just vanished. It's nowhere. Nobody can answer where it is. So what's different about this year when we get money promised to us for a fire station? The reserve fund, as you said, Chairman, it's the rainy day fund. Well, guess what, council? It's raining. Fire rescue has deficits that are decades in the making, not years, decades in the making. And it's time to stop kicking the can down the road and start fixing what we should have done a long time ago. If we're gonna spend a year, I have about 15 more seconds if you don't mind, sir.
Go ahead.
If we're gonna spend a year on design for fire stations that we continue to copy and paste over and over again, why don't we put that time to use and start designing a fire station that is safer and closer to industry standards to help support our firefighters?
Thank you very much, sir.
We don't want a victory if it comes on the cost of the backs of our brothers and sisters in blue. We do not want that victory. We're here together.
Thank you very much. All right, yes, sir. Next speaker, please state your name.
Thanks, sir. John Miller, Vice President, Tampa Police Benevolent Association. So appreciate staff putting together what seems like a fairly comprehensive budget. There are some things I really liked about the budget, some things that I still have some concerns about. I like the fact that they kept the matching grant money in there for the 30 extra officers. I think that is absolutely vital. I like that they looked at continuing to fund our vehicles fully from the CIT funding versus using that for other purposes. My concerns were a couple of things. One, we had asked for additional funding on top of the CIT money. So the CIT money, although nice, it does not cover all of our needs. So going back to that, it's going to be the same thing as previous years. Vehicles are just getting older. It's going to become a longer life cycle replacement time. Take every dollar that you take out of that you'd use to send to something else is a dollar more that causing an issue for us long term. So I don't think that doing that is a quick fix when you could do things like he's talking about with the fire stations. I think that they're all vital. The public safety, police and fire is vital. I think that there's other ways to do it. I think that we had a councilman that's been, it's probably the fourth or fifth time that I've heard him basically bring up that in October that you're going to be looking at the possibility of bonding things. I'm a believer that in bonding stuff like that, in a time when I'm having a crisis in the house as far as money goes, I don't look to then pay my entire mortgage off all at one time. I look to mortgage or bond things out in the long term. I think that major rehabs of fire stations, that is something else that I bond because I'm not going to use it all in 1 year. It's not going to be the end of the fiscal year, we're having to do it again the next year. It's not a one-time thing. That's going to make the fire station last an extra 20, 30 years, and that should be continue to be paid for, in my opinion, over the course of time. I think that, asking someone, should we use this for this important need or this important need when they're both important? I mean, that's asking like somebody, do you need food, do you need water? Well, technically, I guess I need water first, but I still need food. I think that the fire department, not only are they going to need their vehicles, they do need the fire stations. I think that there's a way to do both of them. One of them, the major expense of the infrastructure through bonding. The other concern that I have, the last one, and then I'll relinquish any time left, is in relation to manning. It was on the slide, a 50% reduction in overhire positions to TBD. So that brings us down, if I'm correct, Chief, from 20 to 10, which basically means now 10 overhire positions, which I think is still doable if you increase this by the 30 officers, that is the matching funds. The concern then is those overhire, you're basically diluting the value of the 30 officers now when you start cutting overhires, because that's basically how long we overhire when we know that somebody's anticipating on leaving, because it takes so long to send someone through all of the training so that they can actually then go out to the street. Otherwise, you're basically, yes, you'll have a body, you'll see them in about 6 months. And so reducing the number of overhires, make no mistake, it dilutes the value of the 30 officers because now you still don't have near as many bodies on the street.
Thank you very much.
Thank you much.
All right, Mr. Stocco? Yes, sir?
Hey, good evening, Council. Nick Stocco, President of Tampa Firefighters, the firefighters here. You're in your neighbor, in your backyards. I want to thank everyone for their time always on the phone, as well as the passionate and heartfelt stories that we've heard today. The housing crisis is a serious, dire need. As public safety and first responders, firefighters, paramedics, we do tend to a lot of the homeless, but it goes hand in hand with housing. As we do increase square footage and more occupiable space, we do need to have the fire protection services to be able to help the housing needs. The fire union, you all are probably sick and tired of my emails. I know you are, I see it in your face. And I flood you guys with emails because we've provided you with all the information you've needed that we've been repeating over and over and over again for many years. It's time to act. It's time to do something. I've sent the same documentation over and over and over again. It's time to act. It's time to do something. We are in a crisis with fire stations. 70% of our fire stations are past their life expectancy. And as you heard, 1 to 3 years to build one. If we don't act today, we're further moving back and further moving back than we already have been. As you heard, we were promised, not just we were promised, the citizens were promised a fire station. You all let the citizens down, not just the firefighters. Think about that one. The firefighters that are here behind me, the people are here in housing that spoke from the heart. When the heart stops ticking, who comes to get you? The firefighters, the paramedics, all the ones behind me that know what it's like to save a life. That's what we do. We save lives. Early defibrillation and resuscitate people. You tell me what matters the most. Saving lives is what matters the most to local government, and that's public safety, and that's what we do as firefighters, and that's what we do as firefighter paramedics. We need the help, we need the support, we need health and safety in our living conditions. 1914 is when Station 6 was built. 8 years ago, it was remodeled through donations, 13 ugly men. We need these living conditions to be sustainable so we can see retirement. We're not making it past 5 years. We're going to start introducing you guys some firefighters that have passed because of the health and safety conditions that we have right here in our backyard. And you all can start by making a difference in investing into our lives by these stations that we live in, not by choice. We have to go there. That's where we work. Let's do the right thing and put public safety, specifically fire, at the forefront so we can get out of these horrible living conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker? Yes, sir.
Rick Pfeiffer. Obviously, there's a lot of things that have been promised to a lot of people in this city for a long time. I'm doing a little bit of a history lesson. I know that's normally Mr. Miranda's area. But in '87, I started paying attention to the city budget when I was getting my master's in public administration. I've watched a budget that's grown and grown and grown and grown. I thought it was top-heavy then. I hear a lot of things get delayed, but I've watched a budget that literally in the last 9 years has grown 125%. The previous 15 years, it grew 135%. If our budget is growing that rapidly, why is it there's not firehouses? Why is it we don't have the money for housing? Where is the money going? When I managed contracts for the state, I used to see a detailed line item of what was being proposed in their budget. I don't think that's what you guys get, because I can't find it in any place that I've looked online. Okay? The idea, I've heard bonding and fees and this, that, and the other. A good friend of mine who used to be on council, he lost his council race because he objected to the idea of using bond money to buy fire equipment that would be in the junkyard before the bonds were due. Our last mayor was on council when that was done. And yet he spent the whole wad for the BP settlement on what, redoing Julian Lane Park? That's like taking a luxury cruise when your roof is leaking. Okay, we've got so many unmet needs, and every year they seem to get kicked down the road. I applaud the fact that y'all start looking at the budget. It's the one thing the charter says you have complete control over every nickel that's spent. Please, 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 go further with that. Ask for more detailed budgets and look at this a lot longer than a month before you're expected to pass it. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening, council. My name is Elton Lassiter. I am the lead organizer for Florida Rising, but I'm here to read a statement from one of our coalition partners. The statement is from Coy Jones, and she is the Florida Political Director of 1199 SEIU. Healthcare Workers East, the largest union of caregivers and other staff in hospitals and nursing homes across the state. Says our union of 35,000 caregivers and other workers at hospitals and nursing homes in Tampa and across Florida provides some of this community's and society's greatest need, caring for our sick, our elderly, and other vulnerable, often with very low wages. While caring for others, they struggle to pay their own bills and support their own families. Rising housing costs are making it even more difficult and sometimes impossible for these dedicated caregivers to live here. They desperately need support from the city and leaders to provide rental relief and access to affordable housing. Without help and these programs, our most essential workers will not be able to live here. If we lose the people who care for our sick and or our elderly loved ones, where will we be? So on behalf of 1199 SEIU members and many more thousands of other caregivers here in Tampa Bay, we ask commissioners to properly fund affordable housing in the current budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am. Next speaker.
Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry. Okay, now that I've woke everybody up. Well, bottom line is, you know, I love my little numbers.
Zoom out, please, so we can see
I'm
it.
sorry.
We can't see it.
Let me zoom out a little bit, and of course I make these while I'm sitting here thinking, because I don't come in here prepared anymore. First of all, I want to say that right here, I have 3 promises that were broken. 3. I have 3 statements that were made here in front of this council that were broken. And I'm very, very concerned that we're all going to go home tonight with our $10 million, and it should be reoccurring. Didn't you just say that, Mr. Rogero, that it's not reoccurring, the $5 million?
Ma'am, it's.
Okay, I won't talk to him anymore.
Right.
But the bottom line is, if it's not reoccurring, then we're not going to have the money we need. Okay, so we have to put that first and foremost. I spent 2 seconds online and Googled it. Housing cuts the need for police and fire. It gets people off the street. They get medical care. They have a roof over their head. They are not out committing crimes. But the folks who are on the street are 40% more likely to be victims of violent crime. They're 27% more likely to be victims of nonviolent crime. So that right there tells you that if we are spending our money being preventative instead of reactive, that's where we need to go in every single situation. I'm very concerned that we were told last year we were getting 5.5, and then I go back and watch it, and man, it was like watching a snake charmer. Because when I went back and looked this year, a year later, I went, holy crap, that's what they said. They were very careful with their wording. I have a problem with that 5.5 million going to solid waste. And they said, oh, the money is already spent. But yet, on Thursday's agenda, there's $500,000 for equipment for solid waste. That $500,000 should be going to where? Ding, 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 housing. Because that's what we were told a year ago. We were told in 2021 that we were getting a fire station. How do people sleep at night when they lie to the public? I'm sorry, but that's a lie. If you told us you were going to do something, then by God, you do it. If I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to move heaven and earth to do it. And I know that most of you as people would do that as well. Instead, we're being lied to. Why? What's the point? Where are we going with all this money that we can't possibly give up? What are you doing with it? I thought this lady brought up Jesus tonight, and I think she did a good point. Somebody needs to start doing some praying, because you can't lie to folks. You cannot lie to folks over and over again and expect them to trust you. And I'm not talking about council, because council didn't take the money away for the fire station. Council didn't take the money away for housing.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If there's nobody else, Ms. Lockett will be our last speaker. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Scaglione, you want to speak too? You'll be our last speaker then. Yes, ma'am. Oh, Mr. Robinson's going to close this out. All right, Ms. Lockett. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, council. First, I want to say with the CFO, when he's presenting and he does not, material fund balance, I sat back there wondering, what does that mean? And he indicated that he wasn't sure what it meant. So if he's presenting something about the material fund balance and no one knows what it means, that's important, right? We're talking about the budget. Housing needs to be fully funded. I think you've heard it over and over again. And when I say fully funded, you're saying 10, so however 10 comes, we take it. Reoccurring funds also, right? Because they need the ability to be able to get loans, move the money forward, and plan long-term. We are all readjusting our finances. I'm readjusting my finances. So I think it's all unfair that the city has to readjust theirs. In regards to people, I've been mobilizing people here for a very long time, and you guys know it. The new council members are unaware unless you watched on television, but people have pleaded, cried, begged for something to be done around housing. Today, I said, you know what? Let me try something different with council. Because all the people that with LGBTQIA, Jewish Caucus, Disability Caucus, 1199, Democratic Progressive Caucus, Hillsborough County Democratic Black Caucus, Faith in Florida, TOBA, Urban League. When you're going out to on the campaign trail, you're looking for these people for their endorsement. So I contacted them to say, hey, we need you to come down here, Omega Psi Phi. We need for you to come down here because they're going to come and ask you something in a year or so. And we do not need short memories. $5 million taken out of a $1.9 million budget is a small feat. And I see the heads shaking in regards to agreeing, so I'm hoping that y'all stick to your guns and fund housing. I've been so laser focused on housing. I'm not against fire. I love my firemen. I think of course, we should fund fire. I think the top two concerns are housing and fire, right? Because in fire has been not given their due for years because of police. I'm not against police, but in regards to priority. So please take this seriously, have the courage to fund housing totally and make the fire department your the second important department.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lockett, after public comment concludes, I'm gonna make a motion to move the $5 million in reserves to housing. That will add to the $5.5 million and the $1.7 million, so it brings us over $12 million total. So.
Thank you. Is that okay?
All right. No, I'll make the motion when everybody's done. Mr. Scaglione. Mr. Scaglione.
Andy Joe Scaglione, good evening. As you know, I was here on September 5th, left here at 1:50 in the morning. Last week, monitored on the phone from 3 o'clock to 10 p.m. And the CFO presentation I saw earlier, I'd like to thank staff. I'd like to thank you all for listening to the feedback that we have been giving y'all and working together and being true public servants. If everybody leaves today, good negotiations, everybody leaves today a little bit not happy, we've done a good job. If somebody leaves very happy and we haven't done a good job, and I feel like we're all gonna leave a little unhappy tonight. Two big concerns that I have are bonding. Debt is not your friend, okay? You're taking out a mortgage for our kids to pay. And when you look at cost of funds being at a 22-year high, bonding's not what you should be looking at today, okay? Pay as you go, The fees, you never get them back in a bond. There's tremendous amount of fees, so just think about that, please.
Please silence all cell phones. Yes, sir.
Reserves. There's best management practices, BMPSs that we use in business, and reserves should only go to one-time capital expenditures. They should never go to reoccurring expenses. When you start doing that, you're gonna bust the bank, okay? Because it will continue. I prefer CIT. As you know, I'm a big CIT person. If we get this renewed, we can bring in, if we don't make the same mistakes as in the past, we can bring in close to $15 million a year. Let's not bond it and bond it out on, as a previous speaker, Mr. Pfeiffer said, on something that lasts 10 years and we're bonding it out for 30. So again, that very good point. I wholeheartedly, one of the main things, reasons I came tonight, was actually to thank the mayor and John Bennett on their physical responsibility, hard work, and discipline regarding the raise. We didn't make the same mistakes that we have in the past. We didn't give away the farm. I wish the raise that in St. Pete, great success. As I've said in real estate, you pay for a good location once, like Tampa, you pay for an inferior location every day. Costs you the same amount to staff it, costs you the same amount to put the lights on, costs you the same amount to build it. Again, I wish them well, but they made a mistake. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Robinson. And you'll be the last speaker. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Joe Robinson. Thank you, Dr. Bennett. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Legal Department. You can put $100 million in housing, but with the system we have for implementation, it'll take 10 years to get it all spent. So that's your problem. You're not spending your money at the city fast enough. Spend it fast enough, you'll get more. See, when you sit back and money just sit there, we have $19 million sitting in West Tampa CRA for implementation. That's your biggest problem in the city. I've told the city administration that. I done told the CRA staff and all of them that you can implement housing. How can we implement housing initiatives, especially the CRA programs and projects? Implementation is a serious problem with any construction administration project. Don't take that long to build a fire station if you're reusing the plans, but I'm an engineer and I'm gonna be quiet, okay? Because I got them in checkmate right now. Okay, but I'm gonna just leak that to you. It takes a long time to spend money because implementation. You're sitting there, got all this money in the budget, $2 billion, and you got one department can't get it done. Why? We put $2 million in a park in Ray Park. Ain't nothing happening. Why? Don't get me started where I know the problem is. It's implementation. It's construction administration. That department needs to be revamped. And Mr. Bennett's trying his best to do it. And so does purchasing. Now, those are your problems at the city. Those are your roadblocks. But if you want to be mayor, can we respect the government affairs department that oversee our lobbyists? Yes, we can. If you want to be mayor, can we balance the budget without taking money from the poor, the homeless, in the slum and blighted areas, commonly referred to as CRAs? Yes, we can. If you want to be mayor, can we work with the existing mayor administration harmoniously? Yes, we can. If you want to be mayor, can the city's EBO department be funded to monitor all the capital projects, water, sewer, solid waste, development agreements for compliance? Yes, we can if you want to be mayor. But if you don't want to be mayor, don't do any of those things. And I leave you with this thought. Implementation is not happening. And I know how to get it implemented, but I don't get paid to do that, okay? But don't get to the point where it becomes public corruption. I'm gonna leave you with that thought and 10 seconds on the clock.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back to council's questions, comments, discussion. We're taking a break. Thank you. You gotta speak into the mic, speak into the mic. Wait. All right, I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting back to order. Let's get roll call, please.
Carlson. Kurtek. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Here. Miranda. And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right, we're back in session. Thank you very much. At this time, we can go to city council questions or comments. Councilmember Miranda, let's just go in order. Do you have anything at this time, sir?
No, listen, I think you're consciously, and we're just working to finalize this budget as best we can.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Vieira.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate that. Just really quick, if I may, I wanted to especially thank, I don't know if they're still here, we had 3 members of our Budget Advisory Committee. Mr. Scaglione is here, Ms. Sanchez was here, I don't think she's here anymore, and Ms. Pointer was here. If I'm missing anyone, I apologize, but just a lot of hard work as folks can tell, and I wanted to thank everybody from the community for coming and speaking out, et cetera. Very, very much so appreciated. A couple of things I wanted to stress. I had Ms. Clay, Karen Clay, come up and speak on people with disabilities. And today, in fact, I was meeting with our friends from the Hive, a wonderful organization that advocates for accessible housing for people with different disabilities. I fully support what individuals like Councilman or Chairman Maniscalco have said with regards to housing, and I want to see that happen. What I want to do is a motion to make sure that, and I'm just going to say, it appears that there's 12% of our population here has some sort of a disability, that the city can have 12% of this money go to accessible housing that is geared towards people with disabilities for the funding that we're going to be looking at this year. Council, any objections?
So you're asking for, of the $12 plus million in housing, that 12% go to ADA funding or people with disabilities.
Yes,
Housing
sir.
for you.
That's it.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Carlson made the second. Councilwoman Hurtak, your hand is up.
Yes, and I want to say, I think there was another person, it might have been Ms. Clay, might have been someone else, who mentioned the fact that we should really try to get as much of our housing accessible as possible. I don't know that I want to set a number on it because I want to go beyond that number.
Sure.
I don't know, I think Ms. Travis is here. If Ms. Travis might speak to how we can actually make sure that we just encourage, just see how much we can, because I think she made a good point, how we have a lot of elderly coming on, people who are younger that have disabilities. It's got to be more than 12% that are going to need that assistance.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I just wanted to ask Ms. Travis if she could speak to how we can include that more.
Good evening, Council. Nicole Travis, Administrative Development and Economic Opportunity. So Florida Building Code already addresses ADA accessibility, so you have to include that in any new development anyway. To put a restriction or a percentage on the funding that you're going to do for development makes it much more restrictive. I think we can try to achieve that, but if you put a percentage on it, you might end up with funds that we can't spend as fast, if that makes sense. But I think that as an aspirational goal, you certainly can do that.
I mean, is that something that we could just put in our, when we're looking at things, we're looking at like 30%, or maybe ground floor units would be ADA compliant, or I don't know.
Yes, you can do that, but understand, so what I would recommend to you is that we not play the role of developer and not be, the private sector will take care of that, right? So we need to partner with developers, and putting such restriction on having a certain percentage of your units, it may be more restrictive, or it limits my pool of with the developers that I can work with and negotiate. But if you list that as something that's aspirational, we certainly will work towards that. But I don't think you want to be as restrictive going into this as you can.
Thank you, ma'am. And I appreciate Councilwoman Hurtak, your thoughts, very, very valuable. So, I mean, there are projects that, and number one, you're right, that obviously everything has to be ADA accessibility. That's a presumption in the law. and whatnot, but I'm talking about things like, for example, group homes. And different things that are narrowly tailored to people with certain kinds of disabilities. My oldest brother, Juan, for example, lives in a group home, New Horizons group home in Brandon, which is specifically for persons with intellectual disabilities. So what I would like to see is, number one, we can put that as an aspiration, make it the 10 strong suggestions, maybe not the 10 commandments, as I say. But number two is to have that as a goal, which is the city investing. And we have you all meeting with the Hive and different organizations for some sort of a development which is for persons with disabilities. So we can have that as an aspiration. So what I'm actually going to do is, Mr. Chairman, may I make a motion on something to come back at a later time before council today? Or is it just on action for today?
Council, I would request that you hold it for another day.
Okay, I will. So
Thursday we have a regular meeting.
That's
so we'll
fine.
bring it up.
So
Please.
what I'll do, if I may, is with your advice and with council's advice as well, Councilwoman Hurtak, and thank you, Councilman Carlson, for the second, is set that as an aspiration for, what the hell, let's do 15%. And up from 12%, if I may. That's my motion. And then I will motion with the money that we're getting to see to it that we can do something that is exclusively for persons with disabilities. There's such a big population in that regard. So that's my motion, not for it to come back because we can't do that today. I'll do that Thursday.
So you have an existing motion on the floor?
Yes, sir.
With a second?
Yes. Yes, that we encourage city staff to do 15% aspiration of housing for people with, narrowly tailored for people with disabilities. And then I'll make a motion on Thursday to kind of give that some teeth, if I may.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor?
Can we have more discussion, please?
Oh, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you. Are you talking about for this budget year, in this current budget that we're talking about right now?
Yes, ma'am.
From that percentage that we haven't actually decided upon?
Yep, well, yes, I mean, if you want to vote against it, you may, but again, this is
I'm
taking a
just
presumption,
clarifying.
this is taking a presumption that we are going to pass something for housing, so to the extent that we put, whether it's $1 or $10 million in housing, that we have an aspiration of 15% to that to go with people with disabilities, and then I will motion, which I haven't done, for it to come back on, for me to motion on Thursday to come back at a later time for a specific housing project. So to the extent that we dedicate $1 or $10 million or $10 trillion, that we have that aspiration. So that's it.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, madam.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And thank you, Mr. Chair. And two other brief ones, if I may. I wanted to ask Ms. Nguyen, if I may, thank you very much. And I should have given you the go-ahead or the warning before that, so my apologies. With regards to Parks and Recreation, can you or anyone opine on what we are additionally putting in the budget this year for enhanced accessible playgrounds outside of our CRAs? We appear to have everything a lot taken care of within our CRAs, but outside of the CRA, do y'all have a set money amount that's being put for accessible playground equipment outside of the CRAs in this year's budget?
Osea Nguyen, Administrative Neighborhood and Community Affairs. I would have to come, I don't have that information in front of me. If you give me a minute, I can
Yes, ma'am.
probably get it.
If you
But,
want to,
yeah.
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, so what we do, I can tell you this, whenever we put in a playground, we put in accessible equipment. So if that answers your, and we are set on that.
If you could look at that and maybe just pull me aside so
I
that we
will.
don't take up council's time.
Okay, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I really appreciate you. And then third, if I may, Mr. Chairman, with regards to the fire stations, I do want to take council back to the urgency of this. Remember, do y'all remember in the old council when Joe Greco, the David Lee Roth of Local 754 came here when we were in COVID, he was on the second floor and gave that impassioned speech on fire stations. It got all over the media. Joe was virtually crying out of emotion. And here we are 2.5 years later, and we've gotten Station 25. That's a big deal, but we ought to have some more big deals. I wanted to ask our Chief of Staff, John Bennett, if you could, you were telling me outside, sir, regarding the projected path that y'all have for Station 24, just so that the public can see, because what I want to do, right, is to make sure that we have liftoff here today 100% liftoff with enforceability. I'm gonna motion on Thursday for this to come back to us in January. I'm also gonna motion for the bond discussion to come back to us in October, not December, so that we can get a resolution of that, because our friends in fire and the community they serve, I think, need to see that the train has left the station on this. So, sir, if you don't mind.
No, thank you, John Bennett, Chief of Staff. I appreciate the question, because when we first arrived in the administration with council 4 years ago, the first thing Mayor Castor asked of the fire chief was for a sort of a master plan moving forward. We understood where the stations, especially 24, where they were aligned based on the previous administration. We obviously are data-driven. I had asked to see what's called the standard of cover report to see where the data was for the last 5 years. We got a report from the fire union about station placement from the deeper side of the IAFF, which was valuable. And then, of course, we had that even updated a couple of years ago. And as recent as last year, I took the data from Chief Tripp and tried to code it by council district to see where the strengths and weaknesses were. We have a lot of catching up to do in fire, and the mayor knows that, council knows that, and clearly the men and women of Tampa Fire Rescue know that, as well as Chief Tripp. And we're going to continue to work together. But specifically to your question on Fire Station 24, you know, Mr. Rogero had talked about it, but I think it's important that we really drill down on where we're heading here. I'm going to throw this slide up here that's right out of the capital improvement budget. And the reason I think this is important is it's already been mentioned, there's 1.5 million in there. And when you listen to Ms. Duncan about the journey of either 9 to 12 months to get to design and then do a few other things, we have to see what's shovel ready and what's actionable. So I do believe that if the capital improvement budget gets passed the way it is, then everything will start moving forward. Councilman Vera, you're exactly right. When we look at Fire Station 13 and its criticality 3 to 4 years ago with then President Joe Greco, the call load in 13 was unacceptable. And to try and to frag that out some more by Station 25, Station 24 is actually embedded in Station 13, so they're co-located right now. And Chief Tripp has been working hard with us in support to try and separate those two stations and put it in the best and highest use location. I even approached USF and to see if they would build us a fire station, because we service USF because of the new stadium, and then we would fill it with 24 since we already had the resources. And it could go either out the back door to Fowler, or it could go out the front door to New Tampa and serve beyond that campus. But to date, we really haven't had any opportunity to move that forward. So it's still out there. But regardless, we're going to take care of our own. You can see that the capital improvement program puts almost $19.5 million over the 5-year span. Now, of course, those timelines can be compressed down based on how fast we can move. But in addition to that, I think the balance of the whole plan, besides 24, is what Chief Tripp said, to get those fire stations filled with those rescue units, because I can tell you, I coded last year's calls for service, and we're dealing with a majority of our calls are medical, and we don't need our fire engines running the wheels off going to medical calls.
And if I may, unless Mr. Rogero.
Thank you, Council. Dennis Rogero, Chief Financial Officer. Just a couple clarifications. That $20 million right now is anticipated to be bonded or with debt service, so that's we don't have that cash, nor do we anticipate having that cash on hand within the next few years. And this is not part of the proposed capital improvement program. This would be part of, should council choose to, the revised proposed capital improvement program that council will be approving tonight. Thank you.
And may I, Mr. Chair, briefly? Thank you very much. So, you know, the reason I brought up the issue of bonding, nobody likes debt, nobody likes borrowing, we've done it for other projects, is, you know, I tried putting forth a compromise on more revenue that I suggest would be dedicated to fire stations and public safety. You know, again, there's reasonable people can disagree, and nobody likes, you know, certain things, and just the way it is. But, you know, we got to get this thing done. We got to get this thing done. I'm tired of looking at Tampa Fire Rescue, and as the old song goes, trying to get $1 out of 15 cents. I'm tired of it. We got to have a certain way of funding things through an assured funding mechanism, and if it's bonds, then let's just do it. But let's just do it and get it done. And that's why I'm gonna be motioning to bring this thing back in October. I think that's very, very important. And also, if I may, Chief Bennett, you had also talked about that this budget also includes a new vehicle to help out. I think it was 22 with K-Bar Ranch. Is that correct?
So as you heard both the union and Chief Tripp speak about the 5 stations, Chief Tripp was innovative and was able to get a rescue unit, I believe, in Station 19 in South Tampa. So that leaves 5 rescue units that are not in existing fire stations. And so it's my understanding that Station 22, which would serve the K-Bar area, would receive a rescue vehicle and the complement of those firefighter paramedics that are in the budget.
Yeah. So whenever that happens, please let us know.
We will.
And I would really, encourage, if we have we should, number one, we should have something for K-Bar Ranch. K-Bar Ranch is an area of the city of Tampa, New Tampa, that's recently built. They feel like they don't get a lot of love from the city of Tampa. And, little hint, they really don't, because they're new. It's kind of the Alaska of the city of Tampa. So I'd love to see that happen. But I really want to thank all of City Council for all of your support on this issue for the new and North Tampa area. I really do believe that we're going to, that train's going to leave the station, that there's nothing going to be stopping it at all. And I really thank everybody on City Council, Councilman Carlson, Hurtak, Clendenin, Maniscalco, Henderson, and Miranda, everybody for y'all's help on that for you in North Tampa, because it's very much so needed. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just gonna say it publicly. I'm afraid you're gonna hit me one day.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the Cuban.
I'm just afraid that you might hit me one day. Yeah, I keep backing up. Okay, I think that the plan that has been presented by staff should move forward as is, including putting the housing money specifically, adding the funding to housing and being very specific about that, because we have an opportunity to, it's a plan. We can make adjustments as we go. I think it's solid for us to move forward with it being in the position that it is right now, and I'll just leave it at that. I won't take up much more of council's time.
Thank you very much. First, I want to say, again, thank you to Chief Bennett, to Mr. Massey, Mr. Perry, Mr. Rojero. I see Ms. Delman here, and everybody else in the city that have worked tirelessly, especially since last Wednesday, because it's been nonstop, and I've been in communication with you all, and I appreciate you proposing this and bringing this forward to us. And most importantly, I want to thank the City Council, because each council member up here has been diving deep into this budget, and I appreciate all of you. It's not been easy, and we have 2 new council members, and you've worked diligently and very, very hard, and I just want to acknowledge that, because you've done a great job. I mentioned earlier about housing, taking money from the reserves, the $5 million, to move it to housing, which would add to the $5.5 million and then the $1.7 million. So it would give us a total of, yes?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could I ask you, please, if you're going to make a motion, before you make a motion, could you just please separate those 2 motions? That the idea of using the 1%, the $5 million from reserves, is a separate decision from the housing. I plan on voting for both, but the connection of the 2 of them is a political construct, and they're separate from a financial point of view. They're separated. If you make them separate, I'll vote for both of them, but I just would like.
So you mean separate motion, as in take $5 million from the reserves and move it to housing?
No, don't move it. You're not moving it. It's like
take it out of the reserves and put it in the.
You're not putting it anywhere. You're just it's just going into the available money, and then you're separately, a separate motion would put $5 million more into housing.
Yeah, I mean, that, Mr. O'Hara, that would be fine for clarity. I mean, it reaches the same goal. No, I understand.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. May I inquire of Mr. O'Hara? Mr. O'Hara, would you assist council in giving the proper verbiage as to how it's constructed in terms of accounts, so it fits into your governmental accounting, so that when it's reviewed down the road, everybody knows it means the same thing?
Certainly. I think it's adequate to say that you'd like to make a motion to use $5 million from the anticipated fund balance for the expenses. You don't have to, you know, further to Mr. or Councilman Carlson, for the expenses that have been laid out before you tonight.
Okay.
And then as, when you get to the, if and when you get to the expense component, that the $5.2 million in housing is part of that expense component. Are you getting ready to make that motion now, sir? Could I just say one point of clarification regarding the fund balance?
Yes, sir.
If you, and again, I'm not trying to dissuade anybody, but you heard some comments tonight that perhaps we didn't get the SAFER grant because of our fund balance level. I have not heard that. The grant manager has not heard that, but I will, if I can have the Elmo up. And I'm not saying those that said it were wrong, but I will say, in 2021, we received a SAFER grant for double the amount we asked for, and that was our highest fund balance in nearly a decade.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, sir, and thank you, Councilman Carlson. I think I absolutely agree. Just for clarity, and so it's on the record that the money will be allocated for a specific purpose, so there's no confusion. Then I'd like to pass the gavel to the vice chair to make the motion. So my first motion would be to take $5 million out of the reserve funds to put in available spending for a specific expense. And I'll make that.
I don't want to get nerdy and wonkish, but if we could specify it to fund balance, please, the anticipated fund balance, as opposed to reserve.
Can you restate the motion?
Okay, so I would like to make a motion for clarity to take $5 million from the general fund balance to be made available for a specific expense that I will dictate in the next motion.
We have a,
Oh, yeah, could you just say for, available for expenses?
Okay,
That's fine for our purposes.
all right, I'd like to make a motion to take $5 million from the general fund balance to be made for expenses.
Second.
we have a motion from Chairman Maniscalco. We have a second from Councilman Carlson. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, can I ask? Mr. Bennett, can you tell me, does the mayor support this?
John Bennett, Chief of Staff. As far as the fund balance goes, obviously you heard Mr. O'Hara, who's speaking from behalf of the administration, just talk about the risk factors. Of course, the mayor's strategic plan, 1/5 of it is housing. So that's why we're working together collaboratively to get the right outcome.
But does she support moving, you put it as an option, but is the mayor support?
Yeah, we're deferring to council on that to make sure that housing priorities are met to the best possible way.
It was, I think in the last meeting, my colleague recommended it or suggested it, and you all went through the list, you accepted some things and didn't others. I presume since it came back that the administration does not object to it. And I've been probably the biggest advocate for fund balance on city council for the last 4 years, because I believe strongly in that.
And that's why we made it an option, because we know there's council members that are, as we've talked about, in the all hazard environment we're in, the fund balance is very important, as you heard Mr. O'Hara say, but so is housing. And so we're supportive of the best outcome.
But in an effort to make sure that this is collaborative, it would be nice to not read an article tomorrow that says, there goes city council hurting our bond rating.
I don't expect something like that, Councilman.
Okay, thank you.
Any more discussion?
I don't think it will hurt our bond rating, by the way. I've been told it will not.
I think, when we do, this is our budget now, as I recall, told by the city attorney and so forth and so on, and we know that already. So I would imagine that you will find out real soon when you send the budget back if it's approved or not approved. So I mean, that's the way it works. So we would know that, I guess, by Thursday, I'm sure.
Any further? So my comments on this is that I'm always gravely concerned about spending into our reserves. I believe that, honestly, I know people are struggling, but in a macro scale, this is the good times. We haven't had a major hurricane, we haven't had disasters, and so that fund is our rainy day fund, especially that portion between the 20% and whatever else we have to be able to spend money. That being said, I also believe that housing is a crisis. That's why I put that 5 million on the board, and I also put that, pulling money from the reserve funds on the board when we did that brainstorming exercise last week. So as much as it pains me to spend into the reserves, I think right now we do have a problem, we have a crisis that we have to resolve. So I'll be supporting this motion. Is there any other discussion? Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you know, my thoughts are kind of the same. Something that Mr. Scaglione said, I think kind of makes sense, which is going into the reserves for something that is ongoing for years, it can be very, very problematic. I want to highlight again the idea that there was a tax increase proposed with associated spending. City Council turned down the tax increase. Again, I'm not saying that as pointing fingers. I voted against the tax increase in its largest form. And then with that went the financial support to support that spending. Now we're looking at cuts to support that spending. And this is part of that. So again, I do agree to go into the reserves for affordable housing because this is a real crisis. I know that next Thursday our friends in the County Commission are going to be dealing with this issue and whatnot. And so again, I am amenable to that, but I did want to mention that for historical background. Thank you, sir.
So we have a couple council persons that want to speak again, but do you want to speak for the first time?
Yeah, I just want to make
Councilwoman
sure.
Henderson.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I just want to make sure that we continue with the 5.5 million from 2023
Yes.
plus the 5 million.
Yes.
Just want to make sure that that's clear to the audience as well.
That's my next
Not-
motion.
Okay.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much for my second time. Let me just say this. 40% of us can't afford a $400 emergency in America. 60% of us can't afford a $600 emergency. Americans of 350-some million are in debt now for over $1 trillion on credit cards. Just think of that interest at 18 to 22% or whatever. We're looking at something in the future to continue serving the public the best we can on an idea and a hope that when this ends, that's a CIT tax, in 2026, it will be approved sometime in 26 or early 27. What happens if it doesn't? You have 4 animals are called government. Small animals, that's us, city. Larger animals is the county. Big animals is the state. And the federal government is the animal of all that controls the budget. Those are the ones that are responsible. And the city has helped out as much, and I think Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Clendenin talked about it. I'm all for helping people in need, but I also realize as a Tampa Housing Authority, along with the county, the state and the federal government has much more responsibility than this city or any other city. And we're trying to do the best we can to solve this problem temporarily. I was taught many years ago, when I first got a credit card, my father gave me one advice. If you can't pay it at the end of the month, don't use it. That's when I was in the housing projects. I can tell you that if you use it and you pay 22%, you lose over 20% of your buying power because you got to pay that interest. It's incumbent upon all of us to realize that this city is doing all it can and has never done this before. And it was under Mayor Aureo that she had the toughest time ever as a leader of this city because she had to cut the force of city employees by 714 people, I believe. And if you think that wasn't difficult, just think of being the mayor, and you're the one that's going to have to do that. But that being said, let me just give the city employees now, in case they're listening and they think that something's going to happen to their job. Your jobs are safe. We want to assure you that what you're doing is appreciated and will never be forgotten. So right now, there is nothing to do. We're not cutting any jobs. I want to thank each and every one for doing what you do on a daily basis. But there comes a time, hopefully not, again, that our Aureo temperament of running government could happen at any time. Because she did a yeoman's job in making that reserve what it is today. And I'm kind of stuck in the middle because I was there when that happened. And I know how difficult it was. And yes, it's a 23 plus, But when you start fooling with that and then going to bonding at the same time, a lot of red flags go out. Not to us, but to the bonding agencies. And the way taxes are, and the way interests are, and the way things are in this country, the more you spend and the more you do things, the least you're going to get if you have a bonding situation and you have a situation where it's not the same income you had percent-wise because you had the reserve. So I'm not trying to be, I told you so, I don't do that. I'm just telling you, look at the future, and if that CIT tax, call it whatever you, it's an extension of a tax, really. But I said that in 1996, and I was the only one to vote against that CIT tax. You know why? Because you gave it all away. That's all I'm going to say. You do the research yourself. Go back to 96 and find out what happened. September 9th, 1996. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Carlson.
Just quickly, Mr. O'Hara, could you put that chart back up, please, about the fund balance?
Yes, sir.
The one with the, back to 2010 or whatever it was, 2007.
2007, yes, sir.
Okay, so you see on the left it has the millions of dollars and then it has the percentage. And so because of the increase in revenues this year, what is the additional revenues that we have to put in to keep it at 23%? Or is it like 10 or 20 million?
Yes. Yeah. Do you have a?
Okay, so, but we don't need an exact number, but last year's number was, what, 130 million?
It looks like maybe about 140 million, going up to about 155 million, but we'll calculate that.
Okay, so just roughly just to stay at 1% below, we have to add 15 million in, right?
Yes.
So I know this is semantics, but we're not dipping into the reserve fund. In fact, we're adding to the reserve fund.
Correct, sir.
I mean, we're adding roughly 10 million to the reserve fund. The difference is that there was a proposal to add 15 million. And so all we're doing is we're reducing the amount we add to the reserve fund. We're not taking any down.
Well said, yes.
The dollar amount is going up, the percentage is going down slightly, and I'm concerned because I want the percentage to go back up. But considering the housing crisis we have, I think it's okay because the dollar amount overall is going up substantially. Adding another 10 million is the right thing to do. We need to preserve this money because, as Councilmember Clendenin said, the only real rainy day fund is the 2%. So that's like 20 or 30 million with a budget of almost 2 billion. So I want to make sure that we protect that. But as we describe it, please let's say we decided, we didn't take anything out of it. We just decided to put less in this year than we wanted to.
I appreciate that clarification. I think that's an important point. We're not reducing it. We're simply adding less than we had initially planned. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. I support this measure wholeheartedly. Taking this money out is the right thing to do. As far as it goes with the CIT and the possibility of the future, we did that with AFT, and we waited and we hoped. And no one's gonna save us but us, so we have to spend money with what we're looking at today. We can't look forward, we can't worry about that. We have to worry about what our needs are today, and the community's been very clear that housing is their need. So I wholeheartedly support this.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Can we have, I'm sorry, Councilman Carlson, I'm sorry about that. Can we have a roll call vote?
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Chairman Maniscalco, you have another motion?
Yes, my second motion now is to take the $5 million that we've allocated for expenses and dedicate it / add it to the housing investment.
Can I?
Okay. We have a motion, we have from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Carlson. And in comments, I see Councilwoman Hurtak would like to speak.
If you maybe just want to say, I want to move 5 million, instead of talking about where it came from, I think that was the whole point of dividing them. So just say, I allocate $5 million toward housing.
So I hear somebody requesting a friendly amendment to that.
I'll correct
Okay.
I'll correct it.
Could we get
And just for clarification, it's minor, but it's not our plan, our revised proposed budget presented to you was actually $5.2 million for housing, plus nearly $1.9 million.
I believe I heard him say that he reserves the right to change his motion as new facts become available.
Okay.
So Councilman Maniscalco, would you like to restate your motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we spend the $5.2 million in housing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, that's on top of everything else. It's already there. It's already
Mr.
there.
Shelby.
Question, Mr. O'Hara, does it make any difference to couch that as a commitment?
It's already there.
I'm sorry, say
Does
again.
it make it a difference to couch that in the motion as a commitment? Or does it not make a difference?
But not to me. We'll take council's action and we'll.
I'm just talking from a budgetary
No,
standpoint.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Carlson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call. You want to discuss? Go ahead.
I'm gonna ask some questions of Nicole about the housing.
Turn on your mic.
We're going to have a couple of comments. We're all going to have a turn. We still three have to speak, so you want to save it for then?
Yeah, I'm saving all mine.
Yeah, because okay, never mind, I'll just hold it.
Okay. So we have a motion and we have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
And Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Can I
All
give
right.
this back to you now?
Thank you.
There you
So just for clarification, that is $5.2 million plus $5.5 million plus $1.7 million. So you total it and it's over $12 million in housing.
1.9, you said, did you?
Oh, you said 1.9?
It's 1.7. I misspoke.
Yeah,
And
it's
you are
1.7.
correct in your calculations, but that's not what council has approved so far. Council has only approved 5.2.
Right.
But you're
Yeah, because we
correct
need
in
to
your
approve
total.
the other budget. rest of
Yes,
the
we.
Yeah, we have,
there-
when we
yes,
approve the rest of
yeah,
the budget,
just-
it'll
just to
include those
clarify,
numbers,
yeah.
but it'll be $12+ million. Okay. That's it for me. Councilmember Clendenin.
Yes. Otherwise known as Carlson. Or I'm getting there. Good evening. I want to take my opportunity to speak, just to kind of recap some of the things I've heard tonight, which I agree. Councilman Miranda discussed the roles of government. And I really want to drive this point home, and that the city, city, county, state, federal, a lot of these issues, and I understand why people come to council, because we're the most accessible government, and we are public facing, so people can come down here and talk. It's much more difficult. You can't hardly get into the county commission. It's very difficult because our state capital is in Tallahassee, and of course nobody's going up to Washington to politic those folks for the most part, unless you're a paid lobbyist. But a lot of these issues that we're facing in the city of Tampa, even though the budget looks huge, our discretionary spending is so significant, is so small, that even these things that we're doing today, it's Band-Aids. The housing crisis is so much bigger than the city of Tampa can accommodate. We can't fix it. And what I'm really fearful of is I want to make sure people understand there's still going to be a crisis. If we get all this money approved, we're still going to have a housing crisis. And 12 months from now, we're still going to have a housing crisis. And there's going to be many, many more people that are burdened than that are today 12 months from now. It is your county, it is your state specifically. I urge you, and all those of you who are passionate, and I know someone who's standing against the wall does this actively. They go to Tallahassee. But that's where your voices really need to be heard, because they control these purse strings. They're the ones that can solve this. The governor can solve this. The people sitting up here on the dais can't solve it for you. We can do crisis intervention. I can save people from the street. I can give them temporary housing. I can put a roof on a senior citizen's house, to keep them from being homeless. But you know what? It's a Band-Aid. It's not even a Band-Aid. It's just holding my finger on a bleeding artery. And it's not going to get solved here tonight. So please take this energy and direct a proportionate amount to those folks that can solve this problem for you. It is your state legislature. It is your federal government. They're the ones that hold the purse strings. They're holding lots of money up there that doesn't filter down to us. They can fix this problem, we can't. So I'm all for, again, crisis intervention, I'm there, I'm with it. Reoccurring, I know people have talked about longer-term commitments. This council can't do that. It's 12 months at a time. We pass the budget for 12 months at a time, that's all we can do. I'd love to be able to have a longer range, but we can't. You know, we can have aspirational, as people talked about earlier, but as far as actually passing a budget, it's a 12-month budget. I can't commit funds for 24 months from now or 36 months. It's something I can't do at this process tonight, at this budget. We need to fund all 30 firefighters. I don't know where we're gonna get the money, but you know what? We've got vehicles coming. Again, when you call 911 and your loved one's heart has stopped, you expect fire and rescue to show up and bring them back to life for you. And we have the vehicles on order. We need to accommodate those vehicles, and we need to put the butts in the seats of those vehicles so that when you do need that crisis help, they're there for you. I'm honestly, I'm at a loss where, you know, limited amount of money. I know everybody's got to share the pain, but it just seems like a need, not a want. That being said, my last little piece of remark is I would like to make a motion to move $7 million from parking to be spent on paving.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin. We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote. Is there any discussion on this? Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried
Yes, sir.
unanimously.
And I don't know if this requires a motion or just clarity, but the $1.7 million for housing creation and preservation, I had an opportunity to do a sidebar conversation with some of our civic activists and Nicole Travis about the funds. I'm fully supportive of fully funding that $1.7 million. What I don't want to do is limit our flexibility. We could still possibly use it and maybe even more with some of the additional funding. So I don't want to tie the hands of housing in any way, so that over the next 12 months, we can be creative with this full funding stream that we're sending to that department. If we need more, let's say there's a hotel that we can procure, that we can do some debt services, maybe it's above and beyond that, for temporary housing, for crisis intervention, and if whatever that is, I want to make sure that in this budget that we have the flexibility of those housing leaders to be able to use those funds throughout the next 12 months for the best and greatest use of that money. So I don't know if that, because I know it's in there, you had debt services next to it, but I want to make sure that they have the ability to be flexible. They could take more or less out of these funds to be flexible.
Yeah, no, thank you. This approximately $1.7 million, if council chose tonight to commit it to debt service, we would provide, in fact, we have a draft capital improvement program for that particular purpose. If council's not ready to do that tonight, they can simply adopt the $1.658 million, and we would come back to you for a capital improvement program based on the flexibility that you've talked about and any other timeframes, for example, that you or housing leadership may have. But what's on the table right now is the 1.6.
I would move to the $1.658 million for housing, and then they can come back to us with a capital improvements plan.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. Councilman Hurtak, did you have comments?
Yeah, I totally disagree on that. This is what the housing department has asked for. Ms. Travis, could you come and talk to us about this and your goal for this? Because we have the 5.2 million that we just put in, but we're focused on this 1.6, and I have a lot of questions I was going to talk to her about when it's my turn, so I don't want to say too much, but I absolutely do not support not putting this toward bonding.
Good evening, Council. Nicole Travis, Administrative Development and Economic Opportunity. So to Councilman Clendenin's point of not restricting the funds, what Mr. Rogero put on the Elmo for you, I'm going to... We use the language housing creation and preservation specifically so that we have the flexibility and the latitude to do exactly what you were talking about. So it doesn't say that it's only for purchasing land, but it gives us the ability to partner with developers if there is a hole to be placed, similar to a previous development that you approved. So that flexibility is there with the language that's provided, and we worked with Mr. O'Hara on that. Regarding coming back, we have done, full disclosure, we've been in front of council, for the last year and a half, and we've done the work, and so we know how we would spend the money. We know which programs would go, which programs we would double the revenue for. So we know that tonight. And so Councilman Hurtak, if that's, whether we need to come back or not, I can tell you tonight how we're going to spend the money. So,
And if I can clarify, of course, we always have to come back to council to issue any debt service.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilman Clendell. I guess I should have said this to you, never mind. Disregard.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Guido. We have a motion. We have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Clendenin. Who was the second? Second was Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
No.
Viera.
Yes.
Miranda. Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
No.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Henderson and Hurtak voting no.
Thank you very much. Anything else, sir?
I defer back to the chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Travis, you went that far back, because I'm gonna have you come back. Because I think one of the things that's critical to remember is that we still have, we do have a housing crisis, and, to my, colleague's point, we're not gonna solve anything, but guess what we're also not gonna solve? We're not gonna solve paving, we're not gonna solve we are never gonna have enough money to solve it all. We just aren't. It would be lovely to, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't continue to fight for it and argue for it. And I pulled a mess of items on Thursday so that we can actually talk very much at that. And Thursday is talking about allocating a lot of these funds toward, I want to use my regular world, NGOs, non-governmental organizations. I know we call them nonprofits in the U.S., but or on the non-federal side. So the nonprofits that are doing the work of keeping people out of homelessness and all of this work. But we're putting a lot of money into this, and from my understanding, half of that money is simply going to put people in hotels until we can find them permanent housing. Is that correct?
yes, I don't know if it's half, but yes, a great portion of the money that's on your agenda for Thursday goes directly for temporary housing, and it's called rapid rehousing, and to make sure that people are housing stable. And so, yes, that money goes directly to partners like Salvation Army, where we pay for a bed. That's not our item, one of the items that you pulled, but Salvation Army beds and hotel rooms, yes, that's where that money goes.
So if we put this money toward buying a hotel or hotels, we would have more money to donate to actually help people in places. I don't want to take too much away from Thursday, but I really want people to understand what we can actually do with that bonding capacity.
Yes, you would have more money to help more households, more people, and by adding supply to the inventory, because you don't have the supply right now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I know that we supposedly can't say that we're going to promise $10 million to housing each year, but I will say that I will promise $10 million to housing every year. If nobody else wants to say it, if other people want to say we have to do it year by year, I understand that, but that's going to continue to be, for me, a promise, at least $10 million a year, so that we can get stuff done. And thank you for that. I'm going to move on to public safety. I strongly believe that $8 million from CIT should go toward the fire station this year. I am going to go ahead and make a motion to put $8 million from CIT into Fire Station 24 and to update the CIP for Fire Station 24 from building in FY26 to building in FY24.
We have We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilmember Carlson. Councilmember Vieira?
Thank you very much. So let me ask a question on the motion, if I may. Where are those, and Councilwoman Hurtak, if you want to answer, you may. There I go again, I'm sorry. That $8 million in CIT funding, where is it going to right now?
It's going to vehicles, and that's what I asked Chief Tripp about. Would you rather it go to vehicles or to the fire station? I'm sorry, I swallowed and spoke.
That's fine.
And she said the fire station.
It's going to vehicles for police officers?
No, for fire. So
Okay,
it's
there's
the eight,
the
so
fire,
it's 16 million CIT, 8 million to fire, 8 million to police. The 8 million that goes to fire, she said she would prefer to have it go toward a station. And so I think that we should do that and then push it. We
So-
should push it and have them come up every month and tell us where they are on moving this forward.
So let me, if I may, inquire on that with Chief Tripp, or Chief Bennett. I don't know if Chief Tripp's here. Oh, there you go, ma'am.
Chief
If I
Bennett,
may.
did you also want to speak as well, sir?
Yeah, because what I want to do is make sure on this, which is, and I'd also like Mr. Stocco's input on this, if I may, so I can make an informed decision with this, which is, with the fire station, and obviously I've been fighting for this for 2.5 years in one form or another. We first got Station 25, now Station 24, which is, if we're going to fund $8 million this year to a station, and yet we don't have design, and it's going to take anywhere from a conservative 7 to 8 months to all the way 12 months to finish the design before we can do shovel-ready projects, and we can come in October and get the vehicles, and then come in October and talk about bonding for this station, we can get the best of both worlds, right? And not dedicate $8 million to a station where we're not even going to have the shovels out there for anywhere from 7 to 8 months to 12 months. So, and again, that's my reckoning. I'm not a public safety expert or anything of that nature, but I want to check with Chief Tripp on that, which is, what's your position on that, Ms. Duncan, Chief Bennett, Mr. Stocco? Because again, I need guidance on this issue.
So Barbara Tripp, Fire Chief for Temple Fire Rescue. The question was asked to me for 1 year because I just confirmed, would I rather have a fire station or an engine? So my choice in 1 year, if I can have a fire station, I'll take the fire station. You know, and that was the question asked to me. I'm not, part of the construction. I don't know how long it takes. I know it's a process, but the question was asked to me, would I take a fire station over with that $8 million or versus an apparatus, and that's why I chose the fire station.
And when you answered that question and you chose the term fire station, did you believe that as it was posed, that it meant fire station like, bam, it's here right now, or you would have to wait 7 to 12 months? Again, I want to find out that I want to make sure that we ascertain what your intent and rationale is.
Yeah, so once again, I don't know about the constructions. I know it's permitting, I know it's a lot of process that goes into building a station. We do have an area, certain things have been completed, as far as how long it takes. I don't have that information.
So, and if I may, so what I want to find out, because again, I defer a lot to the fire chief, which is, would you rather have that $8 million to set aside for a station that we're not going to be able to have shovel ready for anywhere from what I understand, again, I'm not an expert, from 7 to 12 months, or would you rather have that money this year for fire vehicles?
Well,
that's what I want to find out.
Okay, so let's think about this. Once again, the question was asked, which one would I rather have? And that's why I say, either way, I'm not going to get a fire truck, neither.
Yes.
So the fire truck is not going to be here for 18
And
to
that's a
24
great
months.
point.
So,
Thank you.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you're going to give me a choice of which one that's going to come first, I'll definitely take the station. But, if I order the fire trucks, either way, and that's why I confirmed, was it for 1 year? But once again, I don't know the process. I'm not, that's not my expertise in as far as the process of getting all that done.
Yes, ma'am. Again, we're, and I think if I may, council members are looking for guidance on this because we want to make sure to do the right thing. But again, we want to know what the facts are before us, and that's what we're looking for here.
If I could interject just from a funding perspective, again, it's my job to tell you about the risks. The risk associated with timing is if you commit an amount of money, let's say it's $8 million of community investment tax to a project that is not or cannot move forward, then you have that funding sitting in abeyance, and that funding is losing value as inflation, eats into it. So if council were to make that motion, I would suggest you get some assurance that that funding will actually be spent within a reasonable period of time.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, so what I want to find out is, what are we losing from that $8 million specifically? Could y'all inform us on that? What is it that we'd be losing from that $8 million?
I'm sorry, losing,
in other words, we're moving $8 million from vehicles. Does that include, Chief Bennett, the vehicle for K-Bar Ranch, for example? No. Okay, yeah, because again, $8 million is a lot of money, and we need to be briefed on what this is.
John Bennett, Chief of Staff, and thank you for these questions because they're critically important to moving the fire service forward. It's my understanding that the rescue cars have been ordered already and they're expected by the end of the year
Yes.
to fill those operational needs in those 5 rescue areas. I think the bigger concern is the vehicle replacement plan for fire and understanding that there is a timeline associated with ordering and receiving. I don't know how much money is used to get that started before they actually arrive. So I would think that the money for the vehicles, knowing that we have the design money and the permitting money in the CIP for '24 for that timeline, that would be a good balance. And I will say, since you're the chair of the Public Safety Committee, I was just talking offline to the mayor, and knowing how much all of council supports fire rescue and getting those frontline paramedic and firefighters in place, and I also sidebarred with Chief Tripp, is that we are committed when those fire rescue vehicles get in place, that we will look in whether it's the first quarter or between the first quarter and second quarter of FY24 to find a way to fund those other 12 firefighter paramedics to get the full 30. And we will work on that as we go, but until those rescue cars come in, then there's really not an operational component to that beyond the 18 that we would start with.
And another question, if I may, so part of that $8 million is going to fund trucks that have already been ordered? Has the train, I mean, that's...
Again, not having the vehicle replacement plan in front of me, what I'm saying is that $8 million may be going to replace those vehicles that are moving out of their expected life.
Yeah, so what I want is specificity on exactly what it is we're giving up for this. That's all I want.
It's not action.
I mean, am I missing anything? Am I missing anything?
What I'm trying to do is, this gives us a very public opportunity to make it up to both fire rescue and the public for not getting that station started in '21 when it should have been. And this to me is a commitment that says we're going to do everything we can as a council to work really hard with contract services, with purchasing, whoever we have to speed this up, get this done as quickly as possible, and get a shovel in the ground before the end of the year. And I don't disagree. I think there's a lot of things that we can bond, but in this case, it's something we don't have to. We could bond some of it, and some of it is better than all of it, as we're all concerned about bonding. And for 1 year, I think Chief Tripp, that was a really good point. She's not going to see the fire truck this year anyway.
That's a great point.
So, to me, it's more of a commitment thing, and then to me, the commitment is to give them the money, and then also the promise that we're going to follow up and give it the speed that projects that this council or this city wants to do get. When someone wants to do something in this city, it happens fast.
Sure. May I, Mr.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for that, Councilwoman. So, a couple of things, and I want to again reiterate this, because there's a narrative being formed on 24. In 2021, a specific decision was made to move for Fire Station 25 in Sulphur Springs as opposed to 24. That's something that was made specifically. I want to make sure that folks know that. Could there be a compromise of this where, I mean, because if Councilwoman Hurtak is looking for something where we have money that shows that I don't recall, I think Ms. Keela, I think, said put a ring on it, where we, have funds that put a ring on it, but yet we don't give up all that funding for the other vehicles, maybe where we do 50-50.
Sure.
I'm
open to that because
the mediator.
For me, yeah, there you go. For me, it's the promise and the focus that we're going to move this forward for the people and the firefighters who we owe this to at this point.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councilwoman Hurtak, again for your, championing this issue as well, and that's much appreciated by all of council, and I know all of our friends in fire, et cetera. So how could we work on that with some sort of a split? Is that something that could happen where we could get, that done with the vehicles, look at a split 2-to-1, 50-50, whatever, so that we can have that symbolic money put down, so that we have some skin in the game? I think that's a good compromise, because by the way, nobody here wants to vote against anything that pushes forward police or fire, because we all support that. We all want to be on the same page for that. And I think getting away there, we can do that.
John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Oh, go ahead.
Councilwoman Henderson, Councilmember Carlson, Councilmember Clendenin, and Moran.
Yeah, thank you. For me, it's more so about practicality. Administrator Duncan is here, and in our previous presentations, she came to the podium last week, I believe it was, and the question was asked of her, how long does it take to build? So to commit $8 million, knowing what she said in terms of design build, 6 months to a year, and that actually would be fast. Can you come and respond to that? Just the reality of it is, yes, it's goodwill to say, fire, we're going to give you $8 million this year to make that commitment to you. I think that, in all honesty, we should take the funds that we have in regards to this $8 million and do exactly what we can with it. If that is waiting, it could easily go to housing right now if it's something that has to happen immediately versus it just sitting in reserves waiting for decisions to be made, because implementation is going to take a whole lot longer. We've already committed to building a fire station, but I don't think that this is the best way in terms of just taking those particular $8 million just to make, the men and women of fire feel good, because we've said, yes, we'll put this $8 million here, knowing that you cannot build a fire station within the year or two. It's just not possible. It's not practical. It's not that we don't want it. And I believe Ms. Duncan can testify to that. Also, in terms of the vehicles being ordered, Chief Tripp came to us with her presentation saying that there's a backlog with $8 million. So even with the $8 million in vehicle replacement, making an invoice for that is practical, because at least you're getting in line for those vehicles to come. And that still takes, how much time did you say it was? In regards to that, Chief Tripp, you've already presented that before about the wait time for even getting vehicles was what?
Yeah, it depends on if it's an engine or ALS transport unit. So usually the ALS transport unit is 18 to 24 months, and engine is anywhere from between 12 and 18 months.
Yeah, so I mean, I can see it for that because we're getting in line for it, but certainly we can allocate funding for Station 24 another way. And make that commitment in the budget, because the design bill, I believe we have the money there, right, for the design bill right now. So that's the thing that we can commit to, is getting started with that process. That funding, that $8 million doesn't have to sit and wait just to make firemen and women feel good, because it's still not going to happen for an extended period of time. We can't build anything fast. And I just want to say this, because this is just a little sidebar, is that the Fair Oaks project, that started in 2020. That started in 2020 with the first motion being made, and the design concept was brought to the community. You all know that because of, all of the conversation around it. That design came to us within the past few weeks, and we're in September 2023. So I just want to make it a reality to you that it just is not going to happen as fast as council would like it to, and I'm just being practical on that. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Carlson.
Did you want to say something, Duncan? I'm sorry.
No, ma'am, I just wanted to answer a question if you wanted to pose a question.
Okay.
If I could just add, I think the dilemma of the $8 million, if the CFO or the budget officer could speak to that. We have a plan for Fire Station 24 that includes design monies in FY24. Typically, with any capital project, particularly if it has a vertical construction. We lay out the acquisition of the property, including the site analysis, the design, and the construction phasing within our 5-year planning that we do. So I think they could speak to where exactly, when exactly those funds should be made available for construction. We would, in this first time of starting the design, make the decision whether we do design bid build or design build. Those are just details that we would be assessing when we start the project. But as far as where the money needs to be in the budget, that would be something that CFO could explain. And also, just so you know, this station is going to cost more than $8 million. Part of the design will be developing a more accurate cost estimate so we know exactly the amount that we're going to need to fund the construction. Sorry, where did Dennis go?
Councilmember
So,
Carlson.
CFO, if you don't mind, I was wanting to ask if you could share with the council the logistics of where we when we place the money in the budget, knowing that we will have a construction commitment at some point in time.
Certainly. If I can have the Thank you. Again, you saw this schedule earlier, and we will, presuming council wants to go forward with this project through the use of debt funding, we would time the debt funding, again, to maximize, or actually to minimize the amount of time we're sitting on that funding. If there's anything I hate, it's sitting on money. We want to spend it because, again, every day that goes by, we lose value. And if it's borrowed money, every day that goes by, we've got to pay interest on it. So you see the schedule here. Again, I'll defer to Contract Administration and Ms. Duncan as to whether this schedule can be accelerated or not. That's not my expertise. But you see what we've got now, pardon me, and by the time the bulk of the expense comes due based on this plan, again, well ahead of time, we'll bring council a reimbursement resolution so we can start spending money and get paid back, as council is familiar with. But we'll also bring you the debt service approval documents. Does that answer your question? We wouldn't go out and get debt tomorrow, for instance, because we won't be spending that money according to this schedule for some time. So we want to time it so we don't have that interest payment for longer than is necessary.
So it's not practical, if I can say that, it's not practical to put the $8 million in Fire Station 24 at this time. Would you say that from a professional perspective as the financial officer?
Again, yeah, based on this schedule, yes, that funding will be sitting in abeyance and losing value. Now, again, what I know what was surfaced, though, was the timing associated with vehicle purchase and the payment there. If the vehicle purchases are not going to take place any sooner, then you've got the funding being held in abeyance either way. But my understanding is the vehicle purchase process is faster.
And one more question, Chief Tripp, when you order the vehicle, do you have to pay for them in advance? Just curious about that.
I think we pay for them.
Do you
on
pay for them in
receipt,
advance
right?
and then wait 18 to 24 months to get them?
For the vehicle, we pay for them, maybe, do you know? Yeah, budget officer knows.
Good evening, Mike Perry,
I'm
Budget
getting like
Officer.
you, Louis, if I may. I'm gonna
Generally,
start
it's
soon.
against state law to prepay for items. You pay for it when you receive them. Okay, and just like we sort of talked before, you want to apply the right funding source to what you're buying. So do you want to invest a debt instrument into an asset that it will have a long life, such as a Fire Station 24? Fire Station 10 is 95 years old, Fire Station, another one's over 100 years old. So obviously, Fire Station 24 will be around. You want to use debt financing for that, just like we talked in the last couple of weeks about intergenerational equity, Councilman McClendon. Now, that $8 million, what we can do with that $8 million in the vehicles is lock the prices in now. We enter into a contract like, I guess, you're going to enter some contracts for vehicle purchases. You do that on most of your council meetings. You lock that price in, and then we don't pay that until we actually receive the asset.
Understood. By law.
By law.
That makes sense. Thank you for that.
What happens to that money in the meantime?
The money remains in this particular case, the Community Investment Program 6 fund. It draws interest until it's dispersed. So that you know, when you do fund accounting, it's really a separate bank account. Money is received in there, money is dispersed in there, and when the accounting office receives the monthly interest, the allocated based on the average cash balances throughout the city. So again, it's self-contained, we know exactly how much occurs. In this particular case, we'll transfer the money to a vehicle purchase fund specifically for Program 6 CIT. What we don't ever want to do is to intermingle community investment tax money with any other funding source, because we do get audited by it, we have to do reports on that. So hopefully that answers your question.
So basically, that $8 million is gonna sit in an interest-bearing account regardless of what we do for
Yes.
all of FY
Right, ma'am.
2024.
The advantage here is you lock in the vehicles now at the current prices.
Were we promised 12 million, did you all promise $12 million to build a fire station? And if so, what year was that? Where's that money?
Seems like,
Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Stocco knows that.
Yeah, we should rotate, but you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, in fiscal year '22, as part of the capital improvement program, there was, I think it was going off memory, about $11.7 million anticipated for fiscal year '23, the following fiscal year. Again, and that funding source was anticipated to be debt service. When that project was delayed, we obviously didn't issue the debt service because no funding was needed at that time. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Carlson.
Thank you. A few things. One, Councilmember Vieira has been working on this project for several years, and I seconded it to keep it moving. If you would rather second it instead, you're welcome to do that.
Oh, no.
Number two, to the point my colleague, Councilmember Henderson was just saying, Councilmember Vieira has been working on this 3 or 4 years, and we all thought it was approved a year or more ago, and then we found out last week or 2 weeks ago that it didn't move forward. We were never told that it didn't move forward, and somebody made the decision not to move it forward. My understanding even was on the $1.4 million or whatever on design, that was moving forward. I mean, you're saying that nothing was done, there's no design, nothing that's been done in the last year? Forget that question. I think what my colleagues are trying to do is figure out how do we move this forward as quickly as possible? There are other projects that move forward quickly. We know from talking to firefighters that lives are at risk, and I don't want to go into details with case studies, but lives are at risk, and we need these fire stations open as soon as possible to save people. Like someone said, if somebody has a heart attack and we don't get there in time, they die. So is there nothing we can do to speed this up? We thought it would be mostly done by now, and we just found out it wasn't moved forward at all. So how can we move this forward quickly?
Again, I'll defer to contract administration. Again, from a funding perspective, the funding is there and has been there for design. We can time the necessary funding for construction, et cetera, whenever the project is available.
Can I just ask Ms. Duncan, and sorry to cut you off before they cut me off, but we have a new person in charge of contract administration. I agree with Mr. Robinson. We need to put contract administration with purchasing, not somewhere else. But somebody needs to figure out how to move this quickly so that we can save people's lives. And we've got more than just one we need to do. There's nothing we can do to speed it up.
We can certainly look at doing a design-build approach. That design-build approach will save us time versus design-bid-build. There's advantages and disadvantages to both. But if time is of the essence, which obviously it is here, we can work to put a design criteria package together. Obviously, prioritize it in terms of getting it out and procured. There are steps we have to go through legally with procurement in terms of advertising and giving proper notice to bidders. But again, in terms of our internal priorities, we can certainly make it a priority.
I would just, I'm not going to make a motion, but I would just ask Ms. Duncan and anybody who's involved with this, Chief, maybe come back to us within the next month or something and let us know what you're doing to speed it up. I think the public is very, very concerned as they're starting to learn about this. They're very concerned about their safety, and they would like it speed up. The last minute I have, can I ask Mr. Stocco, do you have anything else to add?
Mr. Stocco, Clendenin, Miranda. You're out? All right.
Good evening, Nick Stocco, President of Tampa Firefighters. If we could just go to the Elmo.
Go ahead, sir, it's on, just put your stuff down.
Well, I'd like to go to this first one. No, please.
Oh, you wanna leave?
Yeah, I'd like to look at that one.
Oh, I put it on the big screen, there you go.
This is the schedule that we're currently looking at, and it's being presented today with the start of fiscal year 2024. And I appreciate everyone's efforts. And with all due respect, a little history lesson. This is the schedule from fiscal year 2020. And if you zoom in a little bit, there was $230,000 and what appears to be some design money slotted for fiscal year 21. So this is in fiscal year 20 to 24 with the project number and $230,000 for design money. Fast forward to today, it might be $1.5 million for design money, but the longer we wait, the more things will get more expensive. We can fast forward from fiscal year 2020 to this capital improvement plan schedule that references these estimates, where it says $230,000 for the budget to date, as well as $650,000. Excuse me, I'm trying to read it. $650,000. You see land, you see some other figures there, and you see where the funding came from. There's a motion on the floor, and it was where this money's coming from, and it appears, if we've heard, it's from debt services. However, it doesn't appear to be where the money is coming from is the issue. It's the implementation, like it was said earlier. This is all history where we've had these discussions over and over and over again at the round table as to whether it's a debt service or if it's one of the firefighters paying for it or whoever. It's implementing it and putting it in the plan into action. So where the money coming from, it appears that it was in debt services in the past. However, the implementation seems to be where we're stuck.
All right, we have Clendenin, Vieira, Hurtak.
Okay, so I believe where we were was a motion to take money out of CIT for vehicle replacement and put it into this fire station. I believe, based on the testimony that we've heard, because this is going to be done through debt services and bonding, that really is not a need to finance this. It appears to me where the concern is the implementation schedule. I believe Ms. Duncan addressed that as far as expediting the construction of the station. I don't know how we can craft ordinances mandating that, but I think that we've been heard loud and clear that we want it accelerated. That being said, the CIT money for vehicle replacement, I mean, I don't know if y'all realize that what dire needs both the police and fire have in the vehicles. And again, what our CFO just said, we need to commit this funds now because that locks in the prices. We're still gonna have it an interest-bearing account, but we lock in the prices so we know, because who knows what inflation is gonna bring for the next 12 to 24 months. We know what the needs of our vehicle replacement program is. It's one of those things we keep deferring and you can't defer. I mean, somebody needs to talk about the age of some of these vehicles and reiterate the needs from the fire department. I mean, Chief, if you want to do that or if you want to defer it to someone else, that's fine.
Again, John Bennett, Chief of Staff. One of the questions I asked of the Budget Office when everybody was discussing this is what is the backlog of the replacement vehicles, and it's over $60 million. $61 million of the vehicle replacement plan for fire rescue. And so, again, just to help with the prioritization discussion, I can tell you from running and supporting one of the largest fire districts in the country in Pinellas County, that those 5 rescue vehicles that are going to go into those stations is the things that are going to handle 87 to 90% of those calls. And the commitment we just made about trying to get to 30 firefighter paramedics through this fiscal year, from 18 to a full 30, when those fire rescue vehicles come in the first of the year, is probably going to have the largest impact. That said, if you look at over what Councilman Vera talked about, when we saw what was going on in Station 13, and it was exposed when we first got here, we really did add, we have 3 stations within proximity of each other. 13 already existed, 25 was adapted to, thanks to Chief Tripp and contract admin and everybody else who renovated that station. And we actually have a 24. It's co-located with 13, which is what we're trying to do now, is decouple that and put it in the right spot. So the assets are there, the personnel, the rolling stock, everything else. But the big game changer is going to be those 5 rescue vehicles, in my opinion, that do 87 to 90% of the work while we work on the renovation, remodel, and then, of course, the build as necessary. So that's, to me, all the decision support on the table tonight. And that's why the mayor and all of you, we want to commit to getting those 30 firefighters on the street this fiscal year with those 5 rescue vehicles that are already ordered and expected to be here in the beginning of the year.
Thank you. And lastly, I want to address, and I'm going to harken back to something I said earlier about the different roles of government, city, county, state, and federal. There are some things that are just, that have multiple funding streams that come from different sources. And then there's other things that it is just the city that can come in and rescue. It's just the city. Now, obviously, a grant here or there, but providing for our police, providing for our firefighter, paving our roads, fixing our own parks, there's nobody coming to the rescue. This has to be done within the city of Tampa. So these are the things that we have to do. There isn't any outside money. A lot of the other things we've talked about, including housing, there are multiple funding streams coming from multiple sources. But nobody's coming to build us a station. Nobody's coming to, give us fire trucks. Nobody's coming to hire a police officer. Again, except for these, and to be totally intellectually honest, every once in a while we get these grants. But generally, that's something we have to do ourselves. And nobody's going to come and pave your roads. Your neighborhood roads are only going to be done by the city. And the county. Well, with the county roads, they're supposed to do their thing. But within the city roads, your neighborhood street, the only person that's going to do that is the city of Tampa. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you very much. So I've asked a lot of questions, and I think council has. And I think the decision we're going to make is based upon the responses we've gotten. I'll be honest with you, I haven't gotten specificity that I would like on these vehicles in terms of where they're going to go. Things are a little bit vague. I'm just being honest. From what I understand right now, the $8 million is going to sit there. Unless if I'm incorrect, please somebody tell me. The $8 million is just going to sit there. And if we dedicate it to the vehicles, we lock in the price now, right? So if Councilwoman Hurtak is wisely looking for some sort of a skin in the game, I guess if you will, for Station 24, whether it's $4 million, because you talked about 50-50, or $3 million or $2 million, whether it's just to make it a substantial number so that there's buy-in, so that we can use as much of this money to lock in the value for the vehicles and whatnot. I think the real critical issue here is that no matter what we do, I am going to motion on Thursday to have that discussion on government bonds and bonds coming back instead of December to October, because we need to have that discussion. Frankly, and I'm not going to have this discussion this evening, I'd love to have a poll of council on who would be amenable to borrowing for fire stations. And whatnot. Is this going to help us win somebody's vote? Taking out $1 million or whatever is skin in the game down payment, whatever. Is that going to help? Because that's going to be the only way that we're going to get this done. We didn't improve more revenue. It is what it is. And now we're looking at our only options on this. I want to confirm again, this is money that's not coming from the police. This is not money that's coming from that vehicle for K-Bar Ranch. And to Mr. Stocco here with the union, I want to make sure, which is, do you, and I would obviously defer to Councilwoman Hurtak in this regard, but if we were to take some funds out of that $8 million to put it as a down payment for skin in the game for Station 24, and then we would lose potentially $1 million, whatever it may be, for to lock in vehicles, what would the union's position on that be, sir? Because again, all I'm doing is looking for guidance on a motion. And I've asked a lot of questions. I'm not satisfied with some of the responses, frankly, but I just want to know from you, sir.
Nick Stocco, Tampa Firefighters President. I think I appreciate your remarks, and I agree with what you're saying. However, I think we learned something, at least I did, that's pretty valuable. Not too long ago, we heard 15 rescues, 5 engines, 2 heavies, a tiller, and a boat paid for. Today we're hearing we don't pay for them until we receive them. So if we ordered those vehicles and they do come, I think it would be a good idea to have those funds available in case the vehicles come next month, if we do have to pay for them next month. And that's just from what I learned, I think, within these last 10 minutes.
But isn't the money already sitting in an account?
Yeah, but if the vehicles show up, we got to pay for them.
Yes, but the money's already sitting there. We're waiting.
Oh, okay, so thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure of that. And if the price were to go up, if we can lock something in, if we're locking something in on prices for vehicles, if we're not gonna make any leeway with the $8 million, because contract, with all due respect, because contract admin or whichever group, team, whichever takes a year to survey land, design, draw, build, whichever, the money would be best utilized to lock in some kind of price for the down payment on the vehicles, and that would be my opinion, or our opinion, I'm sorry, the union's position.
And Councilwoman Hurtak, I think, wants to ask questions. I don't want to, because it's your motion. Do you mind if I ask one last question, if I may? Thank you very much. So.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So question for you, because again, I don't know where Councilwoman Hurtak's going to go with her motion, but if a motion was before us to dedicate, let's say, $1 million of that $8 million for whatever you want to call it, putting skin in the game for Station 24, would you favor that, or rather have that money to lock in vehicle prices and look at an October discussion on bonds? Again, I'm just wanting information, guys.
Right,
That's
yeah.
it.
We definitely are, the union is definitely very far behind on Station 24, and we appreciate the enthusiasm for years from Councilman Vieira, and now, you know, spearheaded by Councilman Hurtak. We do need to lock something in. We do need to have some kind of progress report, whether it's monthly or every 2 months, on where we're making leeway with this. On my way here, I spoke to President Joe Greco, and I told him about some of the key things that we were talking about, and he said, still? That should tell us something. But I think that's be a good compromise in regards to the funds, and that's to lock something in for design.
1 million?
You said 1.5, is that what you said? Or 1?
Yeah, and so I'm finished. Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mr.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. How long did it take the county to build their most recent fire station?
It takes, from the information that I gathered, it takes a year or less for the surveying, planning, land, and prep phase, and then about a year from groundbreaking to ribbon cutting. So the goal is less than 2 years.
Yeah. So something, while everyone was talking, that just reminded me that when it comes to increases, on page 7, it's for fire stations 6, 9, and 10 for debt service of $663,525. And from my understanding, that's for capital improvement projects to just update those stations. Is that correct?
The $663,000 gets you a maximum debt bonding capacity of $20 million.
Yes.
And council has talked about 6, 9, and 10, of course, as you know. I'm not aware that the decision has been made whether we're going to reconstruct or refurbish those fire stations. Depending on what decision is made about those fire stations, obviously we'd have to bond more.
Thank you. That answers my question because, again, as I talked to both Chief Tripp and Mr. Stocco and the firefighters and visiting those stations are not rehabable. And it's not a good idea to throw good money after bad. I hope I say that right, or bad money after good. The other thing we have to do in order to fix Station 9, Chief Tripp, is to actually be able to find and buy and build a new fleet services station, which is currently co-located with Station 9. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And so, really, we can't do anything with 6, 9, and 10 until we have land to put fleet service and supply, so that we can build a fleet station, so that then we can tear down 9 and rebuild it, correct?
That's correct.
So I'm wondering if instead of $1 million toward the promise of Fire Station 24, we put $1 million toward, at the same time we're working on 24, working on finding, purchasing, and developing a plan for fleet and supply. Is that something that I could get your support on, Mr. Vieira?
Yes.
Is that something that I could get your support on, Mr. Stocco?
Nick?
Yes.
Okay, so then I'm changing my motion to putting $1 million of those dollars toward the planning, acquisition, design, moving along of fleet and supply, so that we can get two things going at once.
CIT?
Yes. No. So we're coming up with a whole new CIP.
Mr. Rogero, can you clarify?
But this takes the place of, I'm getting my numbers, 6, 9, and 10. Because we can't do those until we have some place to put fleet.
So you're deleting that 680?
No. I mean, that can go toward that too, but that's just going toward debt. So right now, if we can't put it toward debt anyway, we might as well put the $1 million we have, not debt, toward planning.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Clendell.
So, first, for clarity, I like the direction that you're going, but for clarity, what you're saying is that we can't do any of these stations until we get the fleet maintenance facility?
Well, we can't do 9, but then
9, yeah.
6, we have to get a whole new piece of land because we can't expand 6.
So it's not like we can't take that 663, 525 out because that's gonna go towards, bonding to be able to do for those other 2 stations. We just won't be spending money, we can't spend money and probably in fiscal year 24, we're not gonna be able to spend money on 9. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, we're not going to be able to spend it on 9. We can't spend it on 6 because we have to buy a whole new piece of land. There's no room to expand 6.
But we could start that process in 24.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
start the
we
design
can
building.
start the design.
That's all for 6.
But what this is saying, what this $666,000 is doing is going toward debt. And I'm
Correct.
saying, what can we do that doesn't require us to go to bond for anything, but yet to prepare for the things we want to do? And so if that's $1 million or if that's $2 million later, I'm saying $1 million right now just for good faith. And then maybe later on, moving another $1 million to try to find a spot for 6 and 10.
Here's the problem with that, is that, and I like where you're going with this better than the last motion, so I think we're moving in the right direction. The problem is the firefighters are working in stations that are really below human standards, so we have an immediate need, and I understand what you're saying about 9, but in 6 and 10, we have an immediate need. And so this is debt services to be able to, honestly, I don't even agree with debt services for renovations. I would rather be pay as you go, but
Yeah.
that seems to be out the window,
Well,
so here we are.
But
So
the
I don't
issue
want.
is, we're throwing $20 million to fix something that's gonna have to be torn down.
Okay, but we're not fix it. The $20 million gives them if I understand correctly, the $20 million indebtedness is to either rebuild or refurbish, whichever is the most
But if we're
fiscally
finding
responsible
out
thing.
It's $18 million just to build one station, $20 million's not going anywhere.
Well, it's gonna get us going in 24. It's the catalyst money to get us going in 24. Because this right here is fiscal year 24.
Yes.
They may be coming back to us in fiscal year 25.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. But no, this very clearly, it says debt service. So
Right.
they would be doing debt service this year.
Just for $20 million.
Yeah.
To whatever $20 million will cover of
Which
of
would
stations 6 and 10.
only be fixing up those stations.
So is it 6 and 10 both have to
If I
torn
could-
down and
Chief
rebuilt?
check.
6 and 10?
So, Chief Barbara Tripp, Tip Fire Rescue Fire Chief. Station 6 is the 1914 station.
Okay, so tearing it down.
Station 10 is 1921. I don't think they could be torn down because of, the history of them,
Okay.
historical
Or
building.
or relocated.
But neither one of those are 2 of the ones that don't have the ALS transport units in it. And as I stated with Station 6 down being a specialty unit, Port Tampa, that's one of the stations I would love to put a 5-base station so it can have all the resources that it need to fulfill the specialty. That includes the foam truck, the decon trailer, the rescue car, hit truck, and as well as the engine. So we was looking at property close by in the area next to it, and of course, been unsuccessful so far, but I've still been looking. And Station 10, it's already like a 2-story, but no land, nowhere around it. Once we get the fleet and supply together, my plan was to take Station 10 and put it at the supply building, which is a block away, to be able to expand that.
So what I'm hearing is the 663, 525, to be able to accomplish what we need to accomplish with 6, 9, and 10 is woefully insufficient to accomplish. So what is the dollar figure that we would need to be able to accomplish this?
Yeah, no, thank you. If I may, Dennis Rogero, Chief Financial Officer. We have draft capital improvement projects for each of these fire stations after talking with the fire department, contract administration, and facilities. Now, these are complete reconstructions, with the exception of Fire Station 10 is a demolition and build from the ground up. And we've got these, again, depending upon which direction council wanted to go tonight or wants to go in the future. But you summed it up, sir. It's certainly $20 million is not going to be adequate. You've already seen Fire Station 24. If I can show you the fire maintenance and supply, you can see that's about a $35 million anticipated project. Quite a bit of it for land. And then you see the bulk of the other than land, the bulk of the expense out in fiscal year 2027. And as we've already discussed, I believe Councilwoman Hurtak said, this has to be done before you can move on Fire Station 9.
So what are we going to do with $20 million?
Well, I think what you're doing right now, discussing what the prioritization is for that potential bonding.
Well, y'all put in that the prioritization is 6, 9, 10 debt services. Clearly, that's incorrect.
That was what was mentioned during the workshop and put on the sheets of paper. It's certainly council's prerogative to change that.
The 663 is inadequate, and so that really is misleading because we can't do 6, 9, 10 with debt services for $663,000.
You can't do it for reconstruction. You could, now, I don't know that anybody's advocating this, but you could refurb instead of.
Well, I don't think anybody's advocating. I don't think you're advocating that.
No, I'm not.
I haven't heard anybody come up and say that this is what we should be doing. So yeah, I mean, so I guess my question is, what are we doing?
So,
I mean,
how about this? How about? No, seriously. I mean, we're making sausage. So why don't we take this 663, 525, and instead of Fire Stations 6, 9, and 10, we put it toward the building or the finding the acquisition for the fleet maintenance and supply. I'd love to put another $1 million into it. I think that's necessary because of the time and effort. So I would say 1.663, yada, yada, for putting toward Station 24, or Station 24 already has their stuff. Now we need to find a location and vetting and everything with real estate for this fleet and supply station. That seems to be the next priority.
well, I was really determined to ensure that these firefighters saw something from this council as far as renovating the conditions that they're working and living in these stations, that we had to take proof positive steps in some of these stations. I mean, one station has mold in it, for God's sakes. You don't expect people to work in that. So I'm just gravely concerned that this budget item is woefully inadequate. How we find the additional money, I don't know. Do we pull more from general fund, the reserve? I mean,
if I may, you see the timeframes associated with these. In my mind, this is simply an initial step of $20 million. In fiscal year 25, council will have an opportunity to do something else.
So would we come back and bond more on top of that for the same stations we bonded in 24?
We use bond kind of reflexively, but we would only issue a bona fide 30-year bond when we'd amassed all of the expenses we think we're going to have. We'd use short-term debt to get us through, whatever time frame based on when we can spend the money, when the actions can be taken, from a contract administration perspective.
So is Gene, are you comfortable with $20 million in short-term debt instead of bond to be able to get us to 25 and 26 to accomplish what we need to accomplish in 6, 9, 10 and fleet services? Yeah.
Yes.
You. I'm sorry, Ms. Duncan.
Jean Duncan, Infrastructure and Mobility. My apologies. I was having a sidebar with our Chief of Staff. If you don't mind, Councilman, if you could just repeat the question, make sure I get a good answer.
I mean, because what we're hearing, we have imminent problems with 6, 9, and 10. 9 has got a multiplier because it requires relocation of fleet services, so we need to do that. So does 10. Okay, so does 10. So right now, what's in this budget that's proposed by the mayor is that $663,525, which would be money to borrow $20 million in debt in fiscal year '24. Is that sufficient to get 6, 9, 10, and fleet services rolling in '24, knowing you're gonna come back here in '25 and hit us up again?
I can say certainly that's going to be enough to get something rolling. What I would say is I agree with Councilwoman Hurtak that there's a prioritization strategy here, and I'm just speaking from a project management perspective. I don't know that I have all the details. However, to me, the first priority is the fleet maintenance facility and location and land for that. Because once that is identified and on the way, then the logistics of the other fire station needs are much more easily solved. So I would agree certainly with Councilwoman Hurtak, if we can make that a priority. In the meanwhile, there was mention of mold and some other things with some of these fire stations. We do have a listing of all the things we have done recently that are rehab items that are within the realm of reasonableness, considering that we know we have to rebuild. And we'll continue to address those type of things while we're pursuing the bigger approach of the fleet maintenance location and then the ultimate rebuilding of these stations.
So, okay, so this is what I'm hearing now. We have to solve the fleet maintenance facility. I think that we could kind of, within this budget item, it sounds to me what we could do is, since we're obviously gonna have to tear down a couple of these stations, which means we have to go into the design phase as well, which is time consuming. So this money would be adequate to do exactly what Councilwoman Hurtak said, do the fleet maintenance relocation and do all that in fiscal year '24, at least set the plan, get it going, land acquisition, get it going. And we can also start the design and planning for the rebuild, the destruction and rebuilding of these other stations or relocation of these other stations.
Year.
But I mean, we do design build though. We can do design with this money. We could do fleet maintenance and the design and relocation plans for these other stations in 24.
I see it as more focusing on 24 and fleet this year, and then while they're being built next year, focus on the design.
But then we're talking these stations are not going to be done for like 4 months.
Yeah, but we don't have the money to. We don't have the money to build all 4 at once. And I did ask Chief Tripp about dividing up. What's the word I'm looking for? Basically having to rehouse stations, and you would only want to do that with 2 stations at a time, because you can't start 9 until fleet's completely done.
But if we have to have land, because if we're going to have to relocate these stations, because we can't tear down the historic structures, we have to do land acquisition. So there's a lot of other components that we could, with this debt this year for '24, we could accomplish all of those. The first level in '24 for land acquisition, plan, design.
Or we could use some CIT money and not go into debt.
Well, this is a perfect rebuilding, generational financing of a station that we're building is a perfect good reason to go into debt. Instead of the one-offs. So you build a station that is going to be, my God, we've got these ones that are 100 years old, right? But a 30-year life expectancy, that is a perfectly reasonable thing to finance for 30 years so that the residents that are coming to Tampa will pay their fair part. So I think that's a really good, this debt services, that's a good way to do debt services. What you don't want to do debt services, you don't want to use money to buy for one-offs. I mean, this is not a one-off. This is infrastructure that have multi-year lifespan.
And I'm sorry, just to clarify, I don't think that's what's being said, but I want to clarify. Nobody's talking about bonding or issuing debt service based on the community investment tax funding, because that sunsets in a couple of years. Okay, okay, thank you. That'll be strictly cash.
Well, I think she was referring to taking CIT money to pay for some of this instead of debt service.
On a cash basis. Okay, thank you.
I
thought so. I just want to make sure.
Anywhere we can use cash, I think we use cash. So just conservatively, Ms. Duncan, what can we actually accomplish in this next fiscal year, and what do you think the cost might be?
I'll answer the first part of your question first. I completely agree that the priority, and Chief Tripp agrees with me, the fleet maintenance facility is a priority because that allows the opportunity for the logistics to come into place for the other station rebuilds. We can also start the process of concept design for those stations, which will include some time-consuming steps such as coordinating with SHPO, which is the State Office of Historic Preservation, as I'm sure you all know, because there's historical structures. That adds a whole other element of time and complexity. So we can do the conceptual design for these stations as we're developing the acquisition plans and site analysis for that Fleet Fire Maintenance Facility. If we can get that going, we will get that going next year, then the other pieces will start to fall into place for the reconstruction of the other stations. In the meanwhile, we will do anything necessary and reasonable to ensure that those existing stations are safe for our firefighters in terms of mold and so forth. And we have invested a good amount of funding in those stations already to ensure their safety. Does that answer? And sorry, the second part on the cost, I would just hazard a guess that 20 million is probably more than we need for those activities. But realistically, I believe that those are the most activities we could accomplish in this next fiscal year.
And so what we could accomplish in this next fiscal year, what would your best estimate be? If 20 million is too much?
Gosh, I apologize, but just purchasing of land.
Well, yes,
is really a tough.
Yeah, no. Not talking about the actual purchasing, but the finding of it and all of that. Because obviously when we purchase land, that's a much bigger thing, and that's something that I would go into debt for.
Well, I think Mr. Rogero said that they would use short-term debt until they found out what all the costs were, and then they would roll it up into long-term debt if we had to.
That's exactly what we'll do.
So it sounds to me like the proper way to do this is to proceed with the proposed budget of 660. So I'd like to make did you have a motion?
Yeah, I do have a motion.
Wait, Councilman Miranda had his hand up.
No, I
Yeah, and so I still have a motion on the floor, and so what I'll do is I would still like $1 million to go into 24 for our
$1 million from where?
CIT. To go into 24, just to show everyone that we're very serious about it and to really get it going, and then to move the 66352 simply to focus on the acquisition of, to add to that debt service, the acquisition of fleet and supply.
Councilmember
So
Vieira.
whoever seconded that, do you accept my?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
And thank you for that, and thank you, Councilwoman Hurtak, for your, I think what we see here is the result of a lot of work that's been done before council, so just to be publicly saluted in that regard. I think this is a compromise I'm fine with in that regard. Now, we're gonna be talking in October on debt, right, for these fire stations. I'm not gonna ask for a poll of council because that's obnoxious.
I'm gonna support you when that comes up.
There you go, okay.
I'm gonna support you when that comes up.
Okay, we got a lot of
got
votes,
your
okay,
votes.
good. Sorry, I'm sorry. So, but again, this is step one to that. Nobody likes to go into debt, but there are certain things that you do go into debt for, and I would suggest this is one of them. So I'm glad to support this, and again, thank you, Councilwoman Hurtak, appreciate you.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. We have a second from Councilmember.
Can she restate the motion, please?
Yes,
for clarity?
yeah, Councilwoman Hurtak with the
Yes.
motion, second
My
from Councilmember Carlson.
motion, again, for clarity, is to take 1 million from the CIT to put towards Station 24 as our olive branch, and understanding that we are going to work incredibly hard all year to get this done as quickly as possible, hopefully getting a shovel in the ground. And to take this $663,525 in the public safety for Fire Station 6, 9, 10 debt service to also include fleet maintenance and supply so that we can get all of the planning for these 5 entities going at once.
We have a motion and a second, and Councilmember Clendenin.
I just want people to consider what you're asking us to do, because we're already giving them a $20 million olive branch with potential debt. So we're already giving them that with that 663 gives us 20 million.
But that's not for 24.
But yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It said 663 is for 24. So anyway, what I'm saying, what you're doing though is we're already giving them that 663, 525. And you're telling them they're not going to get $1 million worth of vehicles. So they could actually, without that second part of that motion, they're going to be able to get the full 20 million potential of debt services and a full $8 million in vehicles. So what we're really doing is we're taking $1 million away from them.
No, we're not. This is, I mean, actually what we're doing is, I mean, they had $12 million taken away from them 2 years ago, and now it's costing us double.
I know, but right now, with the motion that you're asking for is, again, if we're supporting the 663,525, which according to Mr. O'Hara tells us that gives us $20 million in potential funding for infrastructure for this fiscal year. Am I correct?
Could you restate?
So the 663,525, if this council approves that, that gives you a potential of $20 million in debt to be able to fund what you need to fund in fiscal year 24.
Yes, sir.
And you may use short-term debt initially until you find out what the full cost is.
Yes, sir.
So that gives us a full $20 million of flexible spending in 24. The $8 million in CIT gives us $8 million that you put down now to lock in the prices of these vehicle replacements today. If you take $1 million from that, you've already got 20, so you really, I mean, are you asking to give 21 million? It's versus.
Because that 1 million we're not having to bond for.
But again, that's $1 million worth of vehicles and vehicle replacement that we're not, so they're getting 20 million with this, with the resolution as stated. Or with the resolution that's stated, they're getting 20 million plus 8 million for the cars. If you do that, they're only gonna get 20 million with whatever they, plus 7 million for vehicles.
Councilmember Miranda.
In a few minutes, we'll discuss the 2025 budget. Listen, let me say this, the 663, whatever they're talking about, that's the cost just to go out and feast a bond for 20 million, am I correct?
Yep.
Yes.
So you're paying 660 some, almost $750,000 for the bonding process to get to the 20.
Yes, sir.
So I wanted the public to understand that because we haven't brought it up. We've been talking about the fees, but we haven't specifically said why. And like we're talking about 6, 9, and 10, but no one's ever told the public where 6, 9, and 10 is at. I think 6 is in Palmetto Beach, the little one. And where is 10 at? 9 is in Chestnut.
6 is in Palmetto Beach.
9 is in Chestnut.
9 is in
and
West
10
Tampa.
is the one on.
And 10 is in East Tampa.
East Tampa.
And,
Got it.
I'm sorry. And if I can, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
So if we're gonna be bonding, taking the 600 and some odd thousand to get to $20 million, why not just get that 1 million from that 20 million bonding instead of taking it from the CIT, which depletes, well, it takes us $1 million less. So if these vehicles, they call us next week and they say, hey, your order's ready, we want the $8 million check, and we say, oh, we only have 7 million.
The money's already there. When we say we're gonna buy a fire truck, we put money in a bank account and it sits there. So we're not having to come up with money later.
If I understand what you're saying, I think everybody's describing it accurately, just differently. It's $20 or $21 million for fire stations and $7 or $8 million for fire vehicles.
Yeah, but we have the 8 million cash on hand,
We
is
do,
that correct?
yes.
That's the thing, is we're taking $1 million away that's already sitting in a checking account that we can write a check to buy X vehicle if it becomes available whenever it becomes. I know it's on order. What happens if we say, you know, we have an $8 million bill and we only have $7 million to pay for it? Then what happens?
Because you know, you don't bond vehicles, you bond construction, don't bond vehicles.
And we wouldn't do that because when we say we're going to buy something, we have to put that money in escrow.
Right, we'll only purchase what we've got money available to purchase.
Yeah,
So it would be, if a vehicle, an ALS vehicle is $1 million, that's not the number, but that's one less vehicle that we would be able to deliver to the fire department.
Correct, I think that's like maybe an engine in an ambulance.
Okay, which?
That's a lot. An engine in
yeah, a million does not buy you an engine.
Oh, does it not? I thought $700,000.
No, it can be. I believe that Chief Tripp told me it was more like 9 to 1.2 million.
Well, a rescue car now is up to $400,000.
Yeah.
And engine is running anywhere between $680,000 to $1 million.
Yeah.
And of course, our truck companies are 1.5 to 2.5.
Yeah.
I think we were using like a $750,000 figure for the engine. So.
Since I hear a call for the questions coming,
Well, you know what, then fine, y'all, I'll take the 1 million off. I mean, if this is such a big deal, but what the bigger deal is to get stations 6, 9, 10, but more importantly, I want the order to be fleet and supply focused on this year, then looking at 9, 10, and 6, because 9 can't be done until we move fleet, 10 can't be done until, because she wants to move it to where supply is now. So it's a domino effect.
Well, I agree with the prioritization of the fleet services, obviously from the testimony that we've heard. I think that there's some opportunities for land procurement and design and development that they could do within the budgets that we're gonna pass as presented to council. So I would call the question.
So it would be fleet 9, 10, 6 in that priority
Yes.
order.
Fleet,
All right.
9, 10,
And I'm gonna make a motion on Thursday to have monthly updates on all 4 of those, 5 of those.
So what would be your motion? Leave it as
My
is?
motion is to you know, leave the money for the CIT, but to take that funding for 663, 525 and prioritize moving,
Fleet,
finding
9, 10,
fleet
6.
and supply, then 9, then 10, then 6.
Do we have a second?
All of that to be spent with that 20 million, all started this year.
We have a motion, we have a second from Councilmember Clendenin. Let's have a roll call. I'm positive, we only talked about it for an hour.
Hey, you know, it's
Roll call vote.
It's a lot of money. That's
I
It
know,
is a lot of money, and
it's
it's
roll
really
call.
important.
Yeah.
Anderson?
Turn your mic on.
That's not the issue, trust me. No, I like making my own decisions, thank you.
I was asking if you want to go last for time.
I'm going to say yes.
Viera?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
And Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Do you have anything else?
Yes, I do. Nothing that long. What I would like is the CIP, CIPs then to be updated to no longer being like 2027, no longer having those gaps. So 2020, or Station 24 was not going to be breaking ground until 26. You had that nice big gap where FY25 was. I would like us to be able to sort of tighten those a little bit, knowing with what planning we have coming ahead. Is
Do
that?
we need that in a motion, or are you good with our request?
From a financial perspective, of course, we would defer to the agency carrying out the construction, and if the agency can condense or accelerate that time frame, we'll absolutely just adjust the capital improvement project, but we wouldn't do that in a vacuum.
Okay, Ms. Duncan?
Jean Duncan, Infrastructure Mobility, we can certainly commit to the most accelerated schedule reasonable. What we can do also is, once we put that design out on the street, we get our contractor team, we can map out a very specific schedule with the goal of construction in FY25. So I can't promise that, I can commit to that, and I can tell you, once we have that team on board, then we'll have more information where we can map out a very more specific schedule to share with you.
Okay, that will do. Then I don't need a motion on that. And then the only other thing I want, I want to clarify that because it's not in the paper and you said that it was a mistake, but I wanted just to make sure that 16 million in CIT, 8 million does go to police and 8 million does go to fire.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to make a motion for a financial resolution outlining the debt issuance for housing using the 1.7 to equal 50 million to come back to council. Should I do that on another?
Thursday, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I need to make that motion on Thursday. I just wanted to double check. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, motions that are, like that
Yeah,
for Thursday.
no problem.
we can do it.
I'm done then.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Carlson.
I won't take all of my hour and a half, I promise.
He has, Councilman Carlson, you have 90 minutes.
I think that conversation, even though you may have thought it was frustrating, Councilmember Hurtak, that conversation was really important because we got to talk about all this stuff. But Councilmember Vieira has had, I don't know how many times you brought public safety master plan on the agenda. This is the conversation we should have had then. The reason why we're having this, we shouldn't be having this conversation at the budget time. We need to have it then. And so I would ask staff, as chief of staff here, I would ask staff, this is the kind of conversation that we need to have around the public safety master plan. We need to talk about what needs to be bought and how, and what the strategy is. It's not just about simple bubbles, but about what needs to be prioritized. Chief Tripp and/or Nick Stocco, just a short answer. Can you just tell me what, we talked a lot about north, south, and, north, east, and west. Can you just tell me real fast what we need in South Tampa? How many new stations do we need in South Tampa? Do you want Nick to do it?
Barbara Tripp, Fire Chief, Tampa Fire Rescue. I guess if President Stocco come up here, he probably gonna tell us we need 10 stations down south. But I would like to run the numbers and get back with you and let you know, because since we've added that additional ALS transport unit, I can tell you the call volume for the one station that's been down there, Station 15, has dropped 20%.
Okay.
So, which has been great, and that's exactly what we
I want
needed,
10
but-
stations around my house so they can save me.
Okay.
Do you have anything else? Just Nick, can
No.
you give us a quick answer? I just want to make sure for the record that we talk about what South Tampa needs also.
Absolutely, Nick Stocco, Tampa firefighters. The addition to Station 19 down in the South Gandy area with the rescue unit was a huge need, and thankful for this administration for adding that unit there. We see the growth that's on West Shore and Gandy, as well as the water that's covered by this all-purpose response department. Having a station with emergency response vehicles, specifically water vessels that can rapidly deploy to cover the Bay Area there would be a very beneficial, as you saw.
So the one near our house, he and I live near each other. The one near our houses, you have to get in the big truck and go all the way to the marina, and then you get in the boat and leave. It doesn't make sense to do all that, and then that leaves our area not covered. So I'm gonna cut you off there just so I save my time, but the point is we need help in South Tampa also. I'm against bonding. I agree with Mr. Scaglione that we shouldn't be bonding. We definitely should not get anywhere near the capacity. Did you have something else you wanted?
I did, I'm sorry. So, thanks for mentioning that. We actually put in for a grant from the state, the federal grant that actually gave us I wanted to create like a marine type rescue for down there to actually be able to deploy to try to get jet skis and stuff for Station 19 and make that a typical Marine division, since he brought about the boats and stuff.
I'm gonna volunteer for the ride along on that one.
Yeah, but we did get a grant for that, so I just wanted to.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's excellent. So when we talk about public safety master plan again, please bring all this stuff up because we need to talk about it. But I'm against bonding in general, and I'm gonna look a lot more closely to all that going forward. And I wanna make some motions another time about how we can have more transparency into that process and more line of sight. But I think that bonding fire stations, it saves people's lives. It's also something that's more than 30 years, so it's justifiable to put in that. We have areas that need to be covered, and so I'm not making a motion. I just think we need to cover that. Also, separately, Mr. O'Hara, can you just?
Yes, sir.
Can you let us know, somebody, I think it was Chair, made a motion about the 7 million. Sorry if it wasn't him, but
No, it was Clendenin.
Clendenin made the motion for the 7 million from parking that will go into roads. Can you just confirm that 7 million plus the 4.1 that was already in?
Yes, sir.
So it's a
Confirmed.
total of 11 million.
Yes.
And so in previous years, it was only 4.1 million. So now we've got an additional 7 million. So for anybody who's wondering about roads, that's the most complaints I get. It's an additional 7 million now that we have going into roads.
Almost
Yes, sir.
triple.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you all for that. On housing, is Nicole still here?
Yes.
I want to say while she's walking up, we have camps. We don't know the exact numbers, but up to 300 people live in forests in South Tampa. There are camps right next to MacDill Air Force Base, and Chief of Staff has put together a whole coalition, including code enforcement, police, housing, and just so folks know, also Chief of Staff was in charge of temporary housing in Pinellas County, and he's worked really hard with Catholic Charities and others to set up temporary housing, and he's improving those situations and working with multiple service agencies. So we're trying to transition folks out, but if people think that homeless people are only in downtown, they're not. They're all over South Tampa also. And once they move out of one park, they go into another.
Yeah.
And so it is a citywide issue. It's a national issue, and we need to address it. Could you tell us? I was talking to you about this before. Could you tell us what how affordable housing budget was in 2018 or 2019?
Well, I think
The question I was asking
Nicole
you.
Travis, Administrative Development and Economic Opportunity. The question you're asking is how much funds were given from general fund before that, and this administration was the first administration to dedicate general fund money to housing, and I believe fiscal year 2022 was the first year that we got funding. It was $5.5 million that year.
So before that, just so everybody knows, anybody, and I'm sorry everybody left that was interested in housing, but before 2021 or 22, from the general fund it was zero.
That's correct.
And then this administration brought in $5.5 million. So
$5.5
that
million.
was, and think about Hope spent like 10 years trying to get $10 million a year from the county. So the administration, with the support from city council, but the administration put in 5.5, right?
That's correct.
And then how much did we put in last year?
So we got $5.5 million for program, but there was also an infusion of $4 million last year for the rental assistance, but that's not reoccurring money. So I just want to make sure that it's clear. There was an infusion of $4 million for rental assistance at the crux.
So how much total went into affordable housing from the city last year?
It is 10 o'clock. Let me do the math.
Do you know, Dennis?
14, 15.
Like 25 million?
No, it was, well, yes, of general fund money, but we also got $16 million of ARPA funds that we were able to, that was dedicated.
So what do you think was the total from the city, including the ARPA funding?
25 plus the ARPA.
So the point I'm making is that
including ARPA, sorry.
until this city council and this administration, there was zero from the general fund affordable housing.
That's
and then
correct.
starting 2 years ago, there was $5.5 million, and then this last year it went to $25 million. So to everybody who came, Robin Lockett's still here late at night, but she and others have been coming before us all the time asking for more money. And the point is that in 2 years we put in 5 times as much. But tell us how much. So we, city council, sitting as a CRA board, also voted 3 years ago to put 30%, again, hearing public feedback, we put in 30% of CRA money into affordable housing. So how much was allocated for that last year?
We have $20 million that's rolling over just for housing last year. And then when you approve the budget for fiscal year 24, it was $19 million for affordable housing.
For CRA?
For CRA.
So 26 plus 20, right? I mean, it's somewhere close. So we went from 0 2-3 years ago to $5.5 million to like 50 million.
Yeah.
And so the point I want everybody to understand, and Robin, maybe you can help us to set up meetings to talk to folks about this. We need, as Nathan said, we need like $8 billion, but we went from 0 to 5 million, then we did 10 times that last year. And so we are listening. It's not like we're not listening. And to everybody who wants us to spend money on it, please work with us, because we're trying to find more buckets of money, but we're squeezing everywhere we can to put more money, and you see the votes that we had tonight. I think that we need to shift more of that money to home ownership instead of rental assistance. We've gone through a crisis. There's still a crisis. There are only 2 ways to get out of it. One is to help people buy homes, and we need to shift more to that. We also need to make sure that the money is competitively bid. In the past, city was accused of not competitively bidding to different organizations, and we need to make sure that it's out like that. Another issue for another day, Tampa Housing Authority, this is state law, but we need to change it so that they're not competing with the private sector. We need to separate the grant-making authority from the developer side of it, because we need to disperse that money. The more we can partner with nonprofits and for-profits, the more we can spread the money to get more made. The other thing I want to say, very clear, Economics 101, had we approved the tax increase 2 weeks ago, potentially thousands of people would have been out of their homes because that would have been passed directly on to renters. 100%, they're not protected, the renters are mostly not protected by homestead exemptions, so could have been 10% or more increase. The rental rates would have gone up and people would have been kicked out of their homes. A lot of the individual rental units are owned by, or rental units are owned by individuals, and all of them, including the big folks, told me they would pass on any additional costs. So I see turning down the taxes saving the economy, and what I don't want to do is be in the position where we cause people to be forced out of their homes because their rental rates went up because we increased taxes, so then we increase taxes again so we can subsidize people paying for higher taxes. The other thing, the most important way we can get people to afford their homes is by helping them with better jobs. And you all saw TampaScorecard.com. Clearly, since the Great Recession 12 years ago, the economic policies in our community, economic development policies, have not been working. We need to change this. Instead of earning $20 an hour, people need to be earning more. We do that through better economic development. So I would ask, Dennis, tell me how it's listed. I forgot now. My brain's fried here late at night. But I think there's still a line item for the EDC. I don't want to fight the EDC fight tonight. I've got a lot of documentation I'll bring back when we talk about their contract. We negotiated it 2 years ago, and they didn't follow any of the requests that we put into their contract. But tonight, I would just like to make a motion to change whatever line item says EDC to economic development. If we change it to economic development, that gives us a chance to talk to Nicole about other strategies. It could go to the EDC if the majority want at some point, or it can go to something else, like an in-house department with Nicole. But I would just like to I would like to make a motion to change the term EDC to economic development.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Do we have any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
The EDC is an outside nonprofit organization that currently exists, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so what you're saying is that you don't want the funds to be allocated directly to them, that we would decide at a later date?
Their contract is up for renewal, so we need to negotiate. That's a 2-year contract. And so
Right.
we can decide at that time whether we want the money to go to them or not. If we make it for economic development, it's like if we say we want the money to go to housing, we're not dictating which housing agency it goes to or which company it goes to. Later on, we'll approve that.
Okay, so can you speak on that?
Yeah,
Because I met with them. I'm trying to just make the best decision.
I think what Councilman Carlson is saying is to change the line item in the budget, instead of it saying that it's designated for the Economic Development Council, that it would just be economic development, giving you the flexibility to consider the EDC's contract. It's not locking you in just to the EDC contract, I think is what he's saying right now. If it's listed as a line item as Economic Development Council, it's locking you in to spending that money only with the EDC.
Okay, well, isn't that something that we typically do? We're locked into contracts for social action, agreements, things like that. This is normal behavior, a normal pattern of decision-making in city council. Would you say that, Mr. Herrero, on other funding?
It's up this year, though.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just trying to make sure I make the best decision possible, because the funding is up for social action this year too. At the end of the fiscal year, 2023, we're deciding for 2024 if we're going to give these other people funds. So,
Mr. O'Hara, yes.
Yes, just to clarify, the EDC or the funding identified for EDC is not part of the social action and arts fund. But I understand your comparison, yes. It's entirely, from our perspective, it's entirely up to council how you designate that particular line item and what that funding is used for.
So all we're doing is just designating it as economic development, and we'll decide at a later date based on okay, I can roll with that. I just want to make sure.
Councilmember.
That's my understanding.
Yes.
Because if I may, Mr. Chair, the EDC's contract is due at the end of September, so it is up for renegotiation to come back before council. And so you would have a chance to consider that now.
Yeah, okay, that's, because the EDC, anything that, is said up here on the dais, I start doing my research, so I do know that Councilman Carlson has already, doesn't want the EDC to exist as a part of, anything. So in general, he's made that statement. So I just want to make sure that,
This doesn't
is
preclude
this an
that.
isolated conversation, or maybe I'll just hear it when they
We
Yeah,
have
we have to
opportunity
bring- to bring it back to
vote
you.
on that contract separately.
Right. But I mean, but I know, but of course, I listen to everyone. He likes to eliminate things even before we make decisions about them. So I just want to make sure that everyone's getting their fair shake. But I can roll with it being a line item for just economic development.
Just to clarify, I think
Yeah.
we should keep a membership in the EDC. I think the highest level membership is 50,000, and I think we should continue that. But that's an argument for another day.
Okay, sure.
I've got a lot of data, and if you guys vote for it, that's up to you. But right now, it just gives us the flexibility so we're not boxed in.
Councilman Miranda.
Just before I start changing 3 letters and funding 3 letters one way or the other, I'd like to see what the return of the dollar has been and what the others are talking about and what their perspective was. What I see here is there is looking for a change in something. And the contracts do, so it doesn't take a genius to figure out if something's in it, now's the time to go after it. And I understand that. But I want to see the whole thing. I want to see the monies that they've done and what they've done and what the cost has been before I make any decisions changing any of the letters, from ABC to CDE or whatever, XYZ.
Is there other RFPs that come up, like are there other organizations like the EDC that do the same thing that would be presenting to us?
So I am not
I
presenting,
apologize. It was a thought process. Nicole, you do not have to answer it because I do like rules of order. So
Councilmember Clendenin.
I had to.
that's fine.
You smacked me around for it. A question about the EDC. September of '24, this contract is due?
no, the contract is up at the September 30th of 2023, so it's the
Okay,
end of this month.
So this is like
it's
an
now.
imminent, this is today. And so the payment for the EDC would be due,
There is a structured, I didn't intend on speaking in
did I.
detail about the EDC contract this evening, so I don't have it in front of me. They have to invoice us. They invoice us, I don't remember if it's monthly or quarterly. Thank you, Elise. Mr. Drumgoes just said it's quarterly. They invoice us quarterly. And so there is an invoice to us now for, which is in the middle of their contract. So that's not, I'm just telling you, that's not up for discussion. We have a contract in place. But moving forward, it's paid quarterly.
okay, yeah, so it makes, I probably will support Councilman Carlson's motion because I supported having the flexibility in the housing funds for the what-ifs. So it makes sense to me, even though I may support the EDC when it comes down to making that call for the question, but having that latitude, it makes sense to me, so, yeah.
Councilman Vieira.
I think, and very briefly, the way I see this is merely a matter of terms and definitions. And we could put in the EDC correct and vote no on their contract. We could put it economic development and vote no on their contract or yes. So I see this as a matter of terms that would be as a professional courtesy to a colleague who has strong opinions on it. And it would have no bearing on whether or not we vote yes or no on it either way. So I'm, with that understanding, and with no one telling me that I'm wrong in that regard on something that would be boxed in by this definition, I'm fine with this and we should vote.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. How long did that contract last? Was it a year, 2 years?
It's a 2-year contract.
2 years, and did this council vote on that contract?
Yes, the council voted on the contract, so, yes.
Okay.
There was some negotiation, this predated me, there was some negotiation, there were some concessions made, there's a contract. It is a binding contract that we have been working with the EDC on. And if I may answer the question earlier, you asked if there are other organizations. Included in this budget was also a request for Prospera of America, which is it's late, which it helps minority Hispanic businesses so it's not the same as the EDC, but there is money in this budget with that request, and also for Tampa Bay Wave, there is money in this budget with a request to support those organizations that help with the economic engine of our community.
Okay,
I'm lost.
so last question, if there's an invoice on your desk and that's maybe just formality, when would they be coming to us.
The invoice doesn't come to you.
No, not the invoice, but actually, if there was an opportunity to provide funding to an outside organization, it would still, this one would have to come back to us. It's not a consent agenda item, is it?
No. This would not come back to you because of the dollar amount and the dollar amount for those two organizations that I just named off to you is less than the threshold that normally comes to council. So the EDC contract is a larger dollar amount and it's contractually binding, so yes. Any other agreement comes, all contracts come.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson with a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Let's do a roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
No.
Motion carried with Maniscalco voting no.
Thank you. Yeah.
I apologize for your no.
If we did, Mr. O'Hara, we didn't talk about events. There were several events like the River Green that were suggested. Do we find out, are we putting any money in those events? I know there are some signature events that the mayor does that I think we should fund, but these other events like that, is there any savings? Like,
We have not decreased any funding for events. However, based on council's input, we're going to look during fiscal year '24 at some either recouping costs or very similar to our review of the Social Action and Arts Fund. But no, in front of you today are no reductions to special events.
no, but how much did you all figure out? One of the things we put on the board last time, several folks mentioned it before I did, events that we're putting on. Do you have any idea? Like several folks mentioned River Green. How much in kind and cash do we put in an event like that?
I do not.
OC is standing up.
I found out that
I'm going to say maybe, okay.
Special Service District pays for that.
And so the city's not paying anything?
Turn on your mic,
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, I'll let her answer it, but that's the research that I did.
Yes, so for OC Wynn, Administrator, okay, of Neighborhood and Community Affairs, you guys know by now, this is my sleepy voice, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what we have, I have two events in particular. One is River O Green, and this is the Parks and Recreation cost, that's $20,000. And Boom by the Bay is, our cost is $60,000. Those events are primarily subsidized or produced by the Downtown Partnership. And so they assume the large majority of the cost.
But they're using the SSD money for it? They're not getting sponsorships?
The Downtown Partnerships, I don't know what they're using to pay for their part of their portion of the events. These are just our contributions to the event.
I just think events, if a mayor wants to have a signature event, it's fine. But even $20,000, I won't make the motion on it, but if somebody else did, since somebody else mentioned it before, it's still $20,000 that we could put into housing. While you're still up there, you had $125,000 for one pickleball court. Is it worth making a motion to move that, or is that too? I don't know even where it is.
Yeah.
The 863 that's left over, you can take it out of that. You know, that balance.
Did you want to put it back in? Because it's
Already out, because it's out.
No, yeah, so you've already taken it out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
that was part of the
okay.
reduction.
No.
So
Can I?
Councilman Carlson, can I just recommend that you take it from the 828?
No. He wants it out.
Yeah, I want it out.
Yeah, so he misunderstood.
back in.
No, he doesn't.
No.
You don't want the pickleball court?
No, my point is that if there are basketball courts and baseball fields, which we do have, that are falling apart, Interbay down by McDill, this is where the McDill people's kids go. The dugouts are falling apart all over them, and we shouldn't be paying for anything new that if something is a hazard where kids are going to get hurt. And so I think we should look for things like that. I also want to ask, Mr. O'Hara, thank you, Acio, sorry to get you up. We have like another $25 million in parking. Is there any more of that we can allocate toward road repair?
I would defer, again, I think it's already been opined that legally, as long as it's mobility related, it can be done, but I would defer.
Ms. Duncan stood up, so sorry I didn't see her back there.
I don't know what sort of operational impact.
Gene Duncan, Infrastructure Mobility, I'm not quite sure. The question, you said there's another 125?
No, 25 million in parking.
Oh,
Is there, my question is there additional money in parking that we can move to road repair? Road repair, I get several complaints a day about road repair. So, you know, housing is a huge issue. We can't use mobility or parking money for housing, but we can use, potentially use parking money for roads. So is there anything else that we can shift to get?
there is additional funding in parking, however, they are high priorities. We have funds for our garage maintenance upkeep. We have deferred costs associated with our garages that we have funds allotted for next year. We also have committed mobility projects, money set aside for those. Those include the sidewalk repairs, $700,000, $1 million towards the streetcar operations, and micromobility projects such as the e-voucher program and secure bike parking.
How much are we putting in for the micro?
$1 million. And then we've also got.
Can we move that to sidewalks or
Well,
roads?
half of that is the e-voucher program, which is very popular, where folks are getting a voucher to allow them to purchase an e-bike, which in some cases is their transportation for jobs and other needs. So it's all priorities. We are going to be putting $700,000 of parking for
I mean,
sidewalks.
I can't do a call line to the walk bike people right now, but it seems to me that they would rather have sidewalks right now than that. But I'll just leave that as it is. Can I, before I run out of time, can I ask somebody from police or police PBA? I saw that the cell phones were on that cut, and also you talked about the police overhire. Can you, Mr. O'Hara, I wonder if there's any money from somewhere else that we could shift and cover those. Last time, Chief, you were talking about the importance of the cell phones, and so this cut that was made at cell phones, is that only part of it, or is that all of it?
That was the full request.
The full amount?
300,000.
And is there, Dennis, is there no place that what is it, 225,000? There's no place else we can find that?
I want to say, again, going from memory, although I guess I don't have to, it's right here.
And then while he's looking at that, Chief, do you agree with PBA on the police overhires that we needed to fund those somehow?
No, I'm confident if we get the grant, that will be fine.
Are we gonna, does that mean we'll get 30 plus those, or?
The grant would be 30 officers, and then if I were able to cap off at 30, I would still have room for overhire, so I'm confident with that.
Oh, you'll still have room within the budget?
Yes.
Do you want to say anything about that from PBA?
The way that I take it is we're still going from 20 to 10 overhire, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, in our opinion, that the master plan, calls for growth or whatever, and we're behind, their master plan on experience and growth, but at the same time, if we can get that growth and not cut back, the current capability they have, that would be even better, so.
So just plain logistics of it is if we get the grant, assuming that we are, that caps my ceiling at 30 more. And then in addition to that, I would have room for 10 more for an overhire. If I got to a point to get all that in a year, which would be tough to do, would be a goal, and I got a position where I needed to hire more, I'm confident that we could find extra money to do that. So I have no concerns at all with this.
I think that if the chief's confident that we can do it with those current numbers, then we'll stipulate that we'll be on board with that as well. So long as we're looking at, that a year or so down the road, that we don't remain, cutting our overhires in half.
But
because the amount of, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Because I know the training is the big part. You can only push so many people through at one time. So that could be what he's talking about, is that not being able to push through all these plus the overhires and stuff. We totally understand that. But once we go back to our regular training schedule, we'd like to be at that 20 overhires like we were, say a year or so from now.
I know, and sorry to cut you off too, but I know that besides the PBA, the police officers I run into on the street tell me that desperately need support. And so I know this 30 will go a long way. I don't want them to think that we took 2 steps forward and a step back. I want them to know that we support them. So Chief, if you're okay with it and PBA is okay with that, I'm
This
okay.
accomplishes everything that we need to accomplish,
Okay.
assuming that we get the grant. We haven't heard back on that. If we don't, then we'll be back here with a plan B.
And then Mr. O'Hara, what about the cell phones? Can we find 225?
With the cell phones too, there's a potential grant that we are waiting to hear back on.
Okay.
On federal appropriations that may or may not be available to fill that gap. I just don't know on that yet.
Okay, and then Mr. O'Hara will come back to us if we exceed revenue forecasts, I assume. And so can you all please keep us posted on what you all need and if those grants come through or not? Because we spent a lot of time talking about other issues tonight, but that doesn't mean that we care about you all any less, and we want to make sure you're covered, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Wait, what is the motion?
I want to strike the e-bike program and move those funds to sidewalks.
There's a voucher
E-bike voucher program.
Yeah.
If we're gonna make some difficult cuts, that seems like low-hanging fruit.
How much is it?
Like 700,000.
Ms. Duncan, is this the program that helps people get the bikes that you said helps them get to work, if they don't have transportation?
Jane Duncan, Infrastructure and Mobility. Yes, sir, this is the e-bike voucher program. Currently, we have, I believe it is 500,000 for FY '24 for that program.
Is there an economic test for that?
Yes. For a certain amount of money, or if you qualify, you get more money.
Yes.
If you don't make a lot of money.
Yes, there's an application, there's a vetting of those applications,
I believe,
prioritization.
I think that sounds great, but we are trying to, we don't have enough fire stations, we don't have enough people to save lives, we don't have enough police officers, we don't have sidewalks, and so people in wheelchairs are riding down the middle of the streets, putting themselves in danger, and so, I mean, all of this is a necessity, but the fact that we have so many people with disabilities and older folks who can't walk through their neighborhood without walking in the middle of the street is really dangerous.
Since I'm making the motion, can I speak to it?
Yes, sir, we agree, it's all the circle of life. If you don't have a home, it's hard to get a job. If you can't have transportation to get your job, it's all connected. So it's all a matter of priorities. We're happy to adjust accordingly to the pleasure of council. We try to take what little money we have and address the needs that we have in the best
But
method
thank you
that
for the
we-
quick answers.
So yes.
Councilman Clendenin, you're the maker of the motion?
Yeah, this is my thoughts. One, I want to write the headline for the Tampa Bay Times tomorrow. Bill Carlson comes out against pickleball courts, okay? So y'all come out against him instead of the e-bike thing. Secondly, here's the thing, I think it's a great program. It's very interesting, but when like I said, we're not cutting into fat, we're cutting into meat. And so there's a lot of wants that are being cut tonight in this budget that's presented to us. I mean, there's a lot, I'm saying a lot of needs. I mean, there's really some critical needs they're not gonna get funded in '24. And while I think it's a wonderful program, I think Councilman Carlson is exactly right. We have dangerous sidewalks. We have sidewalks that people with disabilities cannot walk on. We had testimony from public about a woman with sight issues and the problems that she had on sidewalks. So when we're talking about the needs versus wants, is it nice to have that program? Yes. Can they use a regular bicycle and not an e-bike? I don't have an e-bike because they're too expensive for me. I don't buy one because they're too expensive for me. But you know what? I do. But I do walk. I bike a lot of places. I bike to the grocery store and stuff. Again, it's wants versus needs. This is a want. It's not a need. The needs are our sidewalks. We have to improve. We have to do better.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. I think I might agree with you if $500,000 could do more than buy a half a mile of sidewalk. It just, when you're looking at the balance of it, we're gonna help, what's the average win? Or the average is $2,500. So we're gonna help 200 people be able to actually, because they probably don't have a car, get to work without being drenched in sweat. To me, that's an economic driver.
Yes.
So I can't support it just because of the economic driving of it versus a half a mile of sidewalk. And sidewalks are very important, but, you know, as Councilman Carlson likes to say, it's all about the economics and the economy and growing the economy. And if we want people to be able, and right now, people have to live so far away from where they work because we don't have affordable housing downtown.
Councilmember Clendenin has a motion. Councilmember Carlson with the second. Any other discussion? If not, we take a vote. All right, let's go to a vote. Roll call.
Miranda,
No.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
No.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
No.
Vieira,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
No.
Motion failed with Miranda, Hurtak, Henderson, and Maniscalco voting no.
If there's nothing else, I'm gonna ask Mr. Rogero. More?
Yeah, one more thing.
And after this, it's over.
Okay,
Yes,
well,
ma'am. Go
it's
ahead.
something I forgot,
ahead.
and I know we can't add anything to the budget, which is fine, but the social responsibility reminded me, and Ms. Lyon in the audience reminded me, that, we heard passionate testimony from folks that used to volunteer with the Humane Society about the killing of kittens. And so as since we're already reducing that funding, I'm just gonna say to take it out altogether.
How much is it?
It's like $11,000, so
$11,000.
maybe, and then they're getting cut by 10% already, isn't it 10% more? So they would only be
Just wanna
$10,000.
Remove it all.
And, I mean, that $10,000 can go to sidewalks, like, wherever it wants to go, but I know we're not adding any new people, because I'd like to go to a new organization, but my compromise is just to take it out of the budget.
We have a motion to completely eliminate the funding for the Humane Society, contribution by the city. Do we have a second? Is there a second for discussion? Is there a second on this?
And I will see if I may. I'm gonna.
Is there a second?
I'm going to speak to the second, which is I'm going to say respectfully no, and I say that knowing what a champion of our animals Councilwoman Hurtak is. So I say I decline with great respect for you.
Wait a minute, there was no second. Okay.
I'm just explaining.
Yes, sir?
We're getting some, we don't know why the kids were put down. Maybe they were diseased, maybe they were beyond. I don't know for us to make
There
a
was
judgment
there
without
was an
knowing. Someone
entire
can come here
presentation.
and tell me anything they want, and I'm gonna believe it, maybe, but I've got to at least check. Has anybody checked? Did we have somebody go find out what happened?
Yeah, I believe it was the director of the Humane Society sent us an email explaining the medical circumstances and that the veterinarians, what the recommendation of the veterinarians. I mean, if anybody follows me on Facebook knows I'm probably one of the biggest animal lovers up here. I'm a crazy person when it comes to animals, but I also understand the hard decisions, and those are tough decisions. Like, you know, I've had to put down a dog before because of, you know, medical conditions, and it's one of the worst days of your life. Worst day of your life.
I did one, and I don't want to do another
Yeah.
one.
Last call for a second. If not, the motion dies. Is there a second? The motion has died. Thank you very much. Mr. O'Hara, at this point, will you ask? I really want you to tell the finance chair to read, but.
The what?
Is it accommodation?
No. Just may I, 1 minute, you can even put me on the timer for 90 seconds, how about that?
All right, go
Went
ahead.
from 60 to 90, 1/3 larger.
There you go.
Go ahead, go
Just
ahead,
really
go,
quick,
go.
if I may, I wanted to make sure with Ms. Nguyen, please tell me, just, you don't even have to get up, which is, when it comes to the parks budget, there are funds set in right now for disability-friendly parks, and we can, and that money is discretionary, going to different parks at the discretion of city staff. Is that correct? That is correct. Please say yes. Thank you. Okay, great. And I also wanted to mention to council that, again, there are funds in here for our Returning Citizens program, for our Special Needs Internship program, for arts, for the intellectually disabled through the Penguin Project. And I wanted to salute Councilman Carlson for mentioning Michael Bishop, who knows too much about council and is a very smart individual. I see him on Twitter. That's it. Thank you.
Damn, I love it here. Yes, ma'am. Oh, thank you very much. May I have a motion to close public comment? We have a motion from Councilwoman Henderson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Mr. O'Hara, will you have the finance chair please provide the reading of the millage rate resolution?
If, I will, but if I may, Council has only approved some of the balanced budget items that we put in front of you.
So we did the 7 million to paving, we
Yes,
did the
sir.
housing,
Yes.
and then what else do we have, sir? The CIP future forecast option?
Well, you can't, that's adequate for me, but I do need
I
some
motion to
sort of-
approve the remaining budget as submitted by the administration.
Mr. Massey, you have your hand, sir?
And real quickly, I have an amended ordinance that incorporates as Exhibit A those items that Mr. O'Hara presented to you tonight as revisions to the budget as presented by the mayor.
Thank you.
So was my motion sufficient?
Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, do we have a second? Second from Councilwoman Henderson, all in favor? Aye. And that is to accept the remaining changes, the remaining. Yeah, go ahead. That's the one that has the,
The only change, the ordinance that you approved on first reading, basically, you approved the budget as presented by the mayor as modified by you all as city council. This just, it says, as more expressly or more particularly set forth in Exhibit A. And Exhibit A is the presentation that Mr. O'Hara gave tonight, going through the various revisions that were being proposed.
It doesn't
to the
have
budget.
revisions
Is this different than what was in front of us when we sat down?
Ma'am?
Is this different? Because we have these already.
The only difference, there's the one phrase, I incorporated in Exhibit A, which goes through in detail, what the revisions were that were offered by Mr. O'Hara tonight to deal
the
with.
money for housing, the 7 million
Correct.
for transportation.
7 million for
paving.
paving, the 5 million going to housing, the whole presentation that he went through that you
Yes.
all had moved by
And the
motion
millage
to
is
approve
the
tonight.
6.20, which
Yes,
is
sir.
correct,
Yes,
so.
sir.
Mr. Massey, may I just
Yeah.
inquire, Mr. Chairman? Yeah, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. How do we then incorporate into this ordinance then, or memorialize it or formalize what council's motions were tonight into the budget?
To the extent, I think some of the changes that you were offering up tonight were primarily changes to the CIP, which is item number 4, is my recollection. So it's not really, you did not, most of the motions I heard being made from the dais tonight didn't really deal with the operating budget, which is what the ordinance is.
In
So,
fact, I'll
Yeah.
clarify, every motion I heard was consistent with the operating budget, and the only aberration was the capital improvement program, which we'll get to. We'll be asking for a break for that.
I'm satisfied with what I see
agree.
because it's memorialized here in this, showing the Exhibit A, so it will be a part of the ordinance. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes.
Only on the operating.
Morris, can I ask you,
Yes, sir.
Section 5 of the ordinance, it says, any revenues received by the city of Tampa, this is about halfway through, any revenues received by the city of Tampa during said fiscal year from sources not anticipated by the budget shall be deposited in the unappropriated cash surplus account of the respective fund. I would like to add, and will be presented to council for direction, and then continue, subject to appropriations from time to time, and all disbursements or transfers of fund of the city of Tampa made during the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 by the proper officers of the city vouchers, as shown, reflected upon the records of the directors. And then instead of are hereby approved, put subject to approval by council.
Second.
Yeah.
Can you make that change between?
If you could mark it up, and Mr. Perry's looking at me, do you have a question about that language? I think any appropriation has to come to you all anyway, so if you want to clarify that.
The problem is that there are two things in here. One is that, like when there's bonding capacity, we find out when a contract comes before us that's gonna be bonded. So, there are two things here. One is to say, if there's surplus, we need to know it to be asked direction of how it should be spent. Second is that, somebody can't just move it around like happened with the fire station, that if somebody wants to move it around, they can't just come to us with a move this cash to that cash. They need to come back and get the change approved by city council.
I think it does. but.
It does, I have no objection.
If you want that language clarified, I think that's how we handle things anyway, but if you want that clarified, I don't think we have an objection to that. We will need to have a break in order to make that change in the actual ordinance
You
before
want to
you all
break
adopt
this
it.
evening before we approve that, okay?
Yes.
All right, fair enough.
Should we vote on it first?
No, let them make the changes and then we vote on the,
You have to
fixed
adopt
up.
the millage rate resolution before you do anything with the ordinance for the
Yeah.
budget. So.
We're up to number 9.
I have a
Do you
question.
want to break now, or you want number 9? I'm sorry.
I just have a question about this. I appreciate that we have this, Exhibit A, but,
It doesn't have
It just
changes.
says option.
yeah, it's just, it doesn't have the changes specific, like the fact that we,
Can you say adopted changes? Can that be added on
with
this
revisions.
break? With revisions?
yeah, because like the revisions that we spent an hour talking about with the priorities of now the fire stations and all that stuff.
From our perspective, that will be part of the capital improvement
CIP,
project.
Oh,
which is
okay.
item number
Yes.
4, and we do need a little time to revise
Yes.
that exhibit and get that entered into the record before you approve the CIP.
Are
We
there
take a
no-
break,
are there-
can you
Has
accomplish all
the
that in a
CIP
break?
changed at all from what,
The CIP stayed the same until that discussion and your prioritization regarding the fire stations.
okay, but
we'll-
everything else that was in the CIP that we've all reviewed
Yes,
has not changed?
it has not.
Yes?
Question. With regard specifically to FY '24, is there anything that is in the CIP as changed for FY '24 that affects the budget, other than the general operating? In other words, okay, I just want to be clear on that.
No, I appreciate you asking that clarifying question, but no.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, at this time, would you ask the finance chair to read the,
You could ask him.
no, I want Mr. O'Hare to ask him to read the minutes.
Will the
Following
finance,
script,
as long as council is content to take a break after the
Yes.
reading, okay.
So
Yes,
read
will
the millage and then that we set that, then you can make these modifications as requested. All right?
Yes, sir. Will the finance chair please provide the reading of the millage rate resolution?
I'm thinking about it. I'm glad I'm not finance chair. A resolution levying an ad valorem tax at the rate of 6 and 6.2076 mil upon all real property, taxable property in the city of Tampa for the fiscal year 2024, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to certify such millage, providing an effective date. That's the first part. Let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Tampa, Florida, Section 1, that the ad valorem tax at the rate of 6 and 2,076 which is 6.2076 mils, to raise the amount of money as fixed in the capital and operating and, fixed in the operating and capital budget of the City of Tampa as amended by City Council for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2023, ending September 30th, 2024, for the general fund for the maintenance and operation of the City of Tampa, including parts the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Tampa, Florida, is hereby levied to provide by law on all real and personal properties taxable for the purposes in the City of Tampa. Section 2, that the mayor and the city clerk, as the proper authorities of the City of Tampa, are duly authorized and empowered to certify the property appraiser of Hillsborough County the millage to be levied on all purposes for the fiscal year 2024 in the City of Tampa to wit 6.2076 mils, which exceed the rollback rate of 5.8041 mils as defined in section 200.065, parentheses 1, of the Florida statutes by 6.9%, to request the levy of the millage set forth upon all real personal properties in the City of Tampa as above set forth in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution of the laws of the state of Florida. Section 3, that other proper officers of the City of Tampa are authorized to do all things necessary and proper in order to carry out, make effective the terms and conditions of this resolution, which shall become effective immediately upon its adoption.
All right, sir, then will you make a motion to adopt the millage rate resolution, and we'll take a vote, and that's item number 10 on the sheet.
Make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Second.
Wait, this is the proposed, you have to read proposed millage rate and everything. Item number 10.
Number 10.
Okay. Wait a minute. You mean I go to 10 now, right?
Number 10.
Yes.
Not 3. Motion number 10, adopt the fiscal year 2024 millage rate. Move to adopt the proposed millage rate of 6.2076 mils, which is 6.95% more than the rollback millage rate of 5.8041 mils for property tax funds, which are used to support the general fund operating budget and the community redevelopment aging funds of the city of Tampa.
Second, and if I may, Mr. Chair, I want to explain that. I see that as a motion to either keep it we can either keep it there or put it lower. By keeping it there, I'm seconding it.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda with the second from Councilman Vieira. Roll call vote.
Any discussion?
Oh, yes, sir.
I just want to say real fast, I said months ago that I would prefer to go to the rollback rate. Obviously, we couldn't get there in this situation. There's no way to go back to it now. But I'm going to try again next year. I think we need to be efficient about our money and not keep raising it. But this is a compromise. For me, this is a compromise because I'd rather go back to the rollback rate. But at least we're not increasing the millage. Thank you.
Councilwoman Henderson?
No, I'm just ready to vote. No problem.
Roll call vote, please.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda, and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. O'Hara, you need a break at this time to update everything?
I think we can go to the second reading. We need a break only for the capital improvement program, but. I think they wanted a clarification in section 5 before they. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
so
didn't
we will
know.
take a break.
All right, then we'll take a break.
How long do you need? All right, 10 minutes.
You're going to make a revisions to the attachment too for the CIP's
How long-
capital improvement plan?
We will, how long do we need? So, we'll need more than 10 minutes.
All right.
Do we have 15?
Clearly, you don't know what 10 minutes means to council. 10
I guess that's
minutes
true.
is 10 minutes is usually 20 or 30. Okay.
15-minute break.
Thank you.
call, please.
Carlson. Here. Hurtak.
Here.
Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Here.
Vieira.
Present. Oh my gosh, I'm really.
Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a fiscal quorum.
Yes, sir, Mr. Massey.
Ordinance adopting the FY '24 operating budget that includes the revisions to Section 5 that Councilman Carlson requested and that you all approved by motion. So let me hand that out to you all. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. And that would be the next item that you all will consider. And then the other item that I would like to hand out to you is the revised capital improvement program and budget per your various motions tonight. So let me hand that out, and that would be the last item that you would all consider tonight. There's a resolution that's already with the clerk that does state that it's the CIP as approved and is modified and amended by the city council and approved by city council. So that includes modifications to the CIP that you've approved tonight.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Mr. O'Hara, I believe at this time, we will ask the finance chair to read the ordinance for a second reading for adoption of this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You want me to start now?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
An ordinance adopting the budget of the city of Tampa, Florida for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023 and ending September 30th, 2024, providing for the levy as provided by law of a tax on all taxable properties in the city of Tampa and fixing the millage within said city, making appropriations in accordance with the provisions of said budget, authorizing and directing the mayor and city clerk as the proper authorities of the city of Tampa to certify the property appraiser of Hillsborough County, Florida, the millage to be levied for all purposes for the fiscal year 2024 in the city of Tampa, providing for an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Vieira. At this time, let's have a roll call vote.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson. And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Yes, ma'am.
I just, I've looked through the capital improvement program adjustments, and I just want to say thank you very much. I know they're still rather fluid, but this is exactly what I was looking for, so thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome.
Councilwoman Hurtak, would you like to make a motion to approve or adopt the FY24 capital improvement budget?
I would. I make a motion to adopt the 2024 through FY 2028 capital improvement program.
Is that sufficient for the motion?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I'm just moving the resolution then.
Second.
Rohero?
Yeah, I don't have
The-
the,
What was handed out
There's
is
no
going to be an
I
adjustment.
apologize. You don't have the script.
What was that?
no, I don't have the
yeah.
script. None of us have the script. I mean, only those two have the
I
script.
move the resolution, but I would reference in accordance with the revised
Okay.
CIP
I
capital
move the
improvement program that's
resolution
been.
in accordance
Thank
with the
you, sir.
revised FY 2024 through 2028 capital improvement program.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Vieira. Miranda. Carlson. Hurtak.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. And then the final action, may I have a motion to receive and file all written documents provided to the City Council tonight, including the FY 2024 operating budget, as modified to be consistent with the millage rate of 6.2076 mils. We have a motion from Councilwoman Henderson, second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Henderson.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Clendenin.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
At this time,
Motion to receive and file.
no, we already did that. I'm going to ask for a motion to close the second public hearing.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.
Wait, was there a motion to receive and file?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
I moved it.
Sir, we did, we read it out.
I said so moved.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, council,
We're
congratulations.
adjourned. Thank you.